Your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Rising Star Challenge. I am so excited to meet each and every one of you. So there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube. That's awesome. But no agent ever discovered someone from a live stream on a Facebook or a YouTube. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come over here and join us now on Zoom. So this is what you're going to do. You're going to get your little fingers typing. You're going to type VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, you're going to type VIPigniteSummit.com, and then you're going to come over here and you're going to join us on Zoom. All right, guys. So I am so excited to be here with you guys today. Let me introduce myself, and then we're going to get started. So like I said, my name is Deneen White. I'm the host of the VIP Ignite Live and Coffee in the Green Room podcast. I'm also the publicist for VIP Ignite, and I'm the president of talent services for our mother agency, Truth Management. I wear a lot of hats, pun intended, but you know what? I love what I do. I love what I do because I get to help actors, models, and musicians create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. So before we even get started, let me ask you a question. Why are you here today? Why are you here live on Zoom with us on a Saturday afternoon when you could be pumpkin picking, you could be you could be doing a lot of things. It's fall. You could be watching college football. Why are you here? Type that in the comments. To win an Oscar. Okay, I like that, Edward. Edward with one name wants to win an Oscar. That's great. Why else are you guys here? To keep the training going, to improve. Awesome. To be discovered. I like that, Daniel. To become an actor, to get discovered and be booked. My why is too big, to vision to help others. I love that. To learn and take action, to learn how to kickstart my brand. I like that. We're going to be talking about that this weekend. I would like to start my way in modeling industry. I love fashion. Great, Jose. That's awesome. To be educated, to take action, to learn, to become a famous actor. I love that. That's great. To be selected by Ryan. I think he meant Ryan Colby. We don't have a Ryan Crosby, but you want to be selected by him to do print modeling. Okay. Be a rising star, to be a part of your family, knowledge to learn, apply, take action. Awesome. I love this. You guys have big dreams and goals, and that's why we're here today. Let me tell you what we're going to do over the course of this weekend. Okay. And by the way, I'm going to be going through some transformations over the weekend too. Woo. Hold on. What? Yes. By the end of the weekend, I'm going to be a completely different person, just like you guys are, if you stay here all weekend. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to do this weekend. I'm going to show you where we're going, because you know what? I have found when you know where you're going, then that helps you stick to it. How many of you are here because for a purpose? How many of you are here for a purpose? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. So over the course of the weekend, I'm going to make you a very bold guarantee right now. Okay, I'm going to make you a very bold guarantee right now. If you are here for both days and you play full out, by the end of the day tomorrow, you are going to be a completely different person than you are today. I'm going to make that bold promise again, just in case anyone didn't hear me. My promise to you is that if you are here both days and you play full out, that you are going to be a completely different person at the end of the day tomorrow than you are today. What does that mean? That means that you show up both days. That means that when we talk about mindset, you don't just listen to it, you start applying it immediately. Because today we're going to talk. How many of you have people in your life that no matter what you do, they just don't believe in you? They never believe that you're going to be successful. We all have those people. I'm not asking you to affirm that in the comments, but if that sounds like you, we're going to address that. The first presenter of the day is going to address that. Okay. We're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. How many of you here know that you qualify for modeling? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. People can hear me. So if you can't hear me, that's you. Yeah, you guys. Yes. You all know you're going to learn exactly what type of modeling you qualify for. We're also going to hear from a Broadway star. Literally, she graduated summa cum laude from Tisch, right? Alicia from NYU, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
She knows all of the she knows everyone's resume, but you're going to hear from her. After she graduated from college, she went on to play Fantine in Les Miserables on Broadway. She went on to being the Fiddler on the Roof. She voices a character
opposite Leah Michelle from Glee, who she's still very good friends with.
Yeah. Awesome. So you're going to have the opportunity to learn how she's using that to leverage it. Now she's a TikTok influencer. From Broadway to TikTok. I think that could be a book. You heard it here first. Okay. You're going to learn how to transform from actor to detective. We're going to show you what to look for as you're going through life to make sure that you are becoming the person that you were put on this earth to be. We're going to have Ryan Colby checking in from a top secret location with some of his models. And he is going to evaluate some of you. He's going to evaluate you to tell you where you belong, whether you belong in New York or LA, what you should be doing. He's going to give some of you some practical tips that you are going to start applying today to be even more successful. And then at the end of the day, we're going to talk about how to make connections. How many of you want to make connections in the industry? How many of you know you're one connection away from your big break? Here at VIP Ignite, we introduce you to people who in 30 seconds or less can snap their fingers and change your life. That starts today. All right. That starts today. All right. So I told you guys I'm an avid note taker. So when I prepare these presentations, I take notes. So if I look down, okay, just understand it's because I have notes, because I want to make sure I give you guys everything that I can. All right. So let's start talking about success. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, okay? And I want you to start thinking, okay, how can I take what Denine's talking about and apply it to my life, okay? So throughout my life, I've always been someone who loved learning. Like I still love to learn, okay? No matter what, I'm always learning. Even on these boot camps I showed you, I have 2 notebooks because I love to learn. And I've always loved it. When I was a kid, while other kids were out like playing, doing this and that, I was begging my mom to take me to the library so I could read books. Okay, I know, super nerd. But that's something that I have always taken with me, because what I've learned is that I can never learn everything. I remember when I was in my 20s, I thought I was the shit. Okay. I was like, oh my God, I have arrived. I know everything. At that point in my life, I was a vice president of a bank. I was like, yeah, I know. My parents couldn't tell me anything. You couldn't. Have any of you ever been in that place? You know it all, right? Okay. You guys are all liars, because I know if you ever went through your 20s, you were like, I know everything. All right. And what I've learned over the course of my life is that I can never learn enough. And I'm always learning. We're always going to masterminds. Like when I'm in my downtime while other people are watching Netflix, we're like literally watching YouTube videos from influencers so we can learn how we can do better presentations. We're learning from people that are on the cutting edge of AI, because we want to know how can we leverage this to help you guys. Literally every waking moment, like we do enjoy some. We have been watching The Equalizer, which has been pretty cool, but most of what we do is to learn, because we always want to be up leveling ourselves, because a rising tide raises all ships. So as we rise, you rise. As each of you rises, we all rise together. Okay. And I want you to understand that over the course of this weekend, I want you to understand that a rising tide raises all ships. Stop putting your hands up. We'll be talking. Don't unmute, please. We'll be talking later. Okay. Okay. So something I've also learned over the course of my life is I always thought that the more I learned, the more skills I acquired, the better I would be. But something I've learned over the course of my life is that success is 20% tactics and 80% psychology. I want you to write that down. Success is 20% tactics and 80% psychology. So what does that mean? That means that you already have everything that you need to be successful, but your main hindrance is what? What is the one thing that really holds you back? at the end of the day, what is it that holds you back? It's yourself. It's the space between your ears. It's your brain. It's your thoughts. It's your psychology. So over the course of this weekend, we are going to talk a lot about mindset. And for some of you, you might be like, oh my God, I'm here to get discovered. Okay, that's awesome. I want you to get discovered too. That's why we're having a SAG franchised agent. That's why we're having Ryan Colby come on. That's why we're having the people come on that we are. We have a huge casting director that's going to be on at the end of the day tomorrow. But in order for you to get in front of those people and be successful, you need to have the right mindset. So I feel like my whole life has been a treasure hunt. And I want you to think about this. My whole life has been a treasure hunt. So over the course of this weekend, you're going to get clues from each and every one of our speakers that are going to help you be even more successful. For me, the treasure hunt has been going to seminars. During the pandemic, we were literally on every one of Tony Robbins' events. We were on every one of Tony Robbins' events. We were, before, when the world shut down, we joined a mastermind to learn how to put on these events. Okay, like literally, as soon as they said, okay, you know what, you can't do in-person events. We're like, okay, well, that's what we do. We do events. So how are we going to do that? We literally joined a mastermind that we're still a part of to this day, to how do you do even better events? We go to networking events. About a week ago, Mike went to New York City to meet a huge agent. He didn't have to do that. We have plenty of agents that we know. He literally risked his life going to, how many of you saw the flooding that was in New York City last week? Mike literally got out like minutes before he would have been stuck in New York City. He might not be here right now, but we're always going places. Alicia one day had the opportunity. She got a call in the morning and Mike was like, okay, I need you to go down to Miami, to Fort Lauderdale, like West Palm Beach. I need you to go to, we'll just say Miami for the story. I need you to hop in your car right now and go to Miami. She had a outing planned with her son and her fiance. They were going to go spend the day together and they were so excited. It was family day. But when she found out that she was going to go meet with Les Brown, you know what she did? She packed her family up and got her butt on the road south to Miami.
So I gave them 20 minutes to get ready.
Yeah.
That's it. You drive to South Beach. You drive 5 hours. You drive to South Beach. Because for those of you that don't know, Les Brown is one of the most motivational speakers in the world. #1 organic search results, sold out the Georgia Dome, 90,000 tickets.
Yeah, billions of views on his views.
You go.
So Alicia, she was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll go to the museum another day. We went. She went. I've had the opportunity to read some amazing, like I'm an avid reader. So if any of you wants to read a book on mindset, if any of you needs any recommendations for books, I'm your person. I'm still waiting to read Sapiens, by the way, Solange, because you're right in the top of my thing. But I'm always reading. And not only that, not only am I reading, not only are we going to masterminds, not only are we like watching, scouring the internet for ways to improve ourselves so we can improve for you. The other thing is, I told you at the top, I interview people for our podcast, and I've had the opportunity to interview some of the most incredible people on earth. Okay, I had the opportunity to interview Greg Reed. How many of you have ever heard "You're 3 feet from gold"? I had the opportunity to interview him on the podcast, and he told me his secrets for success. But they're not so secret. All you have to do is go listen to the podcast and you can hear them too. But how many of you want to be even more successful? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. You have to surround yourself by successful people. I had the opportunity to interview Mark Victor Hansen. How many of you have heard of a small little book called Chicken Soup for the Soul? Sold over 1 billion, well, I think like 1 billion books. Huge author. We met him at a mastermind. We had the opportunity, it was last December. We had the opportunity to go to a mastermind, like right before Christmas. How many of you are like, nope, December, I'm shut down. I'm sitting in front of my Christmas tree. We flew to Scottsdale on a private plane where we had the opportunity to meet Sharon Lechter, Mark Victor Hansen. Sharon Lechter, and Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. What did Sharon Lecter write, Alicia?
Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Thank you. Rich
You're
Dad,
welcome.
Poor Dad. Okay. We went to a mastermind right before Christmas so that we can go meet these guys. So I had the opportunity to interview Mark Victor Hansen. And he laid out the secrets to success. What is this? Okay. I'm going to say this right now. If anyone shares anything on the screen again, you're getting booted and I'm going to just boot you out forever. All right. So anyway, I had the opportunity to interview Mark Victor Hansen, and he gave the secrets to success. Because of the interview that I had with Mark Victor Hansen, Mike and Alicia are now publishing a book with him. Our book, Finding Fame, is being published by Mark Victor Hansen. Yeah, thank you, Christine. What sealed the deal was we had the opportunity to go to the only official Super Bowl party of the NFL with Lee Steinberg. Anyone ever heard of the movie Jerry Maguire? Yeah, we know him. He loves Mike. Every time Mike walks, oh, that's my friend Mike. Loves him.
He also manages Patrick Mahomes, guys.
Yeah, he manages Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, show me the money. Okay.
How many of you guys think that's a pretty big deal to have a mentor that sold 1 billion books, now our publisher? Scale 1 to 10. Scale 1 to 10. How much would that change your life if somebody like that said, hey, let me show you what I've done. Let me put in a good word for you. Let me connect you with everybody I know.
Yeah. So as a result of that podcast, have any of you ever heard of Purdue Chicken? Yeah. So I'm also interviewing the heir to the Purdue dynasty. Her number is in my Rolodex. And I'm not telling you all this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that each and every one of these successful people, there's a common denominator in their success. Do you guys want to know what the common denominator of all of their success is? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. All right, well, I am going to tell you, but first I have a question for you. How many of you have ever seen the movie Dead Poets Society? Raise your hands, raise your physical hands. Oh my gosh. The whole reason I went to the University of Connecticut was because that man taught at the University of Connecticut. Not Robin Williams, but the man that whole movie was formed about. The real guy.
Based on,
thank you. I apparently, hold on, let me take a sip of coffee.
I was just about to say.
Chug, 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 chug. All right, so you've seen the movie Dead Poets Society. How many of you saw the scene where he was sitting there talking to his students, and he had the photos of all of the students that went behind them, and he was talking about each and every one of the students that had gone before them, and he was telling them the dreams of each and every one of the students. He was telling them, okay, you know what? This person here wanted to do this. This person here wanted to do that. They all had unlimited potential. But you know what? None of them ever went on to achieve those things because they didn't take action. And I remember that scene so well. And in that scene, he said, hear them telling you what they wish they had done. Hear them telling you what they wish they had done. Carpe diem. Do you know what that means? That means seize the day. You only have a little time on this planet. We may feel like we have unlimited time, but we don't. We only have a limited time on this earth. Our time is finite. You have to live each and every one of your days to the fullest. You have to live each and every one of your days to the fullest. You're not guaranteed tomorrow. You're only guaranteed this very moment. And I know so many of you want to be successful. You want to be successful. I know you do, because that's why you're here. That's why you're here right now, because you want to be successful. You want to be seen. How many of you want to be seen? You want to be heard. You want your story to be told. Right? I want you guys all to understand that you have gifts inside of you. Each and every one of you has a gift inside of you. You're here because you're a creative. Creatives are, you all have gifts inside of you. And what I like to call that gift inside of you is a calling. You all have a calling on your life, each and every one of you. If you can hear the sound of my voice, you have a calling. And I believe that what I'm doing right now is my calling. About 7 years ago, I was working in a dental office. The highlight of my day was helping people schedule root canals, crowns, getting their teeth cleaned. And I help people overcome their fear every single day. Because how many of you know that people would rather jump off of a building without a bungee cord than go to the dentist? I had to go to the dentist the other day, and this is going to be a little bit crass, but just go with me for 2 seconds. That dental hygienist that worked, she was like, you know what I don't understand? Women come in here and they're like, hi, I'd rather be at the gynecologist than here. I'm like, what kind of trauma did they have at the dentist that they would rather do that? What the fluff, right? But that's what I was dealing with on a daily basis. People were mad at me because I answered the phone because they didn't take action. They didn't take care of their teeth. Their teeth were rotting out and they were mad at me. I'm like, listen, I just floss every day. I don't know why you're mad at me. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make is that I was working there and I was really good. You could put me in a dental office right now. I'd have that thing running in ship shop shape. But I knew that there was more for my life. I knew that there was something more. And I was friends with Mike during that time. And I'll never forget, there was one day I was sitting there and I was like, it was just a really terrible day. And he called me and he was like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm working. What do you think I'm doing? And he was like, well, I have a challenge for you. And I was like, yeah, what do you want me to do? What do you need? And he said, I want you to host a podcast for my company. And I was like, you want me to do what? He's like, I want you to host the podcast for my company. And I was like, Mike, I don't know anything about acting and modeling. Who am I going to be interviewing? He's like, you're going to be interviewing models. I was like, oh, am I? He said, yeah. I was like, oh, what am I going to ask them? How do they walk? I was so arrogant. I still don't know why he's let me do it. But he was like, no, you're going to be, trust me. What, are you afraid you don't want to do it? And I was like, excuse me? He was like, what, you're not up for the challenge? And y'all, I'm German and Italian. There's one thing, I'm up. If you challenge me, I'm showing up. So I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. I was like, but you do understand that I'm an introvert, right? He was like, and I said, I've never hosted a podcast. He's like, what, you can't learn? And I was like, I don't know anything about the industry. He's like, oh, okay. So what, you're not going to do it? I was like, of course I'm going to do it. 2 days later, I'm hosting my first podcast. I could still feel I could still like remember every detail of that moment. 2 days later, I'm hosting a podcast. I'm interviewing the former art director of Vogue and one of his most up and coming models. I'm like, hi, my name is Deneen White, and I'm the host of the VIP Ignite Live podcast, and I am here to interview. And if you don't believe how terrible it was, I have evidence. You can go back to the first podcast I ever posted, okay? I'll give you the link. It's horrible. But the point I'm trying to make is that if I hadn't said yes to that challenge, I wouldn't be standing here today. I knew from the time I was a small child that God had a calling on my life. And I knew that I was here to put I was here to change lives. I was here to change lives. I'm not here to be ordinary. I'm here to be extraordinary. And even as I tell you this story, like I'm literally sweating because I know that I'm here to change your life today. And I take that responsibility very seriously. I take my job very seriously because I know that I was called here today. So let me ask you a question. How many of you know that you were called here today? If you know that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I'm not saying like, oh, I accidentally got on Zoom. How many of you know that you were called here today? But how many of you also have ever felt like you've been in a rut? How many of you have ever felt like you've been in a rut before? Have you ever felt like you've been in a rut? I don't want you to affirm that in the comments. But we've all felt like we've been in a rut. Because you know what? Driven people, the only difference between driven people and people that are just kind of like going through life randomly is that when they get into a rut, they push themselves forward. Okay? Everyone faces resistance. Everyone in life faces resistance. If you're destined, if you're called to do great things, you're going to face resistance. And resistance wants to slow you down. It wants to stop you. It wants to slow you down. It wants to stop you. And honestly, most people live their lives in resistance. They live their lives like, oh, you know what? There's something going on that obviously I'm not supposed to do this because it's hard. How many of you have ever heard someone say that? Obviously I'm not supposed to do this because it's too hard. I've said that. Maybe I shouldn't do this because you know what? There's so much resistance going on. But let me ask you a question. What do you think that you're capable of? But no, stop. That's a terrible word. I don't want you to tell me what you think you're capable of. What do you know that you're capable of? Type that in the comments. What do you know that you're capable of? Okay. I want you to be more specific. I don't want you anything. Okay, well that means you're able to go out and rob a bank today. I don't want you to say anything. I want you to be specific. What do you know you are capable of? Yeah, we all could rob a bank. I'm not, just for anyone watching on YouTube, I'm not suggesting that anyone robs a bank. I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there because anyway, okay, this is what I want you guys to understand. If you tell me I'm capable of being successful, well, you know what? Congratulations. What are you capable of being successful at? I want you to write down a goal, not I'm successful. I want my name known. Okay, you know how to get your name known? 3 words, stick them up. You'll be all over the newspapers. We're not looking for that. What are you capable? Making millions. Making millions of what? Making millions of trinkets? I want you guys to be specific. What is high modeling? You're gonna model while you're high? Explain this to me. Okay, $5,000 a week. I like that. That is a goal that's a measurable goal. Thank you. To become a famous actor. Okay. What do you want to be famous for? Do you want to be famous like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, or how do you want to be famous? I'm pushing you guys right from the start. And if you don't like it, you don't have to stay. I want to know, what are you capable of? Okay. Thank you. Platinum hit producer artist. Okay. I'm capable of acting and some singing. Okay. I could start singing right now. I want to become a model for a commercial or become a famous actor like Allie. Okay. Allie, you're a famous actor. Congratulations. I love it. Let's see. Okay. Priyanka wants to earn 1,800. Okay. I like that. Living life with purpose. Okay. If you guys are making vision boards right now, I'd be snoozing. What do you want to achieve? Do you want to win an Oscar? Do you want to win a Grammy? Like,
here, I drew a chart. I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is you and this is where you want to go. What's here? Take us on that navigation. I want to go here. Where are we going? Sorry. Hello. Hi, Mike Trash.
Okay, to move people's hearts with my words and music, climb Mount Everest. Okay, there you go. That's a measurable goal. Just to be known. Okay. You know what? I had a goal for this weekend, but I think my goal has been shifted. I want you over the course of this weekend. Thank you guys. Okay, see, now we're doing this. To be regarded as one of the most versatile actors ever. Adding to my okay. Yeah, okay. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. I want you guys to think about when you're writing goals, you have to be very clear with your goals. And what I want you guys to do is on the top of your what I want you to do is I want you to write your goal down. I want you to write your goal down on a piece of paper. But this is the question I want to ask you. As you are writing your goal down, how many of you have struggled with this? Should I even be writing this goal down? Should I even I'm not good enough for this goal. Why am I even doing this? How many of you, even as you're writing down the goals, you're feeling some resistance? Yeah, you are. It's okay. It's okay. It's normal. It's okay to feel that resistance. But let me tell you something. Every successful person that I've ever interviewed, every successful person that I've ever met in my life, every one of them has faced resistance. They've heard those voices in their head. They've heard, oh no, you're not good enough for that. I'm not good enough. I can't do that. Let me tell you a story about Bruce Lee. How many of you have ever heard of a guy named Bruce Lee? So when Bruce Lee was just getting started as the actor that he is, that we all know him as today, he made a decision. I believe it was in 1969. You don't quote me on the facts, okay? But he made a decision that within 10 years, he wanted to have $10 million in the bank. He wanted to be the highest paid Asian actor in the world. He wrote down very specific goals. And he wrote them down on a piece of paper, much like I just asked you to do. And every day when he woke up, the first thing he did was he read his goals. And guess what? He didn't just achieve those goals by accident. He started every day creating habits and routines to achieve those goals. Every day, he started creating the habits and routines to make achieving those goals possible. So here's my question for you. For those goals that you wrote down, how many of you are willing today to start changing small habits, creating habits, start doing things that will help you achieve those goals? When I was 7 years old, I knew that one of the things that I wanted to do was speak to people and change their lives. So I started studying. I would go to conferences. I would do whatever it took. And the funny thing is, I didn't even realize what I was doing. It's almost like because I was so called to do what I'm doing right now, that I was just guided along the way. I had the opportunity to hear from some of the most amazing speakers in the world. And at the time I had no idea. I was in my early 20s. I heard Zig Ziglar live. I was like, oh, this old man, he's so cool. Now like, holy crap. Oh, but the point I'm trying to make is that when you're called to do something, you're drawn in that direction. And that's why each and every one of you is here today. Each and every one of you is here today because you were called here. You were drawn here. And I want to share with you some of the people that had that same experience. Okay. Do I have your permission to share some stories of talent that were drawn here to VIP Ignite, to a Zoom just like this? And if any of you want to take a closer look at some of these, Jemima, if you can share the Trello board in the comments, that would be amazing. So every one of these cards that you see here represents someone that was called to be here, just like you are today. Okay. Much like Dead Poet Society, not all of these people stuck the path. But you know what? Here are some that did. And I'm going to share their stories with you. Okay. All right. So let's slideshow. All right. So let me share some stories, some of our VIP Ignite success stories with you. And I want you to understand that each and every one of these stories started with a Zoom call. This is Brandon Hunter. So when he first started working with us, he was a full-time college student. He was playing football in college in Montana. And he came and he started on a Zoom call just like this. And he was like, oh my gosh, this is like, I want to get into acting and modeling. At that time, like, he really wanted to be an actor, but Ryan Colby saw modeling potential in him. So he finished, not only did he finish his undergraduate, he got his MBA. And then a couple months ago, he started working with Ryan Colby. He called Ryan. He was like, hey, okay, I'm ready to take this seriously now. What do I do? So you know what he did? He got told, get on a plane right now, a one-way ticket, and we're going to develop you. Here's another one of our talent, Masharad. So he is also a full-time, I have a trend here. He's also a full-time college student currently. He lives in San Francisco. He is much more interested in acting. Okay. When he first started with us, he was interested in acting. He actually goes to school for theater and arts. So he's actually in school right now for theater and arts. When he came to one of our first events, he met us. He started on a Zoom call. He took action. He came to see us at an event in Chicago that had nothing at all to do with acting and modeling. He met a mentor that took him under his wing at that time. And Masharad went from being a super shy introvert to speaking in front of over 200 people recently in San Francisco. But then he also walked New York Fashion Week this year, clothes for one of the biggest, hottest, newest designers in New York. Here are Masharad and Brandon at the CFDA opening party for New York Fashion Week with Isaac Mizrahi. Has anyone ever heard of Isaac Mizrahi? I was like so mad. Like, they sent me that picture. I'm like, what did you tell me? I would have been there. I was so excited. All right. And then here is Masharad with one of the heads of the CFDA and also with one of the biggest producers in New York. And this is the casting that Brandon was at. He sent me a picture of the casting for New York Fashion Week. This casting was for one of the people that we work with, John Martinez, who produces the biggest New York Fashion Week shows, the biggest fashion shows around the country and the world, actually, not just in the US. This is Natasha. Natasha is 14 years old. She's been studying theater, studying acting since she was, I think, like 6 or 7 years old. She's signed by one of the biggest agents in LA. And when she came on a Zoom call, her and her mom, Alicia was like, how can I help you? You're already represented by one of the biggest agents in LA. And her mom said, listen, I know in this industry, the more people you know, the more opportunities you get. Natasha came to one of our events. She's actually been to multiple. All three of these guys too are part of our inner circle. But Natasha came to our event in Miami, and she had the opportunity to walk at a designer studio. Okay, this picture here of her on the right, she's at a designer studio walking. She was like, she got chosen. She got handpicked for this opportunity. And her mom was like, why did you choose Natasha? We were like, because she's awesome. Because you know what? She earned the right to be here. She also recently booked a job for voiceover in LA. She also lives in San Francisco. This here is Audie. When Audie first came to us, she knows that she wants to be an actor. She had studied at a conservatory in New York. She was supposed to be there for a month. She didn't last. It wasn't the right fit for her. She came down to Miami. She took some of these amazing photos. She literally has magazines and agents like fighting over her because of these photos. But not only that, she had the opportunity to work with someone that you're going to meet tomorrow on her monologue, on her presentation for her reel. And she's told us, and I have the text message, I should actually put that on here for my next time I do this presentation. She actually told us that she learned more in 15 minutes working with one of the people that we work with than she did it the whole time at that conservatory. And another story for anyone here is like, okay, obviously I'm too old for this. No, you're not. This is Mireya. So when we met her, I interviewed her personally. Once again on a Zoom call just like this. I had the opportunity to interview her. She said, you know what, Danielle, I'm gonna test out what you do. I'm just gonna test it out. I was like, okay, well, you can test it out. So she tested it out during the time that she was with us. She had the opportunity to meet her agent. She met her agent in June. September, I'm innocently watching a football game, and I see Mireya and her husband. Oh, sorry. I see Mireya and her husband on an ad for the NFL. I was like, oh. Mike's like, what's wrong? I'm like, oh, freaking out. She also did an ad for Verizon. This billboard here was in New York City. She did Starbucks. She's done Target ads. She's done international Yoplait ads. She has also done Jardiance ads where she had a speaking role in a national commercial. When we first started working with her, she wanted to test this out. She was earning $35,000 a year as a church secretary. The last we heard, her agent won't book her for less than $35,000 a day. Each and every one of these people that I'm showing you on this, each and every one of these people has faced resistance. But you know what they all did? They pushed through. And I want you to think about that over the course of this weekend. You're going to face resistance. It's normal. Every person that I interviewed, I talked to you about Mark Victor Hansen, Greg Reed. I've had Les Brown. Every single person that I've ever interviewed that has reached a level of success that I aspire to has faced resistance. We all have those voices in our head. Oh my God, should I do this? Can I be fully transparent with you guys? Is that okay? Is it okay if I'm full? Before I even got on this call, I was like, oh my God, what am I doing? Why am I even doing this? I faced a lot of resistance this morning. But you know what I did? I showed up. And I said, you know what? I'm not doing this because it's something I want to do. I'm doing this because I know that I was called to be here. I'm doing this because I know that there are people that are being called to this boot camp this weekend. And if I don't show up for them, who's going to? Because you know what? There's only one me. And everyone can say, thank God for that. Okay? There's only one me, but you know what? There's only one you. The world is waiting for you to stop giving up to resistance. Stop giving into resistance. You think you're all alone because it's hard, because you had struggles in your life. Get over yourself. You're here because you were called here this weekend. If you know that you were called here, type I was called here. Type that in the comments. I was called here. And I want you guys, I'm watching all of you type, and I'm really excited. I'm so excited you were all called here. But I want you to know something. You have to be here for 2 days. You have to play full out. Because you know what? You're going to hear from Mike in just a moment. if he had given in to resistance every time that he felt like, oh, I just want to throw in the towel, none of us would be sitting here right now. If Alicia gave in every time she felt resistance, none of you would be sitting here right now. So, can I ask you to commit to yourselves right now that you're going to play out all in for the next 2 days? If that sounds like you, I feel like I've given you the definition of all in. If that sounds like something you can commit to yourself, you're not committing it to me. You're not committing it to Alicia. You're not committing it to Mike. You're not committing it to the person to the left or to the right. You're committing it to you. If you commit to yourself that you're going to be all in and say F you to resistance, type all in the comments. Okay, I'm looking at all of your names. You know what? I'm gonna go back on that chat. I expect to see each and every one of you guys here tomorrow at the end of the day. And if not, I may personally email you and say, oh, okay, big talker. Look, I take my job. I told you guys at the top, I take my job very seriously. I take this very personally. I take it very personally because I know what I was put here to do. I wasn't put here to just dabble through life. I was put here to change lives. All right. So, with that thought in mind, let's practice being excited. All right. So, I'm about to introduce our first speaker of the day. And when I introduce a guest speaker, I want you to bring the energy that you want brought to you when you achieve whatever that goal was that you wrote in that little box. Okay? Let's practice. Hey, you, I'm introducing you. Show me some excitement. Okay, Alicia, I'm going to give you, you're at work. I don't want you to show too much excitement because I don't want you to get in trouble. Steve, like that, is that your excited face, Steve? Steve's like, I don't get excited. I refuse to show any emotion to you, Janine. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next guest, and I want each and every one of you to show him so much excitement because literally you wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for him. And I want you to remember that. And as he's speaking, I want you to get out your notebooks, and I want you to take notes. Whether you've seen, he's not here yet, whether this is your first time listening to him or you've heard him 1,000 times, I take notes every time he speaks. I expect the same out of you because you all wrote down some big, hairy, audacious goals. If you want to achieve them, the way you're going to do that is by taking notes. All right, so let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Michael Famkin. Michael Famkin is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he won the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the US. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. As an innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael Famkin's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, everybody can hear me? Yes. All right, let me share my screen so that way we will keep this going on time. Okay, that was a beautiful, great presentation. All right, let me make the screen big. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. All right, everyone should see my screen large. All right, good. So everybody, you should all have a really big goal that you set for yourself. And it was very important for you to be very specific with it, like exactly what is it that you want to accomplish in life. And the next step in that is that now that you have this goal, and obviously as you go through life, goals will get bigger. You'll find that you can overcome bigger obstacles and face larger challenges and bigger adventures. But the first step is writing down that goal, being very specific, exactly what you want. And then from there, putting down the action points that it will take for you to actually make that happen. So I saw, earlier on, people said, I want to make millions of dollars. Great. Now you had a goal, right? If that was your goal, that's awesome. Now, what are the action points to actually make that happen? And you want to break that down into very minute details, literally step by step, like a framework that you could hand to somebody and say, hey, this is the framework that I created to make millions of dollars. If you follow this, you go literally step by step, you can achieve the same exact goals. Okay. That's what you want to do. This weekend, our lane is about the modeling and acting, the music industry. You guys are going to get to meet some incredible people. They're going to give you their frameworks. They're going to give you frameworks that they develop over decades. Okay. But at the end of the day, the first step beyond creating those action points is having the right mindset. So what we're going to do is we're going to kick off the day with the Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset Series, Modeling and Acting Made Easy, the Millionaire Mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. So what normally gets in the way of success, right? Well, it only comes down to two emotions, right? There's literally only two emotions that will hold anyone back from being successful. Once you're able to overcome these two emotions, the sky's the limit. You're literally become unstoppable at anything you want to pursue, whether it's within this industry, whether it's in life, relationships, wealth, and so forth. Once you learn this, and it's so simple and so easy, but at the same time, sometimes the simplest and easiest things are the hardest to overcome. But once you're able to do this, you're literally able to unlock your full potential to become the person that you were destined to be, to become the person that you were called here this weekend to become, to begin that journey. Okay. So it comes down to uncertainty or fear, right? When you think about it, everything that could hold you back, right? Well, I don't have the resources. Great. You're just not being resourceful, right? It's uncertainty, right? It's fear. It's these two things that hold people back, right? Has anyone ever heard the saying crabs in a bucket, right? It's an old-fashioned saying. What that means is there are people that you can be the most positive person in the world, but there are people in your life that will try to hold you back, right? Did you know that fishermen can leave a bucket of crabs completely unattended without any of them escaping? It turns out that when one crab tries to escape, the other crabs will pull the escaping crab back into captivity. Sound familiar? Let's apply this to humans and their interactions. When their peers try to, quote unquote, climb out of the bucket by improving themselves or striving for greater things, people with the crab mentality will try to pull them back and prevent them from reaching their goals. As you can tell, it's incredibly toxic. With the crab mentality, no one wins and no one can become better versions of themselves. But here's the interesting thing. We're going to talk about today how to overcome that, right? How to overcome the crabs in a bucket mentality. But a lot of times, people will always use that excuse that, well, I can't do this because of this, or this person's holding me back, or this person doesn't believe in me. That has nothing to do with it. When you really think about that uncertainty or fear is that you can be your biggest crab. You can be the one that's holding yourself back, right? There's no locks on these doors, right? You have all the freedom and flexibility to live the life that you were meant to lead. You are in control of your own destiny. No one else controls your own destiny. If you feel that somebody's holding you back, then you need to sit down with that person and say, listen, are you living your best life? And they say, yes, of course I am. Every choice that you made led to this decision where you are right now, sitting here with me, your home, your significant other, having children, whatever it may be. You made these decisions to live your best life. All I ask of you is to allow me to live my best life. Don't be that person that's holding me back. Let me make the decisions to lead the life that I was destined to lead. So you have to face the reality that sometimes your own mindset was what can hold you back. right? Your own uncertainty, your own fear. And today we're going to address how to overcome all that, right? So pick your people wisely, right? Crabs pull each other down. There's sayings in life. Negativity loves company. You don't need the company, right? Choose who you surround yourself with, right? Consistently, people who are successful will consistently surround themselves with other people who are successful. They will always consistently try to push forward, right? It's moving forward. It's finding the right team, the right people that believe in you, the right people that push you towards achieving your goals. In this industry, just like any other industry, you need to have the right people in your life. You can't do everything on your own. You have to face that. And taking action is freedom of fear, okay? Taking action allows yourself the freedom of fear, right? It's taking that step, right? You know, you see a small child learns to walk, right? Because it has no fear, right? It pushes forward. You have to see that. Sometimes you have to live life like a child. You have to have that mentality. I'm going to do this. Now, it doesn't mean you do something stupid like jumping off a roof, right? That's stupid. That's not taking action. That's taking the wrong action. Taking the right action, right? Is freedom of fear. Once you do something, you're like, wow, this wasn't so bad. I can actually do this, right? Performing on stage, speaking in front of an audience, your first photo shoot, you know, your first pilot, your first TV show, your first album, the first time you're in a studio, right? These are all actions that you took, right? It's in the moments of decision is when your life changes in incredible ways, right? The moment you make a decision to do something, right? You guys all made a decision this morning. You got up, you brushed your teeth, you washed your hair, took a shower, you got dressed, you logged onto your computer, you sat down, you got some coffee. You took a lot of steps to be here today, to be on this call, right? Some of you may have changed around your schedules and so forth, right? So you took action. Right? You maybe you're a little bit nervous, apprehensive, not sure what's going to happen. What was this all about? But now all of a sudden you're here and you're having a great time, right? We've just only begun and you're already learning so much. Some of the things that Deneen went over with you is some powerful, powerful information that's life-changing. And we just begun the day. Okay. And let's face it, there's going to be days that are hard to overcome. Okay, taking action, facing your fears, living past uncertainty, getting the right answers, asking better questions, you'll get better answers. Okay, as you're planning this out, right? If you don't know the action it takes to win an Oscar, so people say, I want to win an Oscar, I want to win an Academy Award, I want to go to the Emmys. Great. How do I do that? Right? Start asking questions. If you don't know the right questions to ask, this is what this weekend is about. How do I accomplish these goals? But at the same time, there's going to be days that are hard, right? That's a part of life. It's like watching a movie, right? You can watch the best movie in the world. It starts off happy and then everyone's still happy. And at the end of the movie, they're still happy. It's a boring movie. No one's going to watch that. Like the things that people look up to are the things that held you back, the things that you overcame. Your greatest gift that you have were the hard days, because that becomes your story. These are the things you overcame. You know, there are people, you know, that we work with that are super mega successful. They overcame homelessness. They overcame people not believing in them. They overcame some of the greatest tragedies imaginable. But yet here they are. They're proof that following a system, following a framework. So allow these days, be excited about the days that are hard, because they will build your character. They will create the person that you were destined to become. Okay. Once you face the realities of life, everything changes and everything comes to an end. The sooner that you can accept that, the better off you will be. So many people don't want to face change, right? You're in the entertainment industry. There's change going on every day with artificial intelligence, the SAG-AFTRA strike that's wrapping up now. We'll talk about that over the weekend. There's some really interesting concepts that came out of that. The writer strike just ended. We're going to talk about that. What does that mean for you as an artist, right? There's opportunities there now for the people who are at the forefront of these opportunities to accelerate their careers at an even greater level than ever before. But other people will not see that as opportunity. Those people will only live in fear and uncertainty, and they will never overcome those obstacles. So the moment you say to yourself, hey, you know what? Every day I expect 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones. That way, when that problem comes knocking on my door, I'm like, you know what, problem? I've been waiting for you. Obstacle, I've been waiting for you. I use the word challenges. I see these as challenges. I see these as opportunities. The words you use is the life you will live by. Okay, that is the life you will live. If you're always saying everything is challenging, everything is hard, my life is this, that's why you're living that life. You change the language that you use. You use language that pushes you forward. Okay. So again, there will be days that are hard to overcome, but you have the power within you to overcome them. You have the right team. Most people, 99% of people will go to their grave never living the life they were meant to live because they were always just looking for an excuse. They were looking for an excuse why I couldn't do this, why I couldn't be here this weekend, why I couldn't do whatever it may be, right? Most people every single day, they live in excuses, okay? You have to look for a reason why it will. Don't ever say, you know what if it doesn't work out? What if it does, right? What if it does? What if I'm here every day for the next 2 days, I'm here from the beginning to the end, and I'm going to get all this information. What if it worked out? What if that one person saw me on Zoom this weekend and my whole life changed? What if I got that one golden nugget that opened up possibilities for me? So always look for a reason why it will. Why it will. Don't be the person who leans into excuses. And you have to train your mind. You have to train it. Your mind is a muscle, just like your arms, just like your legs, just the way you go to the gym, right? You have to train it this way. You have to start being aware of your intentions, the words that you're using, how people see you, right? So it's a muscle that can be trained, okay? But at the end, you must focus only on moving forward, right? You want to lose weight. You want to become an actor. You want to become a musician, a model. It's moving forward. How do I consistently move forward? I want to make sure those crabs aren't holding me back. I want to make sure those negative thoughts aren't holding me back. I want to understand that people don't influence me. I control my own destiny. I'm going to always consistently push forward. No matter how it is, I will move forward because that is the only way. You must keep moving forward, right? There have been tremendous tragedies in the world, but people rebuild, people move forward. Life goes on. Like Deneen said, you only have a short time here. Time is your most valuable asset that you will ever have. You could always make more money, right? You can get a better job, right? Even somebody like Deneen spoke about Medea going from $30,000 a day. $30,000 a year to $30,000 a day. Her biggest job was $100,000 a day. Okay, you have to move forward. Life will get better. You'll always make more money, but time is irreplaceable. Every moment that you spend that you're not pushing forward is a moment you've lost forever. You can't replace it, right? We all have a finite amount of time. Okay, and I never want you to see money as being the end result, okay, of success. You shouldn't say success is based upon money. You're never going to be happy. You're not going to have a happy life that way. I'll tell you the secret. The secret is really simple. See money as a result of the goal of success. So the more successful I am, the more money I'm able to make, the more I have financial abundance. So instead of just using money, change your language to financial abundance. Financial abundance means that you've reached a point in life where you have financial abundance based upon your success. So money is a result of your success, right? People who are very successful, very wealthy, they see things as financial abundance. They see, how will this better me? What would this cost me if I didn't do this? What would this cost me if I decided not to move forward with this, right? So you want to start having that millionaire mindset, right? You want to be able to start moving forward, okay? And obviously at the end of the day, when you have that new mindset, you're going to get new results, okay? So what kind of mindset do you have right now? Do you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset? And for those of you who've seen this presentation before, it's my favorite presentation because it reminds me and pushes me forward because there are always things in here that I catch. I'm always improving upon myself. And for most people who've never been through this presentation, they always will say a rich mindset. But you'll realize even myself that, yeah, there are certain things that I do have a poor mindset about, and I always will improve upon that, okay? So what are your best chances of becoming rich? Here are the statistics. Of 100 people working from age 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period, 1 becomes rich, 4 become financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, and 62 are dead broke. Let's look at this according to percentages. What that means is this. In America, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistics. There's a definite line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially. In America, 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scarier when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot at making it. Okay, I'll assume that you're the person who has a desire to end up in the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I have you pegged right and you're one of these people who want to be in the 5%, I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple and so powerful that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you're open to ideas that will challenge your thinking. So the 2-sentence wealth formula is this. If you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% of people do financially and do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2-sentence wealth formula is even more important than the first. You got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do not do what they are doing. The question to ask then is, what do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You need to study these 2 things in great detail. I'd recommend that you become fanatical about finding out the difference between the habits of the rich and the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. Write down what you learn and follow it to the letter. So the difference between the rich and the poor, okay, comes down to this. A rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. A rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. A more poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, right? Hours for dollars. They're trading their life away for dollars. A rich person says, hey, how can I invest in something, right? Invest in a book. I just recently bought the most amazing book ever. I spent $2,000 on this one book. There's only 500 copies in the entire world, okay? The information in that book, the person who wrote it has made hundreds of millions of dollars. They've helped tremendous people. It's all about storytelling, the art of storytelling, right? As a filmmaker, as a producer, I'm always interested in learning this. For most people, they would say, well, Mike, why did you spend so much on a book? Okay. I'm like, I didn't. That book is going to be worth millions of dollars. The information in there, it's such a limited access. It's somebody who spent, 50 plus years learning this and put this in a book. You can't even buy this book any longer, okay? So again, it's like, I know that investment will pay itself back over and over and over again. I didn't look at it as a $2,000 spend. I looked at it as an opportunity to gain access to information that very few people on this planet have, right? So that's why it's so important, networking, surrounding yourself with the right people, being in the right rooms, and so forth. And we'll talk about that over the course of this weekend, right? Don't work for money. Have money work for you, right? Poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people, hardworking individuals, have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trading time for money. The reason people work for money is they believe that time is money. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always get more money. But if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. And those of you who've read our copy of Finding Fame, actually, if one of my team members can drop a link to our book, all of you guys should have a copy to our book, Finding Fame, but we have a new version coming out, but this is the original version. And it's a really great version to read. You'll see I started off in the restaurant industry. Even Alicia, she worked as a waitress. She worked in real estate. I understand this. My parents grew up working very hard for very little return, right? So I get it. I totally understand that. But it wasn't until I started learning and surrounding myself with the right people, that's when I shifted a lot of my beliefs. I realized, hey, I can do better, right? I was destined to do better. And I'm always still learning. I'm still consistently learning every day, pushing myself forward. Don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is that the poor entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs, movies, video games, right? Rich people collect books, seminar experiences, audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat, poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. Poor people start learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you the most valuable things they have learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They learned them from mentors. They learned them from seminars. They learned them from books. They learned them from audio programs. They learned the things they want to learn from people who know what they want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. Stop entertaining yourself and start educating yourself. And I graduated from college. I got a degree. Let me tell you something. I learned more about life after I graduated from school. The educational system here in the United States, I am not a fan of it. You can literally research this. It was created by Rockefeller. He was a billionaire, and the entire education system in the United States is created to create workers, for people to have this working mentality. Right? He wanted workers for his factories and so forth. Like you're never gonna, an education is great to get a foundational understanding of literature and writings and so forth. But at the end of the day, the things that you're gonna learn that matter the most, you won't learn in school. You have to go past that. Yeah, you have to understand that the greatest people, the greatest minds are people who want to always continue learning. They're always going to learn something new. And as you're writing down those action points, what do you need to learn to do to become the person you want to be? What are the things you need? What are the tools, the resources? Start writing those questions down. Start thinking about them. Put that out into the universe. So start attracting it towards yourself. Okay. The average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television. Okay. That number is actually way higher if you include how many hours a day or minutes a day you gave up scrolling through TikTok, trying to catch a like, sharing something, a cat video, a funny video, something like that. Imagine if you sat down, you said, how do I plan my day? How many minutes when I wake up, do I jump out of bed or do I lie in bed for 15 minutes? Do I say to myself, okay, how long did it take me to brush my teeth? How long did it take me to take a shower, to figure out my clothes, right? Steve Jobs used to wear the same exact outfits every single day. Right? He was one of the richest men in the world. He founded Apple Computers. The reason he did that, he was so maniacal about his time. He passed away very early. He got sick. The reason he was so maniacal about his time was because he knew that he would spend, if he could save 5 minutes every day, and he knew what outfit he had. So he saved himself 30 minutes a week. He saved himself 2 hours a month, saved himself an entire day by knowing what his clothes were. Like, I want you guys to realize, people all the time say, I don't have enough time. I'm so busy. Busy doing what? What are you so busy doing? I can guarantee if you woke up an hour early and went to bed an hour later, that's 14 hours a week. That's like 50 hours a month. That's like 500 hours a year. That's actually 12 weeks. Do the math. It's 12 weeks. I just found you 3 months. 3 full months that you can guarantee you can totally focus on your career. Like, never say you don't have enough time, because I can guarantee you, if I looked at your phone, I looked at your TV, you're wasting a lot of time, right? There's lots of moments in the day that you're letting going by. I always carry a book with me. Wherever I'm going, I always carry a book. The moment I find myself not in the midst of doing something, I start reading. I'm always pushing myself forward. And it doesn't mean I don't allow time for myself to relax. Absolutely. Go to the gym, go to a movie, but I plan it out. It's just not random. I'm aware of my time. I'm aware of what I need to get done. So if you want to become a successful actor, musician, model, you need to plan into your day. Hey, when is my rehearsal times? When am I going to work on my monologue? When am I learning something new? And so forth. We've created a system here for that. For those of you that are brand new, we will go over that system with you to make sure we can help accelerate your career and make sure that you're maximizing your time. So why getting rid of your television is so important? There are actually many reasons. So let's examine some of them. The television is a cultural hypnotic device. It's used to influence and control society. The programming, right? It's called a program, right? Who are they programming? They're programming you. The news media, the commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality as people watch the rapes, robberies, and murders on the evening news or on violent TV dramas. People become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that encourage people to buy things they don't need and can't afford. TV keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You are the one who has the best chances of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television is that it promotes the philosophy that the main purpose of money is consumption or buying things. But the truth is that the more important function of money is for creating wealth, right? You want your money consistently working for you. Most rich people don't have jobs. Another difference between poor people and rich people is that poor people have jobs, whereas rich people own businesses. I want you to understand something. As a model, as an actor, the greatest thing you can ever do is you set up your own corporation, your own LLC. You are a business. There's many tax purposes, right? Going to events, going to networking events, clothing, makeup, traveling, those all become deductions on your expenses. Obviously, I'm not a certified public accountant, but we work with some great accountants who are a part of our program who can set this all up for you, right? They show you, they work with people who earned 7, 8, and even 9 figures. Why rich people are able to keep their money, because they understand how to set up companies. They understand tax brackets, right? And when you don't understand that, that's great. On your little to-do list, let me find the person who can do that for me, right? More than 80% of rich people become rich by owning their own businesses. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give someone else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much that they hire people to do the things they don't want to do. But poor people will gladly get paid to do what those of us who are rich really don't want to do. Understand that the word job is the most perfectly spelled word in the dictionary, J-O-B. It's an acronym that stands for jump out of bed, get on the journey of the broke so you can remain just over broke, right? You have to see life as a business. You have to see that your money's consistently working for you. You don't want to, I get it. At the beginning, yes, I worked in the restaurant industry, right? If you guys, for those who read the first chapter of Finding Fame, you saw I washed dishes, right? I did it all. I did whatever it took, right? I was that person. But eventually you learn to change. You have to shift your beliefs. You have to shift the people you surround yourself with. Broke is not a dollar amount, just so you guys know. When people say, I'm broke, it's not a dollar amount. What it really is, it's your lack of ambition and vision. You live in the greatest country ever, right? I want you guys to realize something. For those of you who have not traveled around the world, if you could just see how other people live, you don't see this consistently on the media. You don't see, like, you have a roof over your head. You're in a safe environment. You're watching an event on Zoom, right? You have this fast internet, right? You have a cell phone. You have access to information that people for thousands of years did not have. All at your fingertips. You have the whole world. You have libraries. You have so much opportunity. Like Denise said, there's so many, we watch so many videos on YouTube. I love YouTube so much. And if you came through my YouTube's not funny little cute videos. My videos are in depth. I'm watching stuff from Peter Diamandis, Tony Robbins, Gary Vee, right? Some of the brightest minds in the world, learning, taking notes. I'm consistently moving forward. Okay. Never say you're broke. Understand that it's just a lack of ambition, right? You're living in your fear. You're living in your uncertainty. And again, those people that say that are around you, those are those crabs holding you back, right? They're living in that poor mindset. They don't have that rich mindset. Rich people don't set limits for themselves, right? Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and. What this means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For instance, a person might think, I'd like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement, again, the language you're using, that statement implies that you can't have both. We buy into truisms that aren't true. Like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it first? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and have it or save it too. Ironically, the latter statement is why poor people get poor and rich people get richer. Rich people don't try to eat their cake and have it too, okay? So choose your advisors wisely. Mentors, right? The difference I'm about to show you is one of the most iconic of all the differences between the rich and the poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things that I've ever seen since I began studying this subject. It's really sad because most people will go to the grave and never even realize if that what they are currently doing is not giving them the result they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I've ever heard is continuing to do the same things and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you have always done, then you will continue to get what you've always gotten, okay? Gaining momentum. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning again, building momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own, right? When you're an actor and you're in a movie, there's residuals, right? You shoot that movie once, you get paid for that over and over again. For commercials, if you have the right agent, they'll negotiate longevity in the commercials. So you don't just get a one-time fee, but you get paid every time that commercial runs. Great commercials can run for years, which means you're always consistently getting paid. It's the same thing when you're a model, right? How are you getting paid? What is the rights of usage? We'll learn about that, right? A lot of times models just think, oh, I'm just going to get paid for the day. No, if you have an agent, they're going to negotiate in your contract. Is it a national campaign? Is it a local campaign? Will it be on a billboard? Will it be e-commerce? Will it be online? Will it be in magazines? Will it be international, right? You're paid and compensated based upon the impressions that are out there. But again, a poor mindset is just about the short-term returns. Hours for dollars, right? How much am I just getting paid for the day? How much am I getting paid for the hour? Yeah, the greatest thing, the greatest level of success you can ever reach, guys, just so you know, is to say, I only get paid on results. I'm going to get paid on the results that I provide you, right? Once you reach that level, that's the greatest thing ever. And people that you want to work with people who show their results. They show that, hey, if I'm going to invest money into something, what are the results? How can I achieve these same results? Again, asking better questions and saying to yourself, how can I achieve these? Right? What are the steps? What are the actions I need to do following this system, following this program to achieve these same exact results? Meaningful relationships. Successful models and actors build meaningful relationships in the industry. They connect with others based on genuine liking, not just how useful the relationship may be. Nurture real friendships with photographers, designers, fellow models. Support each other, both personally and professionally. Avoid networking purely out of self-interest. Don't just schmooze with influential people in hopes they can advance your career. Build relationships founded on mutual respect and care. Surround yourself with people who have your back through ups and downs. Share your true self, hopes and struggles. Success is sweeter when shared with people you truly connect with. Foster sincere relationships and you'll thrive in work and life. You know, Denise mentioned the other day, I went into New York City to a networking event. It was at a private house. It was in the middle of Manhattan. It was literally the penthouse suite. It had a wraparound balcony in New York City, just overlooking the city. And the person that I had the opportunity to meet with was probably one of the most biggest agents ever. He represents some of the hugest stars. He's been in this industry for over 5 decades. He's still current. He has a lot of weight in the industry. And when I went there, I went there for the opportunity to meet him, right? But I went there with the opportunity to build a relationship. So, as soon as we started talking, the first thing I said is like, wow, I read a little bit about you. Like, you built such an amazing career. Like, what are some of the things that you felt leveraged that success? And then he started opening up and talking to me. And I said, oh my goodness, I have a podcast. I would love for you to be able to be on our podcast. We have over 100,000 downloads. We've interviewed people like Les Brown, Tony Robbins, Mark Victor Hansen, all these incredible people, right? All people in the industry, people in business and science and technology. And he smiled. He said, I'd love to do that. I brought value to the relationship. I said, hey, by the way, we also host these events. I would love for you to come out and share that message. Share that message to people who are aspiring to be in this industry, right? For them to have an opportunity to meet somebody like yourself and to learn from you, that would be incredible. And he says, oh my goodness, I've done that. I've actually done talks at universities in LA and Tokyo and all over the world. I would love to do that. And now I have his personal cell phone, his email. I go back and forth with him. This is a person that while I was there, he was literally having a conversation with Barbara Streisand on the phone right there in front of me. Okay, she's one of the people that he represents and works with amongst some of the other biggest names ever. Okay, like I was like, oh my God, this is like the coolest thing, but I brought value. So, I want you guys to understand something. So many times people come on these calls and send the emails to Alicia. I want an agent. I want an agent. Ask yourself the question, write this down. How do I become the person an agent wants to work with? What are the steps? What are the tools? What are the resources that I need? The end of this weekend, we're going to show you all that. We put together a program that will literally guide you through this step by step. Over 10,000 success stories. We've been doing this for 18 years. We built the relationships. We built the company based upon this. So very important. It's not about who you know, but who knows you. Successful models build relationships based on trust, connect authentically without expecting anything in return. I invested my own money to go to New York City. Yes, there was a hurricane and a flood and all that, right? I'm not saying that you had to do what I did. It wasn't expected for the weather to be that bad, right? But what I'm saying is be authentic, right? Be yourself. Don't impersonate. Don't try to be somebody you're not. Be who you are, the good, the bad, but always be moving forward. Don't allow the crabs to hold you back. That will get people interested in you. That will get people want to hear your story. They want to hear your message. Even though he was so successful, he told me about the times he almost lost his company, the times he went bankrupt, the times where he felt like he was going to fail, times he wanted to jump off a building, the times everyone turned their back on him, but yet he consistently moved forward. Avoid networking only to get something out of people. Don't befriend photographers just to be considered for jobs. Don't ignore old model friends who are now less connected. Success in modeling is precarious. Nurture sincere relationships to weather the ups and downs. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your accomplishments, not resent them. Bond over shared passions, not status. Real relationships sustain you. Lift others up and they'll lift you higher in return. Mutual generosity and care bonds that support you through any storm. And I'll give you a great example about this. I'm currently partners. We hired an outside consultant. He's one of the most successful online marketers in the world. And he's literally the hardest guy to get a hold of. He's busy, travels around the world, works with some of the biggest people in the industry. And I was on a call with him the other day, and we were going over some new technology and some new things we're working on. And everyone always takes from him. Like anytime somebody can get in the room, they take. They always have questions. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Can you do this? Can you do that? Blah, 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 blah. When I got on the call with him, I was like, hey, I'm actually working on this project. It's not too far from where you live. He has a home down in Clearwater. And I was like, hey, I'm actually going to be shooting some videos. Are you familiar with the TV show, The Mandalorian? And he's like, oh my God. And I knew he loved the show because we go back and forth. And he's like a super Star Wars fan. And he's like, I love that show. And I was like, yeah, so, there's only 4 studios in the entire world where they shoot that show. And it's literally this gigantic screen, and the screen can create like images and worlds. So it looks like if you want to be on Mars, it looks like you're on Mars. You want to be on an alien planet, looks like you're on an alien planet. Super cool technology, right? And he's like, oh my God, I've heard of those. He's like, yeah, I've always wanted to be in one of those. I would love to, see what that's about. I was like, listen, I've already leased a space. I would love you to come down as my guest. Come down. We're actually going to be shooting some podcast episodes. Would love for you to be on the podcast. He said yes. Okay. So then now we were working on this technology. I just got an email this morning from his head developer, and they said, hey, just want to let you know, Mike, we're building everything out for you. Don't worry about it. Okay. Just as a thanks. Just as a thanks. I remember this is somebody I'm compensating that works for me, but I offered him even more value. I did something that no one else was able to do for him, right? He could have kind of did it on himself, but I just was there, right? It was the right moment, the right alignment. And all of a sudden now that just shifted our entire relationship. And that will now open up even bigger doors for me, right? But I brought value at the beginning. You can bring value just by celebrating others. Like when you got, I know if you just came on the call, if one of my team members could drop the link to our Trello board, we have thousands of success stories. We have well over 10,000. We literally just started this. For those who've been on the calls, we dropped this. If you notice, every single week, there's more and more being added every week. Okay. And I don't say this again, like not to impress you, but just to impress upon you, doesn't matter how big a success story is, we celebrate it, right? We celebrate the $100,000 a day, but we celebrate that person who just landed a local job for a local company, somebody who's in a small magazine. Doesn't matter. It's celebrate other success. When you see somebody putting something out there, share it, celebrate it. Are you following all our speakers, right? For those of you who are in our program, you're following Bobby and Haviland and all these amazing people. Share, link, share their things, share the information, celebrate others. They see that. People see when you celebrate them. Trust me on this, guys, right? So many times I'll put up a post and I'm celebrating somebody and I see crickets, right? I see crickets. I see our talent, click, share. But then I'll see other people, they don't share it. They become envious. Don't do that. Share in others people's success. It brings such positive energy to you. I cannot repeat this over and over again. We actually just launched a newsletter. I'll talk about it later on today, but you guys have the opportunity to share this. Like you literally have the opportunity to share this newsletter. It has mindset. It has acting techniques. It has all these incredible things in it. Actually, if one of my team members can actually share the link to the newsletter, it's live. I know I spoke about this before. It's actually live right now. So you'll get the link. You can sign up for that, right? It'll come out daily and then it'll change over to, it'll come out weekly, but in a few weeks, it'll be out daily as the system's building up. But it actually uses artificial intelligence to send you the exact information you need. It'll send you the exact information on this industry, on the things that push you forward. As you're writing out this grand goal of yours, as you're writing down these things that you're learning right now, and you're going to be learning over the next 2 days, you'll start seeing that information coming to you in this newsletter. Because as you're clicking on the links and you're sharing these links, the AI will get smarter and it'll know exactly what you need to do to take the step. Okay, this is free. This is something. This is our partners on this are Tony Robbins and Peter Diamandis. Okay, Tony Robbins worth over $12 billion. Right. Okay, they've invested millions of dollars into this technology. This technology is very expensive. I'm giving you access to this for free. Why? Because I'm bringing you value. You brought to me your most valuable asset, time. If you're going to spend time with me, I'm going to over deliver this entire weekend. Everything that I say, everything I do, everything that I offer, I'm always going to over deliver. That's how you create success. That's how you create raving fans. That's how you create people who will celebrate you, right? Under promise and over deliver. Celebrate others. Successful models and actors celebrate each other's accomplishments. They see the industry not as a competition, but a community where everyone can thrive. Support your fellow models and actors. Applaud when they book big jobs or land magazine covers. Share their excitement when they get nominated for awards. The success does not diminish your own. It lifts the entire field. Jealousy and bitterness towards other models and actors only hurts you in the end. And I want to just stop here for a moment, okay? For those of you who watch the new show Power about Tommy, right? Force. There's the two main characters are Tommy, and then there's also his brother. It's an African-American gentleman that plays the role of his brother. Those two met each other in acting class like 30 years ago or 25 years ago. Let me say that again. This gentleman, he's a main character in a main show produced by 50 Cent. Okay. Their relationship began when they were both sitting next to each other in acting classes. I want you to look around the people in this room, right? To the left, to the right, up, down. These are the people that are going to be on this journey with you, right? These are the people that 5, 10, 15 years from now, as you're celebrating their success, they're celebrating yours. These are the people that you turn to and say, hey, I just landed this role in a new show. It's going to be huge. I think, speaking to the producer, I think you'd be perfect for the role on this show. Oh, wow, I was just thinking about you. I just landed a role in a movie. I was just speaking with the writer and I just mentioned your name and they would love for you to come in and audition for it and do a reading, right? Live that life. Don't live the life of gossiping, trying to undermine others, trying to think that you know it all. There are enough jobs and opportunities for everyone, guys. That with the strike coming to an end, with COVID behind us, there are more opportunities in the next 2 years in the modeling and acting industry than there have been in the past 10. You guys are choosing the perfect opportunity, the perfect time to get into this industry, but focus on bettering yourself rather than tearing others down. Build each other up and the modeling and acting world will be better for it. We all do better when we support one another, right? Stay off those gossip sites, right? They're just clickbait. They're just headlines. You need to be the person that people admire, people look up to, people want to be. You need to set the focus. The world's not perfect, then you set the example of what you can. You build the perfect world in your own environment. You affect the lives of the people closest to you, right? Successful models and actors have a mentor mindset. They know there's always more to learn, even from those earlier in their careers. You should be learning not only from people who are well ahead of you, but from people who are even at the same level. You can always learn something from everyone, right? Offer advice to up-and-coming models. Share your knowledge and experiences openly. By lifting others up, you expand opportunities for everyone. Avoid thinking you know everything just because you're more established. Young models may offer fresh perspectives. Listen and be open to new ideas. Madonna's a great example of always reinventing herself, right? Because she always surrounded herself with up-and-coming dancers. She was always aware of the trends, where concepts were going. Right? Seek out mentors yourself, whether it's photographers, stylists, fellow models with wisdom to impact. There are lessons to be learned from anyone willing to teach. Remaining humble and curious throughout your modeling career or acting career is key. The industry is consistently evolving. Be a lifelong student. Connect with and learn from all kinds of people. A mentor mindset will keep you growing as a model and expand possibilities for the future. Successful models and actors know they can't do it all alone, right? Though you may be talented, relying on a strong team elevates your career. Surround yourself with agents, managers, stylists, photographers, other professionals who complement your skills. And for those of you that are brand new, we will show you exactly how to do this. We literally put together an entire platform for doing this for you. Focus on modeling and acting while your team handles networking, branding, finances, and other crucial details. Avoid thinking you must self-manage every aspect of your career, right? You're not an expert in accounting. Hire an accountant. You may not be an expert at being organized. Hire somebody to come help you organize your life. You can't keep up with cleaning. Hire a maid. Like, figure it out. Be resourceful, right? Because in the end, that road leads to burnout. The modeling and acting world is complex. Get support from those with expertise you lack. Trust your team to handle tasks outside your sweet spot so you can deliver your best work. Understand the power of collaboration. Bring together the right people and the end result will exceed your individual efforts, right? A rising tide raises all ships. You have gifts, but so do others. Build a stellar team that allows you to shine while helping manage the rest. The top models don't go it alone. They know success comes from leveraging their team strengths, right? And just to kind of go through this quickly, because I want to keep us up on time for our schedule, because we do have some really powerful people today, right? Be the person who, like, you create your life, right? Don't be the person that life happens to me. Life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you, right? Every obstacle, every challenge is building who you will become, right? On the darkest days, the blue sky is still there behind the clouds. You just push through, you go forward, right? Life always gets better, but right, you have to play the game to win. You got to be committed to this. Think big, focus on opportunities, admire successful people, right? Don't focus on the obstacles, focus on the opportunities. Ask better questions. Ask yourself why. How do I overcome this? What do I need to overcome this? How do I get out of this financial hole that I've gotten myself into, right? Ask better questions. Who can I talk to? Who can I bring in, right? If you're just surrounding yourself with 5 broke people, guess what? You're the 6th one, right? Associate with positive, successful people. Be willing to promote and celebrate, right? You be bigger than your problems. Be excellent receivers. I always love saying this because I was so bad at this. Excellent receivers means when somebody gives you a gift, right? And you, oh, no, why did you do that? That's terrible. I used to be that. My mom was like that. I learned that from my mom, right? Oh, why did you do that? Right? It's like an old Italian thing. No, somebody went through the trouble to do something for you. You say, thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much. This is amazing. They smile, they feel good, right? People love when you open a present, right? Or you're celebrating them. Right? Somebody says, oh my God, you did such a great job. You know, when I say thank you, I appreciate that. That means so much to me. And I touch my heart to show that I mean that to them. Right? Poor people are always like, no. Right? Be bigger than your problems. Be excellent receivers. Choose to get paid on results. Think both. Right? Focus on your net worth. Don't focus on hourly. Right? Focus on your net worth. Manage your money well. Right? Put together a savings account. Start early, start young, right? Have your money work for you. And most importantly, act in spite of fear, right? Consistently learn, consistently grow. Don't be the person who thinks they know it all, right? Don't be the person that you work hard for your money. My parents did that. My uncle did that. One of my aunts, passed away a few years ago. She worked hard her whole life. So many people I know, they worked hard for their whole life. They worked so hard, but they didn't have anything. You got to work smart. Okay, there's so much more opportunity than our parents had and our grandparents have, right? Don't be smaller than your problems, right? Don't lean into negativity, lean in being positive. Think differently, right? So I want to ask yourself, from where we started to where we are, did you realize that maybe you did have a little bit of things on a poor mindset, but hopefully now you're leaning into that rich mindset and you're going to move that muscle forward, okay? You're ready to tackle your problems. You're ready to overcome. You're ready to live the life you were meant to live. Right? Let's have some crab dinner now, right? Let's get rid of those crabs. Uncertainty or fear. Uncertainty is the compass that points you to growth. Let go of the known to discover all that is possible. Alicia Kabat, right? And fear is a natural reaction, but it doesn't have to be your destination. Keep moving forward through the fog. Clarity and courage await, okay? And, Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the world, right? Follow leaders, follow people who are doing the things you want to do, right? The best investment you will ever make is in yourself. And that is a quote from the richest man in the world. Okay, so my name is Michael Fompkin. This was the Rising Star Academy Millionaire Mindset series, Modeling and Acting Made Easy, the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. Okay, and a little quote from myself from our new book: yesterday has passed, tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. Embrace it fully and move forward with grace. All right, guys, with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn that back over to Miss Deneen and the wonderful and beautiful Miss Alicia Kback. And I will be back shortly with another presentation before we bring on some of our powerful guests for the day. All right, guys, hope you're learning a lot. And I appreciate from the bottom of my heart you guys sharing this with me. Bye, guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
How awesome was that presentation? How many of you are ready to go out and have a crab dinner tonight? I know I am. Awesome. All right, so here's my question for you. At the beginning of the day, we talked about how we're not here just to gain information. We're here to take action, right? Type action in the comments. If you agree with that, type action in the comments. So here's my question for you. You just heard from a brilliant speaker on mindset telling you things that you can do to shift your mindset, to become that person. Remember, earlier today, we wrote down our goals. What is one thing you're going to take action on from Mike's presentation? Type that in the comments. Thank you, Catherine. What is one thing you're going to take action on? Okay, Clement, you're not allowed to eat any crabs then, okay? I don't want anyone to go into anaphylactic shock because we decided to have a crab dinner. You can boil something else. Okay, my modeling career mindset shift. Okay. Let me ask a better question. When you ask better questions, you get better results. How about that? Here's my question for you. What is one thing you're going to shift in your mindset so that when those voices are like, I'm not about it, those crabs start packing at your head. Oh, I have amazing goals. No, you don't. You can't do that. What is one thing you're going to shift in your mindset? Okay, I like that. Share more. I'm going to start on my framework. Okay. How to become, you're over the course of this weekend, you are going to become someone that an agent manager wants to work with. Staying more positive and better mindset. I love that. Trust the process. My favorite 3 words, trust the process. Take action, take action. Talk to the 5% of successful people, right? Yeah. What you want to do is you want to study the successful people and do what they do, not the people that are around you that are not successful. I can start now. Yes, thank you. Now, today is the day. Carpe diem. Seize the day. Focus on moving forward. Action to meet more people doing what I want to do, right? Yeah. You have to surround yourself by people that are doing what you want to do. How do you think Michael and Alicia got us here right now? It wasn't because they were going out and chilling. They were going out and meeting people consistently. They still do. Ignore the negative mindset. Ignore and do what you are doing well and show and tell. Yeah. Like more stuff on social media. Okay. Let's dive into that. When you're liking stuff on social media, you want to like successful people. You want to celebrate one another. Can I tell you guys a little secret? Is it okay if I reveal a secret to you? The reason that I have you celebrating when I introduce a speaker is because I want you to set that tone for yourself. You get back what you put into this world. So if you're like, another speaker, that's awesome. When you're performing, that's how people are going to receive you. But if you're like, yes, then you know what? That's how you're going to be received. Plow through storms, right? Yeah, plow through storms. Networking is net worthing. I like that. That's cute. I like that. That's cool. I'm going to take action on setting specific goals. No more wandering in different directions. Focus and let my call unfold. I'm taking a picture of that, Julie, because you know what? That I literally am. See, here's my phone. Literally taking a picture of that. That is awesome. Specificity is key. All right, guys. That was awesome. Are you guys ready for the next presentation? Who wants to know what type of modeling they qualify for? Any of you? What did I tell you? Okay, everyone, give it up. And the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, let's do this. This is actually one of my favorite presentations. I always sometimes every time I do this, I always think, oh, I want to update it, but you know what? I just love it the way it is. I think it makes such an impact for people, especially for people who are brand new, and even for people who've been with us for a while. Like just always to be reminded, just to see where you fit in, because I think that's always the biggest confusion in this industry is where do I fit in as a model, as an actor? What type of model do I qualify for? Or some people just don't really kind of even understand the industry. So by the end of this presentation, you definitely will understand the different qualifications for the modeling industry. So diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Okay. So we all can admit the world has changed. Okay. The world has changed not only since COVID, not only since the strike is coming to an end, but just in the past decade, how the industry responds, the different types of qualifications, the different attitudes that there are, the different opportunities in the industry. The world has changed and will continuously to change, and it's changing in a positive way and in a really great way. And at the end of the day, you have to understand that having a new mindset means you're going to get new results. And today in the modeling industry, it's about diversity, right? It's about different looks, different sizes, different shapes, right? There's opportunity now for everyone. Location no longer matters. Age no longer matters. Ethnicity no longer matters. Social preference no longer matters. There's opportunities in every aspect for every person. For those of you who are on camera, when Denise was talking earlier, I was kind of going through like what people would qualify for. And I know what you would qualify. A couple of people was a little bit off because I needed them to stand up, but I'm going to talk to you guys about that. And by the end, you'll be able to know exactly where you fit in. But I want you to understand that you need to have a new mindset to understand this, right? In today's industry, it's all about what makes you unique, what makes you stand out, what makes you special, what are the types of products, promotions, the companies that you could work with as a unique individual. Obviously, for us, those of you that are brand new, we own a management company, an agency that represents people of a wide variety, right? We're very transparent. The name of it's Truth Management. We're a mother agency, which means we manage and we help talent not only get success in the industry at a local level, but then we also give them the opportunity to work with higher level companies, higher level agencies to help expand their careers. So whether bridge between somebody starting out and somebody who's aspiring, or somebody who's reached a certain level of success and helping them get more success by now placing them with larger agencies. And we've been doing this now for a long time. So we understand about diversity. We understand about all different aspects, different sizes, different ages, and so forth. So again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. And we work with all different types of models. We work with everything from fashion to lifestyle to commercial, social media influences, voiceover work. You actually get to hear from somebody today who's one of superstar in the voiceover industry, and also a brilliant actress, writer, producer. We work in TV and film. We work with children 12 and older, spokesmodels. We also represent people in the music and licensing industry, presenters, script development, reality TV, book writers. We have a speakers bureau with some amazing speakers that we represent with, international icons, and so forth. So we understand this. So as our agency, we represent all gamuts of the industry. That's what our niche is. Our niche is to not be niche by being able to represent different types of people. So for most people that are brand new or people who don't work in the industry, most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong question. So for most people who don't work in this industry, and you say to me, you know what, describe what do you think the average model says? They will always answer with the wrong question. This is what you literally get. I've been doing this for 18 plus years, and this is what I always hear. They always say, okay, yeah, describe the average model. Sure, they're tall, thin. They will always say female. They always lean into female. Then they say tall, thin. They walk the runways and they leave this glistening, glamorous light. So what they're talking about is what's called high fashion editorial. That's the common conception. So for the average person who doesn't work in the industry, they always will lean into thinking that the entire modeling industry is high fashion and so forth. So let's first start with that, since that's the most common opinion for people outside of the industry. Let's talk about exactly what high fashion editorial modeling is. So here's the exact definition. Tall for females, tall, slender, unique-looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Modeling Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11" with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. That's the exact measurement. So you want to be a high fashion model for females, that is the exact measurements that you need to have. For males, on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket, okay? Here's the interesting concept. Even though everyone thinks that's the entire industry, here's the truth. That's high fashion editorial is actually the smallest segment of the industry. It actually only accounts for a little less than 10% of the entire industry. This is actually the smallest segment. Here's some other interesting facts. 98% of the world's population would not qualify to be a high fashion model or an editorial model, just based upon these stats. So question should be, why do these stats exist? Well, designers, when they're producing clothing, they're normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce, which means they're very expensive. So by having a set standard in the industry as a designer, when I call an agency and I say, send me 10 girls and 10 guys, since the models are almost all identical in measurements, you need to do very little alterations to the clothing. So I can produce the clothing without the models actually being there. And because the models are very tall and thin and they're walking on the runway, the clothing just looks natural. You also want the models, if you notice, and here's a great example of this, you want models that are unique looking with striking looking features, which means, and the actual layman's terms is they're not considered attractive. So you don't want the model to be beautiful. You want them to be really non-attractive, right? So the polite terminology is unique with striking looking features. So if an agent said to you, my goodness, you're so striking looking, you have such unique looking features, you'd be like, I think you just might have insulted me. No. They didn't. That means you're not what's considered visually attractive for like the norm. The reason why is you don't want the person's eyes on the face. You want them actually on the clothing. You don't want the person's face to distract from that. That's why 98% of the world's population will qualify. It just means the right mom had to meet the right dad. Now, it doesn't mean you couldn't do local shows or these smaller, in the middle of nowhere type of shows. Yes, but don't consider yourself a fashion model. Don't be tagging yourself that, because you're downplaying the entire industry and you're showing that you don't understand how the industry actually works. Right. So I'm talking Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. So that the clothing, having that set standard, it means when a show is done in New York, the designer just folds the clothes up. He sends it off to Paris, to Milan, to Greece, to Turkey, to London. Paris Fashion Week, I think, just ended. And the clothing will fit the models in Paris the same way it did in New York. So at the end of the day, these models, if you take out the glitz and the glamour of this, they're not paid very well. There's not a lot of pay in this. It's very limited career. You have to have the right measurements. And again, it's the smallest segment of the industry. And it's a very short-lived career. By the age of like 20, 21, 22, most of these models will now move into retirement. And a lot of times they won't be able to transition into other aspects of the industry. So even though it's glitz and glamorous, you take that out, at the end of the day, they're just walking hangers, right? That's all there is to this. That's the reality of high fashion. So the next segment of the industry, so we just talked about high fashion editorial. The next segment is what's called commercial print. Commercial print models are magazines, billboards, catalogs, right? When I went through everyone who was on camera, okay, without seeing you actually standing up and just checking your height, everyone on here qualified for commercial print. So the two qualifications, the two things that you're going to qualify for everyone that's on this call is commercial print and also TV and film. And I'll explain to you the reasons why. Okay, so when you look at this ad here, you can see the dad, the mom, the baby, right? It's a stock photo. So that means that this ad can be used for paternity care. It could be used for hospitals. Hospitals are businesses. Hospitals advertise. They pay for those billboards. They pay for those magazines. Hospitals actually compete with each other. They want to build that brand to bring in customers, to bring in clients, right? I don't want anybody to be going to the hospital, but at the end of the day, do understand that it's a business, right? Hospitals are a business. So this could be used for paternal care. It could be used for, some type of baby care, for hospitals and so forth. So I want you to start seeing advertising differently. I want you to start looking past the commercial and seeing the people in these ads, seeing that. I want to change your whole perspective on how you guys see the advertising industry. The great news is for commercial print is the largest segment of the industry. So this accounts for 80% of the entire industry. So for those of you that qualify, congratulations, you're in the right industry. You're in the industry with the most opportunity, the most work, and so forth. And again, in today's world, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, right? Commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more, okay? There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So you can see here, when you're looking through catalogs, right, magazines, all of those ads that you're seeing, those are commercial models. They all have representation. They all have an agent. They were submitted out. They have professional photos, right? They're comfortable working on set. They put time and effort into their career to be able to book that first job. Maybe it's their first job. Maybe it's their 10th job, right? But they all have common things. There's all common threads that they all have that got them to be able to be in that opportunity, right? So again, when you're going through Macy's ads, JCPenney, right, different types of campaigns and programs and billboards, those are all commercial models. You see different ages, different ethnicities, different backgrounds, right? Kids are always going to fall into commercial print. Most important aspect for children and for kids are their parents, right? Do they have working papers? Do they have a trust fund set up, right? You want to be in the union. We'll talk about that later today and tomorrow about SAG-AFTRA. How do you get into the union? How do you get into speaking roles? How do you recognize, what's a scam and what's not a scam? I can show you in 3 easy steps how to recognize any company, whether they're real or not. We'll talk about that later today. But I want you to understand that in today's industry, it's about different backgrounds, right? Different relationships, right? Children can have 2 dads or 2 moms. That may not be your belief. That may not be your religion, but that's an accepted part of the reality of today, right? About being unique, about being diversified, right? That's a part of what the industry is about. Different ethnicities, different looks, different ages, different styles. Again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. Okay. Here's some of the talent that we represent, right? Here's Christine, right? Amazing person. International speaker. She's spoken over stages all over the world. She's a part of our inner circle. She's at our highest possible level. She's a platinum talent that we represent. Spoken all over the world. She's a fitness instructor. She's an entrepreneur. She's a model. She's an actress. She's an advocate. She's creating a foundation, right, to help people. She does all these amazing things. But at the end, look at what she's also a model and actress, but she has what's called, she's very diversified, right? So she can play the role of the doctor, the mom, right, the aunt. She can play the president of the United States, right? She can play that spy, right? That Secret Service spy. She can play the heroine. She could also play the abused wife, right? There's all these different roles that she can play. So having the right photos, right, for your agent is a tool that you need. But it's not just having photos. It's having the right photos. So you need to start asking yourself, what are the right photos? How can I show how I'm diversified, right? The more diversification you have, the more roles you can play. So you have to start understanding what are the types of characters I can lean into? What are the types of roles that I can play just based upon my looks? What are the brands that I can represent? Right? You could represent everything from Heinz ketchup to McDonald's, right? To a BMW, to a Mercedes-Benz, to Versace, right? There's many, many different brands that people can represent, right? Again, age doesn't matter, right? Here you can see, here's an international ad for a leasing company, right? This person has an agent. They have a manager. They were submitted out. They were chosen. They did the photo shoot. They came in, hair and makeup, right? Age doesn't matter. It's understanding the types of companies and brands. I'm not going to send out a 16-year-old to represent to be a president of a bank for a major financial institution. I want somebody who's older with gray in their hair, right? So there's so much opportunity out there. You just have to start realizing and seeing it. And it's not in the major markets. There's opportunities all across the United States. Advertising is broken down by regions. The ads you may see for Coca-Cola in your state, in your region of the country, is going to be completely different than the ads I may see here because they're appealing to different demographics. There's the Bible Belt, there's East Coast, there's West Coast, there's the South. There's different beliefs in each of these different things. So even though we all live in the same country, people do have different beliefs. They have different options. Interesting thing about Ohio is like a testing ground for products. If you ever had a chance to drive through Ohio, you stop in like a little deli or these little stores, you'll see the craziest products from Doritos and Coca-Cola and so forth because they test market products there. Orlando is a great test market for franchising. If you want to open up a new restaurant concept, they'll test market in Orlando because so many people come there because of the theme parks. So they get to test to see what foods work. McDonald's have secret locations throughout the United States where they actually will test certain products that haven't been released all over the country or all over the world. So I want you to understand this is a business. These companies work at the highest level. They're testing things. They want diversity. They want different ages and so forth. There's so much opportunity out there, but you have to have the right management, the right team to guide you through these steps. It's not something you can do all on your own. Again, here's a very attractive African-American female, middle-aged, got the gray in her hair, doing an ad for AARP. Again, she has a great diversified look. She can play a mom. She can play a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer, a captain, the president of the United States. She can play all these different roles. She can be on a wide variety of TV shows. So you have to start understanding who you are, right? What are the characters you can play? You have to lean into being proud of your look. Right? Not everyone, we don't need another Brad Pitt, right? But we need those other characters who can play the villain, who can play the bad guy, who can play the uncle, right? All those different types of roles. Right. So again, e-commerce, right? Part of commercial print. You can see, right? Different ethnicities, different cultural relationships, the mom, the dad, the child, right? The way you get compensated for e-commerce is different than the way you would get compensated for regular magazines, different compensations for magazines. When you have an agency, we have a program that we do. It's called 21 Day Challenge. Part of that is you actually learn all of that. You understand contract negotiations. You understand how models and actors are paid. What are SAG wages? What are day rates? How are you compensated now with artificial intelligence, right? They can take your look and voice and copy it. So now they don't even have to pay you again, right? Well, that doesn't sound good. How does that work now in this new economy, right? Where's the shifts? How do you get compensated if they decide an ad does well? One of our talent, he's in a commercial for Upwork. That commercial's won 5 awards, okay? Was one of his very first jobs. He's paid, I think, $14,000 for that job. That commercial, you've seen it. It's the one with the zombie, where the zombie's arm comes off, and he talk about Upwork, and it's like the boss with all the zombies. He plays one of the zombies in it. That commercial runs worldwide. It's been running now for over a year. So it means he's getting compensated on that over and over and over again from that one job. So I always want you to understand that, like, you need to really have all the structures and frameworks to understand how this industry works. These are things you should be writing down. These are the questions you should be asking yourself, right? Mike's saying a lot right now. He's giving me a lot. Oh my God, international licensing, right? How does that work? How do I get compensated for things, right? How do compensations work? But again, looks don't matter. Age doesn't matter. It's leaning into your character, right? Later on today, we'll talk about what type of character you can play. We'll play a little game called Model Garage. We'll bring on one of the top, most powerful agents in the world on this call. He'll actually, pick some people. If you're ready to raise your hand, him and Alicia will play a game with you. He'll tell you exactly what he sees you being able to do. Here's somebody like Sid, right? Sid's in her early 60s. She is one of the best people in the world I know. Like, she is literally, if you could say there's an angel from heaven on earth, this is Sid. Okay, she worked for the city of Philadelphia. She retired at the age of 60. She wanted to change her life, something she always dreamed about doing. You can see she has a different cultural background, different religious background, right? Based upon her garb. Okay, she is super successful. She's always consistently getting submitted for TV. She's based out of the Philadelphia market, so she's always doing things. She's been on a half a dozen TV shows and films and movies and so forth. Right? She's consistently out there, but she makes such a great impression. When she's on set, she's always there early. She's on time. She's always happy. She's always positive. Every single time she's working, people always say, we love her. She just started. She's brand new. Remember this face, because you're going to see in a year or two, you will see her in major films. You'll see her on major TV shows because she's following the process. She's following the steps. Okay. Again, commercial print, magazines. Start looking at different magazines, billboards. Start looking at the people that you see in those things. Don't just look at the ads. Start looking at the people. All right. And the reason why we know what we're doing with this, we've been doing this for 18 years. Alicia and myself are very successful at this. We surround ourselves with the best people. I learned, I made so many financial mistakes early on, investing in the wrong technology, investing in the wrong people, believing everything I heard without checking on results. Okay. And it wasn't until I said to myself one day, I was sitting down with Tony Robbins. He said, Mike, invest in the right people, surround yourself with the best people in the world, and nothing can make you unstoppable. And when I followed that person, that business person's advice, that's when our whole life changed, right? Alicia's gone on. We've had the opportunity to open up the stock exchange. We've won 38 awards. We won 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. We have a new Broadway show that we're currently in pre-production with. Right? We have a film currently, you can stream it on Apple TV called Target, right? One of my friends is the producer, director of it, writer of it, Thomas G. Waits, phenomenal actor. He trained with Al Pacino. He was in The Thing. He was in The Warriors. I went to a networking event. I was a fan of the movie The Warriors. I met him. I said, oh my God, I'm a fan of yours, right? Like, surround yourself with the best people, right? Surround yourself with the people that can make a difference. Have your why, have your belief, have your reasons, ask better questions, and your life will change. But it all starts with making that first step, leaning into that, right? Leaning into making that decision to say yes, to say, hey, I'm going to go with this team. I want to accelerate my career, right? Again, billboards, commercial print, right? Here later on, you guys will hear from Ryan. These are some of Ryan's models, right? This is for a Korean clothing line. Okay, these ads ran in Korea. They ran in all throughout Asia. These shots were done in New York, right? Location doesn't matter, right? Again, some more examples. These were shot in New York. Location doesn't matter at all. Age doesn't matter. There's opportunities for everyone. You know, here's a great success story of ours, James Johnson. Okay, he started with us a few years ago. He lived in a small town that was so small that literally they had one traffic light in the entire town. He was a barista at a coffee shop. Okay, his father was in prison for being a drug dealer. Okay, imagine being in a small town and your dad is like the local, like most wanted. Everyone in this town told him he would amount to nothing. You're going to be nothing but a loser. You're going to wind up just like your dad, right? And when you hear that over and over and over again, guess what? You start believing that, right? You start living in that uncertainty and fear. But he didn't. He overcame those challenges. He decided he was going to change, make a difference in his life. He came to New York City, he had the opportunity to meet with Ryan. Ryan loved him. He knew there was some work to be done, but he would sign him. And then he would go on to walk with some of the biggest designers in the world. He's now kind of shifted his career. Now he lives in LA. He's a full-time working actor. He's a writer, a producer. He has his own shows, his own team. He's done this in like, I think, less than 4 years. Okay, but he could have leaned in saying and believing what the people surrounding himself, the crabs that were holding him back, but he chose not to. And he's always has a positive outlook on life now. You know, one of the things when he first went through the interview process, he said, you know, we asked him like, who would somebody he would love to work with? He said his goal was that he would one day like to be able to meet Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. So we actually made arrangements for Phil to be at the event. And maybe I'll drop these photos in the Facebook group. But I remember the very first time he met Phil, and he was just like in awe. Right? It was like the time I met Hulk Hogan for the first time. I was just like I was like a little kid again. Like I met Hulk Hogan. I was like, oh my God, it's Hulk Hogan, right? But he was such in awe. A year and a half later from that event, he would go on and walk the runways with Phil Sullivan. So the person that was his mentor, well, that was first his idol, who then became his mentor, then became his friend, then became his coworker. Okay. So again, the point being is like location doesn't matter. Who you are doesn't matter. Everyone has to start someplace. Everyone has to be given a chance. Doesn't matter what your past was. I don't care about your past. I care about today, and I care about the person you're going to become. Because the person who's had the hardest life is the person who will have the greatest story to share with the world. And that's what this is all about. Somebody like Mike Trash, one of my favorite talent. He's also part of our inner circle, our highest level of talent. Okay. He's formerly with the WWE. He's a wrestler. He's a podcast host. He's a filmmaker. He's a writer. He's an actor, right? Comic, right? He literally gives from the heart. He literally shares everything he's learned. He's always on set. He's always working. He plays the different types of characters. His new movie just came out. It takes place during World War II, during the Nazi occupation of Europe. He plays a peasant. He plays a villager in this movie, right? Trying to escape, to flee from the Nazis, living in the most horrific of times, right? He played a monster in another movie, in a short film, right? But he's such an amazing person, right? He has that look. He leans into those characters, okay? And he's faced obstacles. He's faced tragedies. He lost his best friend before even starting with the company, but he still pursued. He still went on auditions and interviews, okay? So again, like lean into who you are, right? Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. It's your personalities. What makes you unique and what makes you different, right? And Tony, right? Just came out recently to Hollywood with us. Just got signed to a huge agency. His career is going to take off, right? He can play the doctor, the lawyer, right? He can play the Mexican villain, right? His background, he's a nurse. That's his profession. Before getting involved in modeling and acting, he was a nurse, right? He can play a doctor, play a lawyer, he can play a nurse, right? He's consistently going through training, perfecting his skills. If you want to be the best, guys, realize in this industry, you're competing against the best. training is key. Perfecting your skills. You want to be Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan wakes up every day at 5 a.m., right? Shoots 1,000 baskets. That's what made him great. But as for as many baskets as he made, as many championships as he's won, he missed 10 times the amount. You're going to go auditions. There's going to be obstacles. You have to lean forward. You have to have that rich mindset. You have to have the right tools, the right resources. We can help you get all of that. That is what we do, right? Again, here's 2 different age ranges, right? Guys should all recognize the voice, right? From the insurance companies, right? Geico ads, commercial print, right? TV, film, commercials, the mom, the dad, the dog, the sister, right? It's kind of hidden away there, the background, right? All different ages, different looks, right? These are all opportunities you guys can be doing every day, right? Here's Flo from Progressive, right? How many of you guys have seen this commercial, right? Type a 101 in the comment if you recognize her. But if you're brand new, do you know who she is? Did you ever even ask yourself, right? Did you ask yourself, wait, who's Flo? Who's her agent? Who's her manager? How did she get started? I know who Flo is, okay? Her name's Stephanie Courtney. This is her without her little wig and makeup going on. She could probably walk right past you, right? And you probably wouldn't even recognize her, right? Okay, how about this person, right? Jesse Hyman, who is considered the world's greatest extra, right? He's been in, I think over 200 films, okay? Several of them have won Academy Awards. I think a dozen of them have won multiple Emmys. He was in a Super Bowl ad for GoDaddy with Bar Raphael, the supermodel. He actually got to kiss her in the ad. Some of you guys might remember that. But for other people, this is the nerd. This is the geek. This is the kid that got picked on in high school. He leans into that. He leans into that character. That's the character and role he plays in dozens, hundreds of TV shows, right? So understanding who you are. Again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. What makes you unique, okay? Because once you discover that, once you lean into that, you become unstoppable. Again, it's mindset, right? Mindset is everything. Let's talk a little bit more about Stephanie. I couldn't cut and paste her entire resume, but this is a resume, right? She's been doing this for a long time. She started a career off. She got trained at one of the finest acting and comedy schools in Chicago. And she wanted to be a comedian. She wanted to be a stand-up comic. That's what she was leaning into, that type of character. She knew she wasn't going to play the lead, beautiful girl, but she could play the best friend. She could play those roles. And leaning into that, getting the right training, the right team, getting an agent, getting a manager, going through the process the right way, you can see she's had an incredible career, right? She was on Mad Men, one of my favorite shows, probably one of the greatest shows ever made. If you've never watched that, I would definitely recommend that you watch that, right? The Goldbergs, right? One of our coaches, one of the talent we work with, is one of the stars of that show, right? So she's done tons of work. This is her career, right? And then one day her agent called her and said, "Hey, I got an opportunity for you in audition. It's for an insurance company. Are you interested?" Okay. She earns $1 million a year just from that, playing Flo, right? Obviously now she's negotiated a better deal, right? But with like doing not only the commercials, the e-com, the billboards, right? You see her everywhere, right? She's earning over $2 million a year. And this is actually outdated. Her new contract, she's earning $5 million. Imagine the day her agent called her, she didn't answer the phone. Imagine she saw the text message, she ignored it. Imagine she didn't return his email. Imagine it was 3 days later and she decided to call him back. And he says, "You know what? We submitted somebody else," right? When opportunity comes, you seize it. Seize the day, right? We talk about that. Carpe diem. Deneen mentioned that. Seize the day. Seize the opportunity when presented in front of you. Promotional modeling, right? So we talked about editorial, high fashion. We talked about commercial modeling. Promotional modeling, live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, right? Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, right? All different types of events. There's consistent work in this, right? There's consistently. We work with one of the largest promotional companies in the world, in the United States. Our guys get opportunities to be at NFL games, hair shows, baseball shows, the World Series, the Super Bowl, right? You're handing out products, you're demonstrating products. Actually, one of my close friends that runs that agency, his wife is the promotional model for Ferrari. She gets to spend 2 months every year going to Italy and driving some of the most expensive cars around the racetrack at the Ferrari factory. She knows everything there is to know about Ferraris. Other people will just say, "Oh, that's a promotional model. That's nothing." No, it's just part of the industry, right? So she's an expert in these cars. So when she goes to these car shows, she can now present and explain. She knows everything about the engines,
right? Imagine being she earns over 6 figures a year doing this, right? Who'd like to earn like over $100,000 a year getting to drive a Ferrari? That's pretty cool. But again, there's all these opportunities, Microsoft, trade shows, computer shows, electronic shows, right? Comic cons. There's all this opportunity that's out there. But again, you need to have the right agent, you have the right manager, the right tools to be able to have these doors open for you. You can try doing it on your own, but it's going to take a lot of time, right? It's going to drain a lot more resources, and time is your most precious asset. Okay, fitness modeling, right? Also a subdivision of commercial print, right? Think about all the products. It's not Nike, right? It's supplements. It's all these different clothing lines, right? There's hundreds of clothing lines. There's hundreds of clothing lines in the fitness industry. Fitness, wealth, and relationships are the three main components of the entire industry, like the entire world. Everything will fall under one of those categories, right? It's either going to be fitness, health, or fitness, health, relationships, or wealth, right? Banking ads are under wealth, right? Supplements could be under health, right? Relationships, going on a vacation with your wife, right? Falls under relationships, right? Cruise lines, take the family, relationships. Disney falls under relationships, right? So, think about this. You're in great shape, right? You're older, yoga instructors, right? Yoga mats, all these products. It's just not the clothing, it's the products, watches, hats, designers. Like, there's so much out there. So I want you guys, the next time if you're scrolling through TikTok, start paying attention to the ads. You're on YouTube, pay attention to the commercials. When you go and get the mail, don't say there's all this junk mail here and throw it away. Page through it and start seeing and questioning yourself, who represents that person in that ad? How do I find out who the photographer was? Right? How do I push myself forward? These are people just like you that are doing this, right? Plus size, Curve, huge part of the industry, right? Again, the industry's changed. Kids will always fall into commercials, right? Commercial print, TV, film. But again, the right training, right? The right development, the right manager, the right agent, right? Kids that you see on Disney, they spend years perfecting their craft, right? As a parent, you have a trust fund set up, right? Kids, who's going to be there on set with these kids, right? You just can't drop them off. Mom or dad have to be there. It's a commitment, right? It's understanding all aspects of the industry. It's just not about the final result. So many times people worry about the final result. It's the steps. It's the steps is where you got to focus on. And guess what step you focus on? There's only one step you need to focus on, the next step. That is the only thing. You move forward by only focusing on the next step. So many times people get overwhelmed because they worry about everything. Especially, I get it. I'm giving guys a lot of information, but I'm limited with my time. I only got 2 days with you. So I have to kind of give you as much of a foundation as I can so you understand the industry. Okay. Again, commercial print, right? Can you lean into, right? What kind of ads? You see the lady on the right, right? It could be a secretary. She could be the president, right? She can play different things. Telemarketer. She can be an insurance salesperson, right? There's all different opportunities out there. It's 2023, guys, right? This year flew by, right? We're almost at the end. It's going to be 2024, which means you start now. This is when you start. You move forward the next step. Because at the end of the day, the world's changed and it will continue changing. Everything changes. Mindset is everything, right? It's all about what makes you unique, right? And one of my favorite people to work with, Tony Robbins, has some great quotes. So I love quoting successful people. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. Don't ever think that somebody else is lucky because they worked hard to get there. One of my close friends, he's earned over $30 million doing online marketing. And now we work together on some different projects we'll be announcing. But it's nothing to do with luck. He worked hard. When you see a great tennis player, great football player, when you see somebody, who's the greatest at what they do, it's not luck that got them there. It was hard work. They did something differently. Okay. So again, celebrate others, right? Celebrate their success, but do understand that people celebrate you in public for what you're doing privately, right? These 2 days that you're putting here, one day when you're famous, you're successful, you're making an impact on the world. People won't realize that 16 hours you put in to just start your career, just to launch your career. They're only going to see the end result. So you are a part of that. You are a part of that 1%. You're doing something differently than everyone else who didn't show up at this, who may not even have the luck to hear about it, right? Right? You were brought here for a reason, right? And again, if you talk about it, it's a dream. We can talk about everything, right? It's just a dream. I can envision it. And then I start saying, what do I need to make that happen? How do I create this? How do I create this new story? How do I partner with Tony Robbins? How do I make that happen? That doesn't happen overnight. It took me years to be able to create these relationships. Okay. But then it became possible. But then when you schedule it, when you write it down, it becomes real. When you write it down, that's when it becomes real. That means you took action to actually change your life. Okay. And then guess what? You push forward. Taking action allows you to escape from fear. Okay. So let's continue. So my name is Michael Fomkin, and this was Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So now you guys should have a better understanding. Are you high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle, right? Commercial print and lifestyle. Lifestyles like Macy's and JCPenney. Type it in the comments. Put it out there in the universe that you know what you qualify for. So guys, with that thought in mind, I want to keep us on trying. And I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen and Miss Alicia, the wonderful Miss Alicia Kback herself here today. Thank you so much, guys. I will be back later on today with more. So, guys, let's have fun. All right. And wait till you guys see tomorrow. Deneen, today she didn't do the full makeup. Tomorrow she's coming out. Maybe we might even do a little Halloween party tomorrow. Could be if you're interested in attending our Halloween party tomorrow, type a 101 in the comments. All right, guys, I'll be back later. Bye, guys. Thank you.
That was great. Now, I want to say something very quickly. Now, when we were talking about the end destination, and I drew that wonderful little picture, if you guys can see it here, right? So this is you. Where is it? And this is where it is that you want to go. So many of you guys said, I want to make a lot of money. Somebody said 5,000, a million, 5 million. Michael brought up Stephanie Courtney, as we know as Flo, right? So in order for her to make 5 million, what did she have to do? Well, she needed to get submitted out via agent to a casting director, which is how she landed that role. So somebody tell me now, think about it. Did she just book it because she was lucky? Or did you think she had some competition? What do you guys think? Lucky or competition? Competition is everything. It's show business. So think about it. Is she a high fashion model? No. Is she still very successful? Yes. So Deneen, I talked to so many people over the years. I mean, you know, I 20 years of talking to aspiring talent. And some of the biggest reasons why people say they can't pursue this industry: I'm not drop dead gorgeous. I'm not 5'11". I'm not a size 0. I don't live in New York or LA. My friends and family don't support me. Wow, like that's called the Eeyore syndrome. Oh, woe is me. Nothing good ever happens, right? Okay, we're on Zoom today. No one had to fly out anywhere, spend money on Lyft or Uber or Airbnbs. So I want everybody to say thank you to Zoom, right? This is awesome. But now that we don't have to live in New York or LA, there's more competition now than ever because the entire world is going for that one role. If you understand, type location. Location no longer matters. But in order for Stephanie Courtney to earn that 5 million, even if it were on Zoom, think about it. She had to have all of her ducks in a row. It wasn't just, I want to make 5 million. Do you think she actually thought about making 5 million? Or did you think, hey, I'm a trained actor. I've been practicing my craft, waiting for an opportunity to get submitted. What do you think? Do you think it was based on luck? Or do you think she was rehearsing for that role her entire life, right? So many people set their mind, oh, I want to be, a millionaire. That's awesome. It's great. But let me tell you this, step by step by step, you have to have a formula. You have to have an agent to submit you to the casting. What are they using? A headshot with a selfie? No. What are they putting on their resume? I want to make 5 million. Is that going to get you the gig? No, of course not. So the reason why we're going through so much mindset is because when people tell me my friends and family don't believe in me, we already knocked out that whole location bullshit, right? Because we're on Zoom. Location no longer matters. So if anybody ever says location, really? But the whole friends and family thing, not believing in you, think about it. Stephanie Courtney had booked so many roles in the past, gone unnoticed, right? When she landed that big role, do you think her friends and family said, you're probably not going to get it? You've probably been rehearsing your entire life, auditioning for everything under the sun. It's just another audition, right? But think about it. I want you guys to think about this. When you tell me that your friends and family don't believe in you, how many of you guys saw what happened today or last night in Tel Aviv, right? Hamas attacked. Do you guys know that? Hope you guys are all saying a prayer for Israel today because it's real sad. But at 18 years old in our country, the United States of America, we can join the military and take a bullet. Do you guys understand this? If you are not grown up enough at 18 years old to be able to pursue your dreams, I want you just to log off this call right now. You're not meant for greatness. You are weak. And this business will chew you up and spit you out and not even think twice about it. I want you all to type amen on that. And thank you so much for all your service. I know we have so many amazing people. Military, thank you, thank you, thank you. But that's the truth. I don't ever want to hear your friends and family don't believe in you. Prove to them you can do this. That's my trophy award. Sigourney Weaver. Up here, that's me on Fox News, if you guys can see that, as a music expert. You think my friends and family believed in me? Hell no, they've never known anybody to exceed what everybody else is doing. Prove them wrong. And guess who it starts with? Don't blame your friends and family. Who does it start with? Somebody type it. Who does it start with? You. So I really want to stress that to you. I know today is fun and it is, but everything we're doing, this entire schedule, even with the mindset, oh my God, I just want to get signed to an agent. The question is, are you even in what an agent wants? And you're going to see that over the weekend. I saw somebody here commenting, I really want to do this. Please give me a chance. Didn't even show up to the interview he had yesterday with us. How dare you? Okay, I already don't trust you. You have to show up. And for anybody here that thinks, oh, I'll just log off and come back later, bye. I would never trust you on set. Do you guys understand that? You are here till 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If we go longer, we go longer. Okay, it's like being on set. Tomorrow, you are back and you're staying on from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you have better things to do, then I wish you much luck because you're not meant to be in this business, not on this level. Okay, you have to put in the work. So if you are not in it 100%, I want everybody to type, I'm all in. And if you're not, don't even make a commitment. You can go watch Netflix. There's amazing shows right now on Netflix. Go watch it. Because as soon as this strike is over, which it should be soon, we are all preparing for greatness today. Okay, and that's not bullshit. You are about to talk to someone who starred on Broadway. Les Mis, Fiddler on the Roof. She graduated from NYU. She's a professional theatrically trained actress. So for those of you, I want to be a star. Try investing $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year in school, graduating with a 4-year degree, and being a damn bartender in New York City. Because that's your competition, guys. It is not about fame and fortune. It is about hard work. And Michael made an amazing point. He said, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. Your friends won't understand why you're on a Zoom call for 2 days. But coming from me, I've opened up the stock exchange, been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur Magazine. Our next guest speaker, I met her on my radio show. Michael and I had a radio show with CBS. We had Howard Stern's old studio. You don't get that from being lazy. You don't get that for holding your hand out. You get it by being freaking great and being different. Do you understand that? So I really want to stress that to you. I want you all to clear out any of the cobwebs telling your anything in your mind that you can't do this, because if you're on this call, you're making a commitment, not to me, not to Deneen and her cool hat, which I'm going to need to borrow, or Mike. You're here because you want to be successful. And I'm sure you've tried other companies and they were all full of crap, right? You're here because you want it. So committed all day today, all day tomorrow, and you will succeed. And that's it. Thanks.
I want to add a couple things to what you
What?
said before I introduce Haviland. So the way I say the quote is, you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. So let me ask you a question. Not you, Alicia, but everyone else. How are you being rewarded right now? If I were to Google you, who knows your name? I'm going to say that again. If I were to Google you, who knows your name? I want you guys to think about that. What are you doing behind the scenes to get you where you want to go right now? That's why at the top of the day, we started by talking about creating new habits. So if you haven't been doing anything up until this point, I'm not here to judge you, but I am here to tell you that today is a new day. Carpe diem, seize the day. Today, make today a new start. All right, that's the first thing. The other thing, I forget what the other point was but we're just going to go with that one, and then I'll think of it later. But I want you guys to understand that today is the first day of the rest of your lives. Oh, yes, it's like we're on the same page. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Today we're here to seize the day. Today we're here because you were called here. So whatever your past is, erase it. You
And not
can't
only that,
change the
but don't
past.
ever let somebody
You
else's past dictate your future. Do you guys understand that? Because remember this, and this is again another chart. You are who you surround yourself with. So many of you guys take advice from people that haven't done anything with their lives. And that's your go-to. F that. F that. No, no, no.
Today that
Reason
all
why we're doing
changes.
2 days. Are you ready? We're going to take you out of this environment and put you in ours. Sink or swim. And you are not going to sink. Not here. Do you understand that? We're going to backstroke. I am high tech. You know it.
All right.
Listen, when people used to spend a lot of money to fly to one of my offices, no lie, because we didn't have Zoom, people would have to fly in from out of country to come meet with us, drive in from out of state to come meet with us. We had offices in New York City, office in Miami, office in Philly. I would literally be doing all this with a whiteboard and a marker. Do you
Well,
understand
thank
that?
God it's
She's energetic.
2023 and you
I'm
don't have
highly
to do that
caffeinated,
anymore.
Reginald. You know me. That's how you get shit done. This is not for the weak. This is show business. I'm going to say that again. Show business. Some of you guys will have it. Some of you won't. And I kind of want to say this. Deneen, I've been turning my camera off and I've been going through every single person on here. The second you log into Zoom, you're on stage. Some of you don't impress me. That's the truth. First impressions are everything. It's like Tinder. You see that picture and you're like, nope. Next. Show us that you want to be here. Put your shoulders back. Give us a smile. Look at Roxanne Wilson, right? Show us that you want to be here. Because later, when we're resetting your mind and recalibrating it, when we have a top agent on, you're like this. I have people laying down. I had somebody smoking earlier. What the hell is wrong with you? What are you doing? No. Bad first impression. And you only get one.
All right.
All
So
right.
with that thought in mind, let's do a brief reset and then I'm going to introduce our
Good.
next guest. Is that
Let's do
okay?
it.
Can we do a
Yep.
reset? Okay. I'm turning this on gallery mode because I want to see everyone. This is what I want you to do. I want you to sit like that person that just got signed by an agency. You just got signed. How are you sitting? You just told your family and friends that don't believe in you that you just got signed by an agency. Let me see the look on your face. That's the energy I want you to bring for the rest of this day. Okay? That's the energy I want you to bring for the rest of this day. I love this. Look at all these smiles, right? Yeah. Okay. So now with that energy, allow me to introduce our next guest speaker. Is that okay? Are you guys excited? Is it okay if I introduce our next guest
I
speaker?
need to see some excitement. She starred on Broadway. Come on, guys.
I'm gonna go through her resume and then they're gonna celebrate like they just won an Oscar. Are you guys ready? All right. So our next here, let me pin her up here too this way. Oh, hold on, Heather. Sorry, guys. I got all excited. Remove pin. Okay, here we go. Okay, are you guys ready for me to introduce our next speaker to you? Hovland Stillwell is an actor, singer, director, producer whose work has been performed on Broadway, TV, film, and in voiceover. On Broadway, she was in the original cast of the revival of Fiddler on the Roof with Rosie O'Donnell and Harvey Fierstein, and Les Miserables with Daphne Rubin Vega and Lea Salonga. She has sung live on the Oscars and the Tonys and has released 2 solo albums, as well as performing, producing, and directing plays, musicals, and concerts in regional theaters and venues across the country. Her TV and film work includes Ava DuVernay's Selma, Amazon's Crime Story with Mira Sorvino, Magic Mike XXL, Sci-Fi's Santa Jaws, Unreal, CSI New York, and VH1 Single Ladies. She is currently in the popular LGBTQ series BIFL, now in its 2nd season, and starred in the upcoming film Feathered with Dot Marie Jones and Bruce Dern, which she produced with her spouse, who wrote and directed. Together, Team Stillwell executive produced the upcoming thriller Under the Influencer and are on the producing team of the upcoming Broadway show, A Transparent Musical. Haviland has been the voice of dozens of brands, played animated characters such as Raquel in Barbie, Life in the Dream House, Monster High, and Ever After High on Netflix, Miraculous Ladybug, and video games such as Bugsnax, Epic 7, Fallout 4 Far Harbor, Harry Potter Magic Awakened, and Convergence, a League of Legends story. She holds a degree from NYU and has been a lifelong progressive activist. She now lives in LA and is repped by Vanguard Management. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Miss Haviland Stillwell. Oh. Hold on, I'm sorry. I just have to unmute you. There we go. All right, everyone give it up for the one and only Haviland Stillwell.
Hi.
Hi,
What a
how are
warm
you?
welcome, Deneen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to be here I'm in beautiful Los Angeles. It's a gorgeous day today. It's like it's a summer day today in October. 90 degrees here in LA. I hope you guys are I see so many shining, happy faces, and I'm really excited to be here. I love coaching with VIP because I feel like everybody really brings their A game. And, Alicia, I got here a few minutes ago and I heard Alicia, kind of reiterating like, first impressions are everything. And, Alicia and I are sometimes like good cop, bad cop a little bit. Because I'm
I'm sure you guys can all guess what kind of cop I am, right? Just putting it out there. Hello.
I'm like sunshines and rainbows, and Alicia's like, cut the BS.
Stop being theatrical. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's good to have, in your corner a little bit. Like, I like to be real with you guys, but also, I've been in a lot of situations where I've had Alicia's like top dog here, right? So like, it's important, like the way she speaks and the way she is with you guys, like it is imperative that she's incredibly real and cutting all BS with you. The way I am, I like to just share my experience, what I've been through. As Deneen just read, my bio, I've been working a long time. I started when I was a kid, and I've done a lot of different types of work, from Broadway, television, voiceover, film. I've done very low budget film. I've done the highest budget film. I've done, I've kind of done a lot of different things. And I think that's always been really important to me. When I was first starting out, there was no social media when I was a kid, which is kind of probably a good thing. But also I'm like, oh my God, how would that have changed things if like both the pressure to be a social media star, but also the access to being able to control so much of your work and being able to put your work out there, which I think is a real asset now. But I think because I didn't have that when I was younger, it really was about navigating and getting in and really networking in ways that you would need to be able to be cast in something and be able to be seen. You guys have such an advantage now, because even, I know some people in here have absolutely no experience in acting or modeling or performing. And then some people do have experience. And I love that about VIP, because, you're able to really, I know I learn when I'm in an acting class, it's very rarely like all series regulars in there, and it's very rarely all completely beginners. Like you have kind of a variety of different people. And I think you can really learn at every level, you know, watching people work. So when I'm here coaching at VIP, that's what I really enjoy. I like coaching people and everyone is able to like see each other work, which is both a little bit scary when you're, you know, if you're the one performing, right? Because, you know, you got to really put yourself out there and be vulnerable. But, you know, I'm there to support you and to help you grow. And I feel like, as you guys can see in the comments, like you're all so positive and everybody's so, you know, like this is a cheerleading squad. So I think that's really important. I'll talk a little bit about, you know, my background. I know I've seen some of you before in my classes. And so some of this will be, you know, repeat for you and some might be new. And then towards the end, I may open it up for some Q&As if anybody has some like, you know, hard pressing questions that you've got to know. But yeah, my thing is that, you know, I've been doing this for decades now, and I've seen how the industry has grown and changed, the good and the bad. And, you know, I also feel like, which is relevant, I also feel like I've been able to support myself as an artist, you know, since I basically got out of college and needed to support myself. And I think that that's something that is really, unfortunately, really lacking in a lot of training is, I mean, I went to NYU. That's, you know, one of the best colleges, period, anywhere. And we had not one mention, not one course, not one conversation about, you know, how to save as an actor, how to, you know, invest, how to, like, nothing. We learned nothing. And, you know, I think that's a disservice. So I try to, you know, not that this is like a course on finances or anything like that. I certainly come from a creative place, but I'm now a lot more into producing as well as being a performer. And so I'm learning so much more about finance and about how, you know, the business runs and everything, because it is a business. Like Alicia said, show business, not show friends, not show hobby, you know, show business. And, you know, so yes, this is creative and this is about entertainment and creativity and, you know, self-expression and all of those things is extremely important. It's the most important. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to do all of those things, because, you know, there's easier ways to just make money. There's easier ways to just get a paycheck if that's just all you're looking for. But, you know, we're looking at how do you maximize your creative potential? You know, how do you absolutely totally throw yourself into expressing yourself through whatever medium it is for you? You know, for me, I've always known since I was 8 years old, I've known I wanted to be an actor. Shortly thereafter, I learned I really liked singing, and that was a very important part of a necessary part. Like, I don't know if you guys feel like this, but, you know, once I knew I was an actor, it wasn't like, oh, I want to be an actor. I was like, I am an actor. Honestly, in the same way, it's like once I realized I was queer, I was like, I just am. It's not like I want to be. It's like, I just am who I am. I am an actor, you know? And so I think for those of you in here, I don't know if that resonates with you, but it's like, you know, when you feel like, even for people, and there's a lot of people here who this might be their second career, their third career, you know, maybe they've put their kids through college and they're like, I want to do something for me now, you know, and I really applaud that. I think that's really brave. You know, George Eliot's that great quote that says, it's never too late to be what you might have been. My mom always like has that quote like on her refrigerator. And I always think that's so great, because it's like, there is no, you know, oh, it's too late, or I'm too, like, all of that is just gets in your way, instead of just actually like going for it. So just a little bit about me to kind of add to what Deneen was saying. I grew up in Georgia. I started working, you know, pretty young. I was doing community theater. I was doing background work. My mother was a casting director who is actually going to be here tomorrow. Is that right, Alicia? Yeah.
She is. And she's casted some of the biggest movies, guys. And I just want to say this. I've known Haviland now for like 10 years. I don't even know. This is
More
the
than 10
first
years.
time, other than when we met her in Beverly Hills. I didn't even know your mother was a casting director. You've never used that ever, nor have you ever used her to help you get placement. You put in the work.
No. And
Yeah.
and what's interesting is that like
You guys are
even
gonna love her.
yeah,
her.
she's amazing. She's
She's
like
awesome.
total
So cute.
legend, total
Yeah.
legend. But yeah, I mean, that's something that is very, I think was always very important to her, is that, you know, she never wanted it to be like, you know, when I mean, I literally, the first time I did anything acting wise, I was like 7. And, you know, then it kind of went on from there. But
Evelyn, were you in classes? Like, obviously your parents were helping you pay for classes, but what type
Yeah.
of classes were you taking when you were 7?
well, when
I'm
I was,
gonna just keep interrupting you because I
Yeah,
think this
yeah,
is
that's
important,
fine.
that it's not like, oh, I just want to be an actor. Like,
Right,
you
right.
started at an early age, and it doesn't mean anybody here that's like in their 30s, like, oh, I missed the boat. No.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I have friends of all ages that are starting at all levels. And also like the classes never really stop, you know, like, I mean, I have one friend who's like very, very successful as a host, and he flies all over the world, and he's like a world renowned, like he's literally a host for the Olympics, like he's huge guy, whatever. And I just worked with him. I just cast him in a project that I did as an actor, and he's brilliant in it because he's like, I want to get into acting now. I've been really successful in this. And he's like, I've been taking class. And I was like, oh, really? And I like read a scene with him, and I'm like, you're a really good actor. And he's like, I've been studying. I've been, you know, I'm used to being on camera. I'm used to this stuff, but you know, I put in the work to make my shift, because this is really where my passion is. And I want to go for it. You know, he's about to turn 40. And he's like, I just want to do this. Not that I'm not going to do this other thing anymore, or, you know, I just want to really do what I want to do. So yeah, I mean, the first like real acting class I took, I was about 8 or 9 years old. And yeah, I mean, I was in Atlanta at that point. I was taking class at the Alliance Theater, which if you guys are in Atlanta or anywhere in Georgia, that's a very great regional theater. You know, I was taking class, I was doing summer camps and summer programs, and really kind of any work I could kind of get my hands on. I was very, very eager, and I loved it so much. And I was very serious about studying. And because I had a mom in the industry, I didn't have any kind of like rose-colored glasses on about like, I'm going to get discovered and then I don't have to ever do anything again. It's like, you know, I think I think I knew at a young age, and also know more and more and more, even as I work with Jennifer Aniston. I work with all of these like huge major A-list, like stratospheric stars, you know, who you would think like, oh, they don't have anything to worry about. Like they're still working, they're still hustling, they're still training. They're still training. Yeah. Yep. And there's still pressure on them to like keep, you know, it's not like, you know, the ambition and the drive that you feel now. It's not like you get to a certain level and that just goes away, you know, like then it's like, okay, well, I want to do this now. I want to keep going. I want to push myself farther. You know, I mean, artists want to make art, period. Like we want to make things. So, you know, make your things. I mean, you know, I think that's what I sort of think like it was the world that I grew up in was really like, you have to be kind of chosen by someone to be able to do your thing. You know, people were making their own theater, they do a one-woman show or whatever, all of which I've done. But, you know, there was no outlet of like, you know, you can start a TikTok, you can start a YouTube channel, you know, there was nothing like that. And there was certainly nothing like this, because there was no, like Zoom wasn't a thing. I mean, you know, like Alicia was saying, even a few years ago, like Zoom wasn't a thing. As we all know, like one of the sort of, it's like, yes, it would be great if we were all in the same room, but we're all over the country. So I think that's really great that we're able to do that now. And, you know, I also find that's really great as like, you know, when I'm in development of a project, either as a producer and or as an actor, working with writers who are like getting their scripts together. And it's so great to be able to be like, I don't have to just rely on, you know, 5 or 10 people that are able to be at my house to do a reading, a table read. Like I can have people who are all over the country, or if I have a really great actor friend who's on location filming in London or something, if they're able to get on Zoom, like we can do it all together. So there's so many things that are available like right now, but you have to have that community of people. And I really stress that because when I was younger, I think too, I thought like, I really thought like, oh, well, it's all on me. I've got to do it all myself. I've got to make it all happen myself. And like, yes, in a sense, you do have to be your biggest cheerleader. Like, I think I really stress that, like, really like boost yourself up, believe in yourself. You really do have to like push yourself because you're the one really doing the work. But it is so important to have a support system around you. And if you don't naturally have that, like I was lucky, I had a mom who was in the industry. She knew the reality. My dad was in politics and, through my mom saw the reality of the business. So there wasn't any kind of like, I feel very lucky. I certainly have many, many, many colleagues and friends who did not have their families, emotional support, financial support, anything. In fact, they were like, don't do that. I don't want you to do that. I won't pay for anything. I won't help you with anything. And if that's you, if that's something you're going through, then, don't like silence them. I'm not saying to like push them off, but just be like, that's so nice. I don't need your opinion. Thanks so much. I'm not going to share my opinion about what
That's a big
doing.
one. I don't need
You know,
your
right?
opinion, nor do I need your permission. I just need your support. I'm going to do this on my own.
Exactly.
And I think that's important for sure, because it's your passion, not theirs. They don't see it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's even more important to find like, they mentioned Transparent musical that I'm on the producing team for. There's a really great song in it called Chosen Family. And I think that really resonated with me watching it. Not just like in the LGBTQ community, but also in the creative community about, you have those people that you're working with who you just get so close to because, you're making a piece of art and it's special and it's vulnerable. And until you're really in it, like you don't really know it until you're in it. Like you don't, if you've been in one of those situations, even like if you've done community theater, if you've done a really great play or musical, and it's like you're around these people for a month or 2 months or 6 months or whatever, like you really do become kind of a family. And, I think a circumstance like this, classes or a coaching group or something, you really do need those people around you who understand what you're going through and who can boost you and support you and be like, yes, I believe in you. I see the work. I believe in your process. I'm not results oriented. Like that happens with a lot of people too. I think they're like, oh, well, I believe you're a star and you're a big thing and whatever. And it's like, it's a year from now and you're not, starring in a movie with Brad Pitt, then you're a failure. It's like, what? You know what I mean? Like, no, like if you're continuing to go and you're continuing to believe in yourself and you're continuing to do your work, that is a success. You not giving up on yourself, that is a success. You thinking like, you're the shit, that is a success. Like just keep going and keep doing your thing. So yeah, so I mean, I was basically like a casting assistant for my mom when I was a kid, like just out of necessity. Like casting directors' jobs are so hard. They have so many demands, so much pressure put on them to, get the best people last minute. And it's just incredibly high pressure, high stakes. So,
and Haviland, what did your mom cast? Just so you guys can be excited for tomorrow, because she's
oh my gosh,
she's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, she cast like I'll Fly Away. She cast Remember the Titans. She cast Glory, was one of her first jobs in the 80s. She cast Selma. She cast, I mean, literally it's been like 60 or 70 projects. And even like things that I don't like, I'll be talking to her and like we were going to this event in Beverly Hills with Alicia, like in August. And we were riding there. She was riding with me, and I was like, oh yeah, like tell the story about some of the people that you've like kind of discovered, like who worked as like very small roles or like back extras, before now they're famous or something. And I was thinking of like there's a guy like on Empire, who's like this wonderful actor and who was like a background on Remember the Titans. He was a football player. And she was like,
You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
You got to start
And he was
somewhere.
like-
Yeah.
But she's like, oh, well, I guess I could talk about, that Ryan Reynolds boy, and I was like, what? She's very
With a southern
No.
twang like that. Ryan Reynolds' boy. Her mom is
Yeah.
so
And
sweet.
I was
She
like, what?
scares me a little bit because she's so freaking powerful. You guys are
She's-
gonna see me like shaking tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned.
She's very southern. You'll love it.
Oh my God, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's
But
very fun.
she's blunt. I mean, this is a warm up me to her because she's good.
Well,
She's
I
real
think
good.
too, like what I learned and what I always really liked about her is that like she was really, and this got me into the right mindset to not get in my own way when I when I continue to go into auditions, when we have the actual gift of being able to go in a room with a casting director, which is so rare now. But I observed how she would work with actors from a very young age. And, when I got into like college and I was kind of away from her and I would just see other actors training and they would talk about, oh, casting directors, like, I feel like they're kind of the enemy, or they want, they're so scary or this or that. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, that was so not my experience, and I would talk to them and be like, no, like casting directors want you to come in the room and be amazing. Like they want you to be incredible so that their clients, the director, the studio, the producers are like, oh my God, where'd you find this person? This, like, you're amazing.
She's like your number one cheerleader. So for anybody on this call, how many of you guys fear casting directors? Just a little bit, like, oh my God, they're not going to pick me. Her mom is going to change the complete trajectory of your outlook on casting directors, because she did for me.
Yeah. So, I
Yeah.
mean, so that's kind of what I try to remember is that like, it's more empowering. There's so many things as an actor, as a model, as a singer, as a performer that are out of your control. You don't know when you're auditioning for something, even though like you've read the breakdown, which is like the kind of blurb about this is who the character is, right? And you're like, what they're describing, age, the look, the type of person, the type of vibe they have, that is me. I can nail this character. And you know what? You probably can. And also probably 50 other actors also can, who are going to bring different vibes and different flavors, but they're all going to be great. And I have been on the other side of the table as a producer, as a director, and where it's like, somebody comes into the room and you're like, oh my God, she's amazing. She's perfect. Done. We're done. And then the next person that comes in is like, oh God, she's also really good, just different, but I could go either way. Like both of them are great. And that's the hardest thing. So knowing that though, as an actor, reminding yourself that a rejection is not a rejection of you or your talent. It just is like, this wasn't the right timing for you at this point, but it doesn't mean you're terrible, you're a hack, you should get out of it. Like, it doesn't mean any of that stuff. And honestly, like if a casting person or if a director or producer like says anything like that to you, like they are the amateur, you know what I mean? Like they're the one, if they're telling you like, you need to do this and that, it's like, excuse me, stay in your lane. Are you me? No, you're not. Thanks. Again, thank you for your opinion. I'm going to turn that off now.
Joseph is asking, have you ever been rejected?
Yeah, like literally every day.
The
Like,
air we breathe. Yeah.
oh my God, y'all. I mean, right now it's like I'm a SAG-AFTRA member. We're on strike with TV and film, right? So like, other than independent projects and things that have been, are very few and far between, for like the last 6 months, I've had barely any auditions because there's been no television happening, anything. So all of us are in like a super crazy dry spell. But voiceover has continued to go, and I work a ton in voiceover. And
what do you work on? Just for fun. Go ahead and tell us some of the projects you do in voiceover.
I do commercial, which I have like 4 commercials out right now. I do animation. I do video games. I do dubbing. Those are kind of my main things. I pretty much do everything but audiobooks. That's the one thing I just haven't really gotten into in voiceover. But animation wise, I've played like, probably my most popular character is on a show called Barbie Life in the Dream House, and her name is Raquel.
Do you have
And
any pictures to show us? Because last time you had pictures.
oh
You had
yeah,
props.
yeah, I'll grab, yeah.
See, we're live. Are you guys loving this? Scale 1 to 10, right?
Yeah, I do. So it's kind of fun because so you go out and you do your work as an actor, right? And you don't ever know really like, you don't know how you don't know the result. Like you don't know, that's why I always say like, try to remove the results because you don't know who's going to respond to it, how they're going to respond to it. You know, I've certainly been a part of projects where I'm like, this is going to be a huge thing. This is going to be a career changer. And then like the movie doesn't even come out, you know, like, which has nothing to do with me. It just something happens and it's like, oh, well, that just didn't go. And then I've been in things that was like, you know, like honestly, I was excited when I got the role because I grew up playing Barbies and I love the Barbie brand. So that was really fun for me. But it was supposed to be, it was a little YouTube series. And this was when I was cast, it was 2010. So like a little YouTube series was like not a thing. Like it was just literally like, whatever, they're going to put up little episodes on YouTube. Little did I know that, you know, it would totally explode and would now be like, you know, now I have a very large, rabid TikTok fan base that is, you know, largely based on the obsession of this character, which I only knew like 2 years ago. My nieces and nephews were like, do you know that you're like really a big deal on TikTok? I wasn't even on TikTok. I'm like, what are you talking about? And they pull up and they start showing me like, 500 million views on this, which is your voice. And like, here's your picture and here's your this and your that. And I'm like, I'm not even on there. And they're like, you should be, because you've got like millions of fans. And I'm like, and I'm not saying that to be like, you guys, I'm amazing. Like, I'm not saying that I'm saying that in a, like, I had literally no idea that it was that big of a deal. And so I started to basically only about less than 6 months ago, I started to post things on TikTok, and it's been like rapid fire. And I'm kind of constantly like baffled, a little bit blown away, because I'm like, these things that I had no idea, you know, I think like, oh, people would know me from this or that. And it's really like these things that I'm like, oh, that was just like a little job that I had that was like a one-day thing. And everyone's like, you played that character? Oh my God, you're my childhood. You're like, that's the thing they say. They misspell my childhood. And I just it really kills my grammar inside that I'm like, YOU''RE. Please, Gen Z, please put an apostrophe and an E at the end. But anyway, that's just me. You just lean into it. I just lean into Gen Z because I love them for and some of you are in Gen Z. I'm a millennial, a proud millennial, the last of the people that learned grammar. So, oh well. I love their campiness and I love their excitement and enthusiasm. And thankfully, I don't have a lot of trolls on my page, knock on wood. So, and because I think I'm like, as you can tell, I'm pretty bubbly and pretty like silly. So, you know, I take myself and like my work really seriously. And I think that's what I try and convey to clients is that I take the script, I take the work, I take showing up early. All of those things I take incredibly seriously. But when it comes to actually making the thing, I'm like, let's have fun. You know, like I try and keep it on set, especially if I'm high up on the call sheet, meaning like a bigger part in the job. I try and keep it like light and fun because frankly, I want everyone to know like I'm there to collaborate and I respect everybody's job. I respect what everybody's doing. I don't think I'm any more or less important than anyone else there. We all have a job to do. And, you know, I think that just provides a better environment. So I would also say that too, like a lot of this stuff is just perception and misconceptions, you know, of like, oh, like, you think because you don't have as much experience or this or that. I'm not saying go and be cocky. I'm not saying go and like be like, I'm saying go in with a feeling of like preparedness and confidence and respect. That's all. And then like it'll just be a better thing. So this is Raquel. Here she is looking at herself in the mirror because she's obsessed with herself. I did a thing, we do like a live signing because so many conventions like stopped happening during the pandemic. So some of my colleagues and I do like live signings on TikTok and Instagram, and we'll like sign things for people on there. There's also Raquel. She thinks she's really hot because
Can you do her voice, Haviland? I know you can. Can you?
So this is Raquel. If you're on TikTok, you might have heard her say, I think my outfit is pretty gorge. That's Raquel. So there's lots and lots of sounds that like people don't even know. Like one of my friends, Marissa Jarrett Winokur, Tony Award winner for Hairspray, incredible actress. She has a son who's a teenager. And a couple of years ago, again, this is before I was on TikTok, she like texts me and she's like, the weirdest thing just happened. Can I call you? And she calls me and she was like, so my son, who I know her son, he's just like very Gen Z, very cool high school guy, whatever. And she's like, he was just like on TikTok and I heard your voice. And I was like, why are you listening to like, oh, you're watching a show Haviland's been in? And he was like, what do you mean? And he's like, I'm on TikTok. And she's like, oh, are you on Haviland's page? And he's like, no, I'm just watching people's videos. This is like a popular sound. And she's like, that's Haviland. He's like, what? Because like, he knows me. So anyway, it happens, guys. Capitalize on your success. That's all I'm saying. Yes. Somebody says, yeah, the cartoon Barbie on Netflix. Correct.
She does a lot of great voices, guys. And you make money in voiceover, right?
Yeah, you make money. Yes, you make money. This is a business.
It's a business and they want experts. This is
yes.
good.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, I think, we're like, I'm teaching a class right now, a voiceover class with VIP. A couple of you in here are in the class, which I'm very excited to see you. And, we're working through stuff and it's a 12-week class. So we're getting really deep into it, into the nitty gritty. And a lot of what we're talking about in there is, being able to identify, what you're good at and being comfortable with self-directing and, basically learning how to get into voiceover and then how to survive as a voiceover artist. I think so many people think like, because it was like this, like in the 80s and 90s, like, there were, I don't know, like 100 people maybe total doing voiceover, all the voiceover. That's why everybody's voices sound the same. Like in all our childhood cartoons.
Tony the Tiger did multiple
Yeah, it was all the
roles.
same people. It was like, it was literally like 100 people and they were all like, that's like, the guy who's like in a world, like all the trailers, there were 2 guys doing all the trailers. That was it. And, now it's much more broad. I mean, it's still a close knit group and many of us know each other and many of us have worked on the same projects. I always am because in voiceover, you don't know really who else is on a project until it comes out. And then you're like, 10 of my friends were also in this and we have scenes together, but you're so rarely working together in voiceover. So it's such a different beast. All of this we go over and we will be going over in the class because it really is quite different from on-camera acting. So yeah. So
Somebody just asked to see your last picture that you held up. I know. I think it was how do I get onto your class? Well, we're gonna go over that. We'll go over it today and tomorrow.
This is Audrey. She's from Miraculous Ladybug. She was kind of modeled after Anna Wintour from Vogue.
Can you do the voice? I like when you hold up the characters and you do the voice.
Oh, all right. Well, only for you, Alicia. This is Audrey Bourgeois, the style queen. She is the editor-in-chief of Style magazine. Very fabulous. This is her daughter, Chloe. That's her with Chloe. And Chloe is like the mean girl on the show. And Chloe is I have a lot of videos with the actress who plays Chloe. We're actually the same age, which is funny. We're always like, we're the same age and I'm her mom. But we do videos together because now that's like something we found that's really fun. It's so funny because my spouse, like 2 years, when we started hearing about TikTok, all like the TikTok explosion, Reed, my spouse and business partner, was like, you know, you should just start doing videos on Instagram of you like as yourself, like looking like yourself, you know, doing like scenes and doing voices or whatever. And I was like, who cares? Like, why would anybody watch that? Well, evidently they like that. So I kind of was like, all right, I'll try it. And then I'm like, all right, you're right. It works. People
But
do
I
like,
think that's important because you're unveiling the character. And when you're
Yeah.
recording these, are you doing them from home or are you going into a studio?
when I'm recording for like when I'm on my TikTok, I'm all over the place. When I'm recording for a show or for a video game or for a commercial, like 99% of jobs will have me go into a studio. Because primarily, especially for video game and for animation, because they're recording actors at different times, in order to mix the show correctly. And by that, I mean, like, so when you're watching the show and you're watching, you know, a scene with 3 characters in it, it doesn't sound like they're all in different locations. Like it sounds like they're all in the same room talking to each other and they're matching tone and they're matching like energy. And that is a difficult job, I think, for a voice director and for a sound engineer who's editing it. And so I think, you know, it's much easier when it's the same director, they're in the room with you, or not in the room, you're in a booth and usually there's a piece of glass and you're on headphones and you can hear them, you know, and they can kind of direct you because they know the other actors who have already come in, or they're hearing you and they know how they can direct the next actor based on, you know, your performance. So it's really a lot of like really, really listening and really paying attention to what you're being told and how you're being directed. And if you're not clear on something, asking questions. But I think really tuning that listening ear. And that's what when I'm coaching in here, like it's almost like I'm not saying, but those of you who are in my voiceover class now, this will be insight for you. When I'm giving notes, I'm testing you a little bit to see how good of a listener you are, you know, because sometimes I deliberately give really unclear notes. Like I'll deliberately give a note that's kind of generic to see like, are they going to get it? Because you guys, there are a lot of like unclear directors. There's more bad directors than good directors. Okay. So it's like when I'm with a director that's like super clear and is like super collaborative, I'm like, oh, thank you so much. You know, you get an Ava DuVernay who like, my God, thank God I worked with her and she's incredible. And it's freaking phenomenal to watch her like rise to be such a success that she is now. You know, she was great in Selma and that was her second feature she'd ever done, you know, and it was like this huge deal that Oprah was producing and Brad Pitt was producing. And, you know, I'm sure if you haven't seen it, you must watch Selma. I have a very small role in it, but it was really fun. And yes, that was my hair that was used in it. It looks like a big bouffant wig, but it was my hair and it was teased within an inch of it. So it was like teased so much. I play President Johnson's secretary in it. So I'm like introducing Martin Luther King to the president, like as he's coming into the Oval Office. So that was really fun to just get to work with her and be on like the Oval Office set. And I love doing period pieces. The 2 Broadway shows that I did are both that I performed in are both period pieces. It was Fiddler on the Roof and Les Mis. So I love kind of like orienting myself as an actor. I haven't done a ton of period work in voiceover. It's mainly been contemporary, but I have read for a lot of it. And I've done a little bit that's like, you know, in a different time period. And actually, this is like sort of a side note, but we just locked picture on a short film that I'm starring in and that I wrote, which I don't share my writing publicly a lot. So it was kind of like a big deal. About a few months ago, there was a short script writing competition that a couple of my producing friends told me about and encouraged me. They're like, I know you don't usually share your writing, but you know, it's a shorts competition. what does it hurt? Why don't you put yourself out there? And I'm like, I don't usually put myself out there. And like, I put myself out there as an actor a lot and on social media and whatever. And I'm like, here I am, hope you like it, you know? And I already kind of do that, which is scary, but I'm like, this is something that I don't do. And they're like, and then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Like, I should challenge myself. I know I'm a good writer. I'm not the best writer in the world, but like, you know, why not? Like, either I win or I don't win, but it's not going to make or break my life or my career, you know? And I entered it and you guys, I won. And, you know, this company awarded me some money and that was great. And so that went into the, you know, paying for the production, extremely low budget, but we did it. That's when it's, you know, when I like my producing skills of like stretching dollars and everything comes into play. And we made the movie and we just finished editing it yesterday. So it's now going into sound design and color and all of that. But it's really fun because when we were on set, my spouse is a director and was directing it. And when we're on set, at one part in it, and you'll all see it, I'm sure. But at one point, my character, I say like, life is at black and white. And then the screen shifts to black and white. So we're suddenly in black and white. So we were on set and Reed, knowing my skill set, was like, hey, can you try one take where you talk in a 1940s accent? Let's just try it. And they warned the other actress that I was working with, like, listen, like Havlin it's going to be probably kind of funny. So like really keep it together. And so we started doing it and I was like, oh, and it's absolutely stayed in. And like, everyone's like, oh, this is so funny because the whole thing is about like, this other character is like controlling me. And I'm like feeling really I'm playing an actor in it who's having a nightmare, which it's based on personal experience. And so suddenly I'm like, you know, the line is like, I should be able to control my story. And at first I was like, I should be able to control my story is kind of how I was doing it. And so I suddenly started going, I should be able to control my story. And like, we kind of just went from there. And I was like, and I've never met you before in my life. You know, like we started doing this thing and it's so weird and so funny and it works. And that just came because, you know, it was an idea I had, and then Reed had a different idea on set. And then the other actress who I was working with, then she was going into, it's like, it was a very cool, and now the editor had a different idea about how to make it look, how we want it to look. And like, this is a collaboration. So that's what I'm saying. This all came because I just was willing to just put myself out there in a way that I'm not, you know, I mean, I would say I'm never totally comfortable because, you know, we live a life in the arts, but, you know, I'm much more confident and comfortable with, if you give me a script, like I know that I can deliver. You know, if you give me, as an actor, I know that I can deliver. I know I'm going to do a good job. I'm very confident with my process. I have my process. You know, I know how it goes. With screenwriting, I'm not looking to be a professional screenwriter, you know, for the rest of my life, but I was looking to challenge myself and saying, you know, I would love to play this role. That would be really fun. And I have an idea for the other actors in it, the types of actors I would want to work with and the type, you know, what I would like for it to be. And so I put myself out there, which was scary. But so that's just a story to say the outcome has been really good. And I'm hoping that, you know, it's great. And we are going to submit to festivals and hopefully we'll be, you know, in lots of great festivals, and it'll be a really fun experience. It has been so far. So I'm just saying, like, whatever that is for you, if you're like, you know, I know there's so many people. I was so pleasantly inspired and surprised in my voiceover class. Like, so many people in there are, you know, not 20, you know, they just got out of high school. You know, these are people that this might be their second or third career. This might be their, you know, they retired and now they're like, I'm in my 60s and now I want to do this. And I think that's so cool and inspiring. So whatever that thing is for you, and maybe that's, you know, you've been working in corporate America forever and have been very successful and are very, you know, confident in that world. And this is a new thing for you. I just really encourage you to yes, exactly. Step out of your comfort zone. because, you know, so many like really incredible creative things come when, you know, when we, you know, seasoned and life experienced. Yes, I like that. Yeah,
I
I
want
just,
to put you in the hot seat real quick.
okay,
I want to talk about darker days.
okay.
Okay, are you guys ready? I'm gonna put her in the hot seat a little bit, just because I know she's quick. It's like improv. All right, so have you ever dealt with really dark days where you're like, why the F am I doing this still? Have you
Yeah.
ever had anybody in your life tell you maybe you shouldn't be doing this? Or as far as competition, since you went to a
Yeah.
prestigious school, how did you get further than others? Did anybody ever try to bring you down? And how did you get out of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's different ways that people, you know, nobody has ever looked in my face and been like, I don't think you should do this. I don't think that they would have the balls to do so, quite frankly, because I would read.
And you
the
wonder why we're
book.
friends. Just putting it out there. Go on.
What's that?
I said, and you wonder why we're friends. 'Cause
Yeah, exactly. I would
Try to
not
tell me I
put up-
can't do it. Come on.
Yeah, I would definitely, I wouldn't put up with that. But I think that people are, bullies are very skilled usually, and for better or worse, I have dealt with bullies since I was a young child. And so they're very skilled at, and insecure people, which is bullies are insecure, ultimately it's about them, not you. It's about their own insecurity and their own bullshit and what they're not facing and what they're not doing and the things that they're not fulfilling in their own life. And they look
And those
at-
are usually the trolls on the internet, guys. So if you
Yeah.
ever post anything positive and people are trying to tear you down, it's their insecurities. It's not about you.
Yeah. And, you know, and I mean, I had school teachers who were like that, who were jealous, who were, you know, and I think it was really, you know, neither of my parents are like fighters at all. Like they weren't at all like, I was like, God, if I were a parent, I would definitely like teach my kid, especially a girl, to know how to throw a punch, because that would have been great. I can do it now. FYI, I do a lot of my own stunts and I can throw a punch. But side note, I don't encourage violence, but just, you know, knowing that you are capable of, you know, defending yourself. But I think, you know, ultimately both my parents did say, because they're both overachievers and they are both, you know, they were both looked up to a lot, as I've, you know, there was a high bar to hit, basically. They were both very high achievers and very well respected in their various fields, and still are. So I think the way they kind of taught me was like, listen, people are going to say things and they're going to do things. And most of the time it's because they are jealous of you, and they're jealous of whatever it is that you're doing that they're not doing, or that they're too afraid to do, or whatever. I mean, I've certainly, you know, had people, I mean, I've been rejected many, many, many times, you know, oftentimes now, well, really forever. Oftentimes for performers, you know, you audition for something and you don't hear anything one way or another. You know, it's not like corporate jobs or something where, you know, you're a finalist for a position and you get a rejection letter, you get an email or a phone call. I mean, like most of the time, almost all the time now, you hear absolutely nothing. You're like, I don't even know if they watched my audition or they listened to my audition, you know? So the importance to have self-confidence and self-love and to continue moving forward and to have grounding forces in your life, like a community, like a partner, like a family, like whatever it is in your life that are grounding things, like your workout routine, you know, your things that you do that are for you, that are regardless of what's happening in your career, that are consistent, I think are things that I wish somebody had really pressed that with me when I was like, you know, 18 or 25.
This is why we have VIP Ignite. I
Right.
mean, it's true, giving back and helping each other, and most of all, learning from someone who's achieved what it is that we set out to do. And this isn't about reinventing the wheel. Learn from Haviland, please. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's why you're here. Now,
Yeah.
one other obstacle I kind of want you to discuss, if it's okay, is financials. I mean, a lot of people think, oh, if somebody really wants me, they're going to pay for me. As an actor, you've had to invest in not only training, but proper headshots. I mean, can you go over some of the investments and how did you cover those expenses? Did your parents pay for everything for you?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a grown ass adult now, you know.
I always get 30-year-olds. Let me ask my mom. I'm like, But what? Grow a pair and come back in a year. Like, I can't help you.
I mean, good for you,
Yeah.
but no, I mean, this is a whole thing. I feel like I could teach a whole course on like,
We'll schedule it. Deneen, we're gonna schedule a course
like
just on
the
this.
the do's and don'ts of like the financials of being an artist, because I think like there's things that I wish I'd known. I mean, like there, if I could go back and tell myself, I mean, so when I booked my first Broadway show, I was out of town. I was in Pittsburgh doing a musical at Pittsburgh Public Theater. I was, 21 and I just gotten out of college, and I had driven back to New York, like on our one day off to do my final call back for Fiddler, and then driven back, and I had to go right into the show that afternoon. And I booked the show, and somebody like announced it kind of to our whole cast, and everybody was so excited for me. And like, so, oh my God. I mean, because that really truly was like, you book your first Broadway show, that really truly is like very life-changing, totally career changing, and this guy who was like probably in his 40s, and he was like a dad, and he came up and he's like, let me talk to you. And we're like in full costume. We were doing the Mikado, by the way, which is like you're wearing ridiculous, like questionable costumes, which no one should really do that show anymore because it's total appropriation. But we were doing it. We're in like full like, OBs and like, this whole thing. And he comes up to me and he's like, let me talk to you about a Roth IRA and getting an investment account. Like, I remember it so clearly because I was like, okay. And I'm like, go on, and I'm learning from him. And, because a lot of times, like, there are some baby boomers in here, I'm sure, but, I was raised by baby boomers, and we were taught, don't talk about money. It's rude. It's inappropriate, to ask people how much they make or to ask people. And I say like, F that, frankly. I say like, it is imperative that we share information with each other. I mean, as a side note, I'm a huge proponent of equal pay for women, for people of color, for queer people. I think there should be more transparency in pay. And also in how people are like making it work, because, I have made it work my whole life, but that has not been because I just kind of like sat back and waited for somebody to pay me, or because I've trusted that an agent or manager is just going to handle things. Like, I've gone months and months and months where an agent and I've always had great agents and managers. And I've gone plenty of periods of time where like, they're not bringing in really anything that's paying. And I've had to source work, and I've had to put myself out there and network and figure things out and be like, okay, I can work as a singer. I can work as this, that, like, where can I kind of bring in income? And I think that's really important, to not like blow smoke up your booty, because,
But you do need to invest in like quality marketing materials. You're not going to get booked unless you have proper training, unless you have
Correct.
proper photos. I mean, no one's just going to book you because you want to be booked.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of being an actor, headshots, a really good social media presence, possibly a website, which I've had. That was my graduation present from college. My dad paid for like my first year of a domain or something. And I've had the same HavilandStillwell.com since then. And, so just getting you started. So that's something too, that it's like, you go, all right, what are the things that I need to kind of put in place? It is a business, so what are the things that I need to put in place? Once you start getting materials of you, doing films, even if it's like student films, whatever, anything that you have that you can put into a reel. If you're going into voiceover, having a basic recording setup, which we're talking about in the class that I'm teaching, about the different levels of kind of, what you really should have if you're really a voiceover professional, which is a big investment of several thousands of dollars, versus like you're just starting out, you have no money, and it's like, okay, how do you make it work? I mean, there's those kind of tiers for classes. There's those kind of tiers for, building your website, for headshots. There's photographers that are more expensive than others. But I would say that if it's a matter of like, hey, I'm going to just, if I wait, if I save up a little or put a little bit on my credit card or something like that, versus like really bad pictures that are just like you're taking on your cell phone, or, you know what I mean? Like, I would say, put your best foot forward, do your best, do the best thing you can do for yourself. You know what I mean? Think of yourself like if you're a parent or if you are taking care of your parents or whatever, like do for yourself the absolute best you can do, if that makes sense. You know, like really, I'm not saying like, you know, go bankrupt or whatever over your art, but
But the key word is investment. That's the key word, guys. You want to do great things, but you have to put forth some effort. You got to be proactive.
right.
Evelyn, we loved having you.
Thank you.
We're done already. Like this is, I see Deneen on. Hi, Deneen.
Hi, time
It's hard to
flies when
miss
you're
you with
having
that hat.
fun.
Awesome. It's always such a pleasure. Such a pleasure. Hope to see you guys. Hope to see you guys in class.
Your next class is Halloween. I just saw.
It is. It's on Halloween.
Crazy.
We are dressing up, I think. I'm traveling internationally and I get back like the night before. So I might be playing the role of like a zombie. I don't know yet.
That's fine.
I play that role very well.
All right, cool. Well, it was such a pleasure. I hope to
Thank
see
you. We loved
all
you.
guys.
Thank you, Haviland.
Bye.
Did you guys love that? Yeah.
Awesome.
How
So
many
how
of you
much
would
did
love
you
to
guys
have
learn?
Haviland as your mentor? Type mentor. Imagine having access to somebody like that who has millions of views on TikTok and somebody who said, hey, at the age of 7, I've been doing this for like 30 years this way. I graduated magna cum laude from one of the most prestigious theatrical schools in the world. Again, she's been in movies with Jennifer Aniston. She books work all the time. Imagine having her as your mentor, literally giving you constructive criticism, step by step by step. I mean, we talk about this. This is you, and this is where you want to go. Imagine having somebody hold you by the hand and lead you, not asking your friends and family and trying to Google, right? Somebody like Haviland helping you step by step by step. And what I love about her is she's not just a voiceover actor. She's a writer. She's a producer, an actor.
She starred on Broadway.
Like, right? This isn't like YouTube. This is like Broadway. So it's always a pleasure to have her.
Yeah. And I saw people asking, how do I get access to your classes? How do I get access to your classes? Is it okay if Mike tells you that a little bit later today? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you want to know how to work with Haviland. Awesome. Because we're going to go over that in a little while. All right, guys. So how many of you are feeling that transformation? We talked about this. We talked about how, but if you play full out for the whole day, by the end of tomorrow, you're going to be a completely different person. But how many of you are starting to feel that transformation? If you're starting to feel that transformation, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because you know what? Our goal isn't for you to come here and just gain information. Our goal is for you to come here and transform. Because we know you're not here just because you're playing around. You're here because you want to achieve that goal that you wrote down at the beginning of the day. Remember that goal? Look down at your paper. You should have it written down in front of you. Our goal is for you to start achieving that goal. And the way that you're going to do that is by every day, you have to start creating new habits so that you can move forward. And I saw someone earlier say that they want to change their mindset. They want to delete things. I'm going to teach you something really quickly, and then I'm going to have Michael Famkin come back on. If you want to create new habits, if you want to change your life, you can't just stop things because that leaves a void. Whenever there's a void in life, something else is going to fill it in. You have to be very conscious about the way that you change things. So if you have a thought where like, oh, I can't do this, you instead of saying, nope, 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 you have to change it to, I know I can. If you ask yourself, what if this doesn't work? No, you should say, no. What if this does work? Oh, you're not good enough. What I am good enough, and this is what I'm going to achieve. So I want you guys to really start thinking about that. And speaking of thinking about that, how many of you are ready to have the way that you will ever watch TV, film, and anything else absolutely destroyed right now? In the best way. Like, hold on. How do we go from let's change our mindset to destroying things? All right, so our next presentation is, and I say this about all of the presentations, but this is one of my favorite presentations. we're going to talk to you about discover the secret acting DNA, transform from actor to detective, seeking truths hiding in plain sight. How many of you are ready to become a detective? Every time you turn on the TV, every time you turn on a movie, every time you watch even a commercial, you are going to start seeing things completely different. Is that okay? Is it okay if we do that for you? One or one in the comments. All right, everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey, guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good. All right, let me share my screen. I know we have the mystical and magical Mr. Ryan Colby is going to be calling in shortly. And he's like literally in a secret location with some super powerful people. So guys are going to get a nice surprise right after this. So get ready. All right. So this is called Discover the Secret Acting DNA, transform from actor to detective, seeking truths hiding in plain sight. So what we're going to talk today is about script analysis. So script analysis is a key step in any actor's process. A close examination of the text can help you develop your character's motivations and backstory. So for those of you that are brand new or aspiring, or you've reached a certain level of success, obviously, for those of you that are part of the program and are working with Bobby and have access to all of the trainings, obviously this is something that's really important, right? It's not only understanding your character, but your character development, the transformation the character goes through, what their backstory is, what the motivation of that character is. My goal is by the end of this for you guys to really have another resource, right? Another tool that you can add to your tool belt, to your, war chest of content that you can pull from. And I really want you guys to start paying attention, especially in story arcs, and whether you're watching a television show or a movie. What makes a really great movie? What makes a great television show, a Breaking Bad or a Walking Dead and so forth? There's story arcs there. And these writers are following formats. And a lot of them is called a hero's journey, which is something I suggest that you guys learn about. I do a whole training about that. I'm actually doing a really great one for TV and film. But today we're going to just kind of learn the basics of script analysis so you guys can start understanding that. Especially for those of you who, as you're going through the audition process and you start, landing agents and bigger jobs and so forth, it's going to be really important. And this is something that's always going to be a part of your life. So whether you're won your first Academy Award or your 10th, script analysis is always going to be something that as an actor, that's going to be key to your success and to really giving a great performance, a performance that, creates that legacy, that creates those movies that people will remember for, decades to come. So technically what you want to first ask yourself is, what is the character literally doing in that scene? What are they literally doing? Are they going to the mailbox? Are they drinking a cup of coffee? What is it that they're literally doing? What does the scene require them to actually do? Are they reading a book? Are they shooting a gun? Are they chasing a criminal? What are they literally doing? So then the most important thing is acting is kind of different than real life, and the fact of what does the character want the other character in the scene to do? So in every scene, whatever the character is literally doing, at the same time, what is he trying to get the other character in the scene to do? Right? Is he trying to get them to go to the mailbox? Is he trying to get a reaction out of them? So as you're reading through the script, these are the questions that you're asking yourself. So we're going to kind of go through a practice script today. I'll show you guys how to access that. And I'll actually give you guys some homework to do. That's really beneficial because you'll actually see how the writing changes from a script to the actual screenplay to the actual film. So you'll see some key differences in the script that I'm going to show you today. But it's really good to see how the original script was so you can compare it. Because when you're working on set, a lot of times you'll be handed a script, and the morning of, you'll do a dry run. It's called a table read. So imagine you're on set for, your favorite film, your favorite TV show. You may given they'll shoot in scenes. So scenes don't always go in sequential order. So the way you're actually watching the movie or the TV show, that may not have been the way they filmed it. 99.9% of the time, it definitely isn't. So they're filming different scenes. So a character, when you watch a character go through a movie, they're changing. So you have to be script analysis becomes so important because the character the person was at the beginning of the film is completely different than who they are at the end of the film. They went through a transformational journey. They learned something. They brought something back
they became somebody else, right? Characters lose people, they lose friends, people die, people come into their life, they get married, they change their ideals, right? So when you're shooting, you're not shooting in the sequence of the order of the film. So script analysis is very important because you may be shooting the end of the movie on day one. So you have to now go into character as a person who they are at the end of the film. You just don't show up and say, okay, guys, I'm ready to read my lines. That's not how this works, right? You're not going to become a great actor. Okay. Every actor, this is something you need to do. And obviously, for those who are part of our program, this is something, that's really important, right? Everything that we do, even having our talent come out to live events and being able to sit down, with some of our instructors in person, not only being able the opportunity to learn on Zoom, which is a great tool, but being able to actually learn from a master, right? Being able to sit in front of them and actually being able to interact with them. So 2 things you want to ask yourself is, what is the character literally doing? And then what does the character want the other character in the scene to do, right? Third question you're going to ask yourself, what is my action? So what is the action now that I'm taking? Am I angry? Am I sad? What is the action am I doing? Am I throwing something? Am I picking up a cup of coffee? Am I sitting at a restaurant, talking with the police chief, and I'm the new officer and he's giving me advice and I'm ordering a piece of apple pie? What is my action in the scene? Okay. And then what is the action like to me as if, right? What is the action like to me as if, and then you insert, what is the motivation of that scene? Why am I getting that apple pie? Is it because I'm hungry? Is it because I'm sitting there, I'm nervous, right? Is it just because I'm there and I have to order something? It kind of feels weird to be sitting here and not. So you have to question yourself into this. You have to understand something. When the writers write something, they're going to give you what's called dialogue, and they're going to give you some actions to understand the setting of the scene, but it's up to you to bring that scene to life, right? It's a cooperation between you and the director. So you'll be working a lot with the director. Writers will always be there. They'll be on set, but a lot of times writers are not actors, right? Their lane is they envision something. It is your job as the actor to bring that to life. A lot of times you'll see writers, they're not great actors, right? But they're great writers. Okay. So I want you to understand the difference. I want you to understand the dynamics of the people you'll be working with on set. Okay. Very important. Okay. So this analysis keeps the actor on steady course with the writer's intention, so the actor can boil down the scene into a playable objective, an essential action, a goal he or she can attempt to accomplish night after night, take after take. A lot of times when you're on set, okay, if you're watching like a 30-second scene, what I'd like you to do is the next time you're watching a show or a movie and you see the character walking through the door, that's scene 1. Then now they show there's a next scene where you see the character opening the door or closing the door. That's scene 2. Watch how the angles change, right? When they're doing a scene where there's people are sitting in front of them and you see them talking. Then you see the next scene, the person's talking back and forth, right? Not when they're both in the scene at the same time, but when you see the camera changes, right? Close-ups and so forth. Those scenes are shot separately. So I want you to start counting the scenes. When you're watching a movie, count the scenes. When you're watching a TV show, realize that each and every time you go 1, 2, that meant there was a pause on set. They reset everything. They moved the cameras around, right? They had to powder down the actors again. If the actor was taking a sip of his drink, they got to make sure that the same amount of liquid stays in the glass. So they take Polaroid shots to make sure that the scene it has consistency, right? The person's not, in one scene they have a full glass, next scene they have an empty glass, right? You'll see that people will catch when television shows make mistakes, right? Like in Game of Thrones, somebody left a Starbucks cup in one of the scenes and somebody spotted it, right? That was a mistake. Some people say it was conspiracy. Starbucks got some great free advertising. But I want you to understand, like when you're shooting even a 30-second, 1-minute scene, it can take all day. So you're on set there like multiple times. Like imagine you're in a dance scene, right? And you're there dancing for 12 hours before the director's happy with it. The same enthusiasm and energy you had on take 1 is the same enthusiasm and energy you have to have at the end of the day. When you first arrive on set and you're doing it in the reading room, you're going to read back and forth. So you may not have to go into full character, but you're going to read the lines back and forth. They will make adjustments to things like in real time. So there's a lot of time, there's a lot of downtime There's a lot of time, like when, they have what's called stand-ins. So, you're the star actor. You're not just going to sit there waiting while they're shooting the opposite scenes. They may shoot the opposite scenes in sequence of a conversation. So now you have to understand the lines of the person that was, sitting in front of you, so you can continue that conversation, right? What could started off as a pleasant conversation became heated, became argumentative, became hateful, or a scene where the person's falling in love with somebody. So you have to understand that script analysis is so important because of the way movies are filmed, right? So it's your job. The reason you're getting paid what you're getting paid, the reason you landed this job, the reason your agent, your manager fought to get you this job, the reason you spent all those hours training and perfecting your craft is to be able to bring these characters to life, to be able to do this, to understand this. Okay, so script analysis is extremely important. Okay, so very happy is different from happy, right? So when you're reading a scene and it says very happy versus happy, completely different actions the writer wants you to take. So I want you to understand, when you're given a script, that every word in the script has a meaning. It has a beat. It has a reason why it was put there. So understand, very happy is going to be different from happy, right? The tonality you use, the excitement level that you're going to use, and so forth. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Joker today. I'll give you guys the link later on so you can download the script so you can go through this yourself. This is the original script. It'll follow a little bit differently than the actual movie. There was some changes made, but it's still good to be able to follow this because it's a great learning experience to be able to see what changes there were, how the original vision of the writer was, and then compare it scene by scene, being able to follow along with the script versus the movies. So let's start. So this is the Joker, the newest Joker. The sequel is going to be coming out. They just wrapped up for that in New York City. Lady Gaga is one of the co-stars in it. It's going to be a really great movie. So the story takes place in its own universe. So right off the bat, so as I'm reading this, let's just pretend we were reading for the Joker. I know that this is going to be separate from anything that I know about DC, right? So for those of you Batman fans, right? Batman and Robin, the Joker, Wonder Woman, Superman, right? It has no connection to any of the DC films that have come before it. So the writer's telling me right out the gate, anything I think I know, put it out my mind. Do not compare this character to what I believe this Joker character should be, right? How do we see this? We see this as a classic Warner Brothers movie, gritty, intimate, and oddly funny, right? So it's very important that intimate and oddly funny. So it's not meant to be a comedy per se. There's a tonality of oddness to it, right? So for those of you who've seen the film, are familiar with it, this now should start making sense to you, right? But remember, when you're first given this, like, you guys have an edge because you can watch the film. You may be familiar with the film, so this is very easy to understand. But imagine that this film didn't exist yet, and this is what you're going to have to go by. So in the future, this is what you're going to be given. This is your job to do this, to read the script, right? To understand the entire script. So we see it as a classic Warner Brothers movie, gritty, intimate, and oddly funny. The characters live in the real world and the stakes are personal. So this means this isn't a fantasy world. This means that this is set in the same physics that we live in. So whenever you see something that they live in the real world, it means the physics of this world are the same. That means Superman can't fly. That means somebody can't throw a car with one hand. These aren't superheroes. They're living in the real world. The stakes are personal. So everything that's going on here has meaning to it. It's very personalized, right? That means that the characters go into themselves. Although it's never mentioned in the film, the story takes place in the past. And he says, let's just call it 1981, right? So automatically as the actor, you start, okay, so this takes place in the past, 1981. I can kind of envision that. I envision the world as being intimate, oddly funny. It's in the real world, so the physics are going to match here. So now we continue. It's a troubled time. The crime rate in Gotham is at a record high. A garbage strike has crippled the city for the past 6 weeks, and the divide between the haves and the have-nots is palpable. Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions, right? So now we say, okay, so now we understand. So it's gritty, it's intimate, oddly funny. There's a garbage strike. That means the city stinks. Right? There's this divide going on, right? This conflict, right? So which side am I playing? Am I playing with the haves, the have-nots? Obviously, as the Joker, I'm leaning into the have-nots, trying to become the person that haves, right? And then it's slipping into delusion. So if you're familiar with the movie, so that doesn't just mean the character of the Joker, right? The character of the Joker is the central character. He's the hero that goes through the transformations throughout the film, right? As his character evolves and changes. But there's this slipping into madness, right? So you're not into madness, you're on the verge of madness. So then the screen goes black. All right, the screen's black and the opening scene, and then you just hear laughter, right? The sound of a man totally cracking up. Camera now, it starts fading in, and we see that they're now in the Department of Health office. It's in the morning, right? So they're setting the tonality, right? So he's in the morning. How would this person be in the morning, right? Where is he actually physically? What is his action? What is he trying to get this other person to do? I'm asking myself these questions, right? As an actor, as I'm reading the script. So close in on the Joker, he's in his 30s, tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control. His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old faded red hooded zipped up sweatshirt, a threadbare gray scarf, thin from years of use, hangs loosely around his neck, right? So you see here, so he's not laughing out of happiness. He's laughing because he can't control this, right? He suffers from a disease. He's suffering from something. He's not able to control this. So that means there's pain, right? This character is in pain consistently, right? This scarf, it's just not a gray scarf, right? It's a threadbare scarf, so it's worn, right? So that means that's something he's using, right? He's grabbing onto it, right? He's always in the stressful moment. And then we notice now 2 faded old scars cut at the corners of his mouth, almost forming a smile. He's sitting across from an overworked social worker. She's in her 50s, African-American. Her office is cramped and run down in a cramped and rundown building. Stacks of folders piled high in front of her. So now for the character who's playing that, and at the same time, the Joker, you're not in a happy situation here, right? It goes back to gritty, intimate, oddly funny, the haves and the have-nots, dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions. So as a character analysis, a script analysis, I know I'm not going into this as a happy character, right? I'm going into somebody who's overworked, right? I'm the city stinks of garbage, right? It's miserable. Doesn't mean I'm a miserable person, but it just means I lost my dream, right? I'm slipping into delusion. So all of these characters have these traits. It's just how far these traits are shown in how you're delivering the lines, right? Obviously, the center focus is on Joker, but as you start understanding the script, you'll start realizing when you go back and you start watching the movie again, you'll see this tonality and these feelings that these people are giving, right? This is why they were hired. So she sits behind her desk waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before, right? So that tells you a clue on her face. Like, it's not like I'm in shock. This is the first time I'm seeing this. This is like he does this every time. Like, I'm sick and tired of this. Like, I have all this paperwork here. This city stinks. This building is old. Like, I'm just tired of this with him, right? Joker takes a deep breath. So every word in here is relaying the scene. It's not going to be broken down for you guys. This is why you're a professional. This is how a script is done. So she sits behind her desk waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before. Finally, it subsides. Joker takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, and then there's a beat. So the beats are what's important. A beat means that the tonality changes, right? So a beat means that it's telling you as an actor the tonality, be aware that the tonality changes. So the tonality can go from, oh my God, this was the craziest thing. B, yeah, wow, this really sucks, right? I'm changing it. So he went from not being able to control his laughter, he was in pain, to literally his character goes, is it just me or is it getting crazier out there, right? So is it just me means there's 2 little lines before that. There's a little bit of a pause, right? So even though there's an apostrophe there, is it just me? Or is it getting crazier out there, right? So everything in a line, like if that apostrophe wasn't there, I would have read that differently. I would have been, is it just me or is it getting crazier out there? I wouldn't have paused for a moment. So it's not only so not every time when you're reading a script does it follow like correct punctuation. The punctuation is there to give you clues also into how the writer envisioned the script to be read. So it's up to you to bring the character to life, right? You're bringing the character to life. The guide that you have is the script. Okay. Script analysis is what helps you understand the entire storyline. So as you're shooting, you know where you are in the world that you're now bringing to life, the film, right? Like all stories, movies, and TV shows are made up of moments that build upon each other to create a cohesive whole. In any given scene, there are a number of individual beats where one emotion shifts to another and the dramatic action shifts in response. What is a beat? In a screenplay or teleplay, a beat is a moment that propels the story forward and compels the viewer to take stock of what could happen next. Each scene may be comprised of several different beats. Some story beats are subtle, while others are obvious. So, 4 types of story beats. Beats can refer to several different kinds of emotional moments or plot points. Example of beats you might find in a screenplay include events, from graduation parties and proms to battles and boxing matches. Large social gatherings, events may offer opportunities for characters to express their views or desires, interact with secondary characters, and advance plot development, both within the main story and outside of it. Realizations are often small, subtle, and quiet moments that occur after some buildup. Perhaps a character witnesses a gesture or a glance that reveals their best friend's betrayal, or discovers there's a reason she keeps getting passed up for promotions. Realization beats helps characters make decisions based on the information they have, right? So if you're watching like a bank robbery movie, right? The moment the girlfriend discovers the boyfriend is the bank robber, right? That's a beat change. Now all of a sudden, how that role is played, how that character is played changes because now she has information. So the way she looks at him, the way she delivers lines, she doesn't want him to know that she knows, right? So you have to realize that, like you have to put that into your acting. Resolution beats tend to come early in the story and stem from a character's desire to change the status quo or conduct an experiment. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is a clear example of how a simple resolution made early in the film impacts the entire plot. For her advice columnist, protagonist Andy Anderson, Kate Hudson, revolves to drive a man away within 10 days. Interactions. In the course of his or her journey, a character meets allies and antagonists, characters who provide additional conflict and dimension to the story. Notable interactions, for instance, a hero facing off with the villain in the final battle, are important beats that shape the plot. Conversations fall under this category as well. Even seemingly minor dialogue, like a teenager and her father arguing over curfew, can shape the outcome of the rest of the story, right? So let's go back to the Joker script, right? So here again, right? We're still in the office, morning, close on the Joker, right? So we go again, tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control, right? You start seeing these beats here. You start seeing the changes, right? How the characters want to interact with each other. So, you may, as a great actor, you may read a script several times, may read it a dozen times. Most actors, they will continuously reading the script. You put notes into your script. You will change lines when you're in the writer's room, when you're sitting at the table in the morning, you'll be changing lines. Sometimes you may change shift scenes. Tomorrow we're supposed to be shooting in the morning. Outside it starts pouring, raining. Now we have to shift scenes. We're going to do an interior scene at the studio. You have to be prepared for that. A lot of times, they'll tell you the night before what scenes you're working on. You may not have to memorize the entire script, but you have to be good at memorization. You have to be able to be good to, when changes are made, to be on point, right? You're doing something live television show. Can't make mistakes. Then you have to be really good at improv. You have to be able to cover. You can't say, all right, hold, let's reshoot. Doesn't work that way, right? Same thing doing Broadway, live theater. That's why so many great actors love doing live theater. When you see like a Pacino, a De Niro, they start their careers in live theater. Live theater is such a great way to really experience emotions, to understand stories. Reading Shakespeare is such a great way to learn about emotions, character development. Like the more you can continuously learn, I love going over this stuff because to me, this is what builds great actors. Right. So let's continue. So despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eyes, something broken in him. Looks like he hasn't slept in days. Right. So we continue the script and it's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work. The garbage strike seems like it's going on forever. These are tough times. Right. So then now she says, well, how about you? Right. How's the job? Still enjoying it? The Joker, yeah, it's different each day. So he's still staying in this character, right? He was, right? He's just going along with her. I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind the desk, right? So there's these little pauses there, right? He's kind of toying with her, right? So then you could see the beat now, they highlight that. He goes, no offense. So he's saying that in a way like he's insulting her, right? He thinks he's better than her. He's the Joker. He's playing with her. This is his character, right? She smiles, right? So she's smiling and enjoying it, right? If you watch the scene, you'll know exactly. She smiles like, okay, wise ass, right? Writes something down, looks at the clock. She's running late for her next appointment. So even something like that, like if we just went to the script without reading the beginning, without doing the analysis, her smile, we don't even know what type of smile she's having. Is she giving him a smile like, you know, screw off, or is she giving a smile like, ooh, I like you, you're flirting with me? No, right? So script analysis is important. You just don't show up and start reading your lines. You have to go past the lines and start really asking yourself these kinds of questions, right? What is the character doing? What do they want the other character in the scene to do, right? So in here, what is he trying to get her to do? Right? He's trying to get her to respond, to react. He's trying to get a reaction out of her. As she's reading the script analysis, yeah, she said, okay, what is he trying to get me to do? Trying to get me to react. Okay. What am I trying to get him to do? I'm not going to allow him to make that happen. Right. So I'm going to smile, but I'm going to smile in a way like, okay, wise guy. Right. So each person, as they're reading this, they're seeing it from their perspective, but you also have to understand it from the other's actor's perspective too. Okay. Hold on. All right. So again, what is the character literally doing? What does the character want the other characters in the scene to do? What is my action? What is that action like to me? It's as if. Okay. So despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eyes. Something's broken in him. It looks like he hasn't slept in days. Right. It's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work, right? Again, right? She smiles, write something down, right? So again, understanding this, right? Each time you're going to ask yourself these questions as you're reading through the script, right? So now social work will continue. Have you been keeping up with your journal, right? The Joker every day. Great. Did you bring it with you, right? So now a beat. Now you see, so he gave you a clue here, the writer gave you a clue. So the beat now changes. He's dodging the subject, right? I'm sorry. Did I bring what? Right, as if he didn't hear it. Now you see again, they're giving you the writer's giving the actor a clue. Impatient. She doesn't have time for this, right? So now she refers them to him by name, right? It's like a teacher, like she's now acting, you know, the person of authority. So Arthur, last time I asked you to bring your journal with you, right? For these appointments, do you have it? Right? Joker, yes, ma'am. See, he's responding back, right? She's treating him like a child, like he's a teacher. She's the teacher. He's the student. So now beat, right? So now she's, okay, can I see it? Right? So now again, gritty, right? She's asking, oh, can I see it? Right? Like she's asked for it. Now she's getting a little bit upset, right? She's getting impatient, right? He reluctantly reaches into his bag. So again, giving a visual clue to the action. He just doesn't go and grab it, but he's going to take his time getting it, right? Pulls out a weathered notebook, and then he slides it across to her. So saying sliding across her, he doesn't hand it to her. He doesn't throw it at her. He doesn't push it towards her. He doesn't push it towards her fast. He's sliding it across to her. So again, the writer's giving you these instructions, not only the visual instructions, but it's also giving you the emotion of the scene. So it's very important as you're reading this. And I know I'm going through a lot right now, and it may seem overwhelming for somebody who's new, but it's just like anything else. It's practice, right? As you do this, like I can guarantee you, I've already given you enough that when you're going to watch a TV show tonight or a movie, you're going to start noticing all this. Your mind is so powerful. Believe me, it's retaining the information, and it's just through repetitiveness and practice that you'll get better and better at this as we go on. So the first read, on the first read through, it's important to understand the literal situation and events that affect the character at each point in the story. These facts from the script are given circumstances and help determine the action you will take in performance. As you read a script, make a list of all the facts about your character. Anything you can glean from a script is helpful. What do they do for a living? Where do they live? Who is closest to them? Break down into scenes and beats. After you have a feel for the character, map out the story into scenes and beats. Good scripts are written as a series of related events where A leads to B and B leads to C and so on. A lot of times there's jumps in movies, right? If you watch certain movies, especially today, they go back in time, right? They go back into the early development of the character. They want to show the audience how this character became who they were. So as an actor, you have to understand all that, right? The person who they were 20 years ago is completely different than the person they are today. People don't see that in a daily action because as you move through life and time, you don't notice these changes, right? It's like when people lose weight, you may not believe you're losing as much weight as you realize, but all of a sudden somebody says, my God, I haven't seen you in 2 years. You look so different, right? But when you're watching a film, you have to bring this to life, right? That's what acting is about. The practice of making a scene map helps the actor to understand the story sequentially and provides built-in points to change action. Now, there are going to be times where you're working, on a lower budget film. You're not working with the best writers, right? The greatest writers make the best projects. That's why you see great projects. Martin Scorsese is working with the Denzel Washington, working with, a Terrence Winter, right? He's a great writer. Scorsese, a great director. Denzel Washington, a great actor. You bring those three together, they make great films. But you as an actor have to understand when you're beginning, you may be doing a commercial, you may be doing a sitcom, you may be doing a pilot, you may be doing a student film, right? It's up to you to always be the great person, right? To be that person, but at the same time, celebrate each other, being able to work well with directors, being able to work well with writers, okay? Look for points in the script where the setting changes or the characters on stage change or time passes. These are common ways that scenes change. Beat changes are smaller shifts within the scenes where the characters may change their action, attitude, or topic of conversation. Identify your character's actions. Ask yourself, why does my character want the other people in the scene to do? What do they want the other people in the scene to do? What are they trying to get the person to do? To answer that question is your character's objective. How are you going to accomplish your objective? That's what is important, because that gives you an action to play in each scene. Usually characters want other characters to do something, feel something, understand something. For example, perhaps your character wants someone to get the mail. How will you get them to get them to the mailbox for you? Charm them, barter with them, yell at them. The right action is the one that is true to your character and helps you to start identifying your character's type. A lot of times great actors will role play scenes like that. Like if the Joker wanted her to go get the mail, to go get him something, how would he portray that to get her to do that? It's not in the scene, but how would he do that? And it helps kind of get you into character, right? Tomorrow, we'll talk a little bit about method acting. We'll talk about Stella Adler. We'll talk about different acting techniques that you guys can learn. Those of you that are part of your program, that's something exciting new that we're going to be announcing, where we're going to be going through the different types of acting. We're going to give you the opportunity to learn different skills from different amazing people, some of the top people in the industry. So remember that acting is a collaborative exercise, and actors must also take a director's opinion into account. Listen to what a director says and incorporate it into your character in an honest way, based on your own analysis of the script. Sometimes your initial analysis won't be correct, and you'll have to adjust through the rehearsal process. But with a strong foundation for your character built from a thorough analysis of the script, these changes will be minor and your performance will be natural, okay? So again, joke, I've been using as a journal, but also as a joke diary, funny thoughts or observations, right? Pause. Did I tell you I'm pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? She's half listening as she flips through the journal. So that gives now a clue to the person. She's not, not really paying attention. She's just kind of, flipping through, right? So as you're flipping through as the actor, your action is, you don't really care about what he is. You're just humoring him, right? And she goes, no, you didn't, right? I think I did. She doesn't respond. She keeps flipping through his journal, right? Social worker, oh yeah, because of what your mother said about your purpose, right? So you see that a pause. So, oh yeah, because of what your mother said about your purpose, to bring laughter and joy to the world, right? Joker, right? Angle on journal, pages and pages of notes, all in neat, angry-looking handwriting. Also cut out photos from hardcore porno magazines, some crude handmade drawings. For those of you who've seen the film will remember this scene. A flash of anger crosses the Joker's face, see, giving you direction. We see him picking at his right eyebrow, almost obsessively. So remember, we caught that earlier with the scarf too, right? So now we got another clue. So remember, this is the first read-through that we're going through. So now we know, okay, not only does he pull on this scarf, so I have this in scenes where the action may be not being told to do that. With the director, I'm like, yeah, I'm pulling on the scarf, I'm bothering my eyebrow again, right? I'm this angry, right? Whenever I get into this angry moment, I start doing something, right? Trying to stay calm, but I'm also trying to stay calm. His eyebrow is actually half gone, something he does a lot, see? So he's not going to tell you in every scene to play with your eyebrow. This is how you, as your script analysis, this is something you have to be responsible to realize that, right? Joker, I didn't realize you wanted to read it. Social worker gives them a look, then read something in the pages that gives her pause, right? So I want you guys, I know this is a lot, so the easiest way to do this is what I'm going to do is you guys can download the script. It's free, okay? You can go imsdb.com, okay? You can download lots of scripts in there. Just to let you know, the original Joker script is going to be different than the actual film. It kind of follows it, but there's some subtle differences. But it's still important for you to see how the original script was. Read through it before watching the film. If you've never watched the film, do like just a first read through. You don't have to go in depth as I just did. What I just did with you guys is something like, if I was to spend time with you, it would be about 12 weeks to get you guys perfect for this. So I just kind of condensed. I did like 100,000 overview with you just because of time constraints. But download the Joker script, read it, then watch the movie along with the script after completing the following steps. Cross out any stage directions, mark any significant changes, shifts in tone or character development, mark significant words, understand the words, and then ask questions to yourself, right? What is the action? What is he taking? And as you go through this, you'll see, like, again, some of the stuff will match, some of it won't, but you'll get a very deep understanding of this. Like, I love watching movies. I really missed it so much, but back in the day when you bought DVDs, they would have director's commentary. You can still find some of these on YouTube. So like, look for like your favorite movie, like say Titanic, and then do a YouTube search, Titanic with director commentary, right? So now you can listen to the movie with the director commentary about how they were instructing and directing the actors as they were filming. Then you download the script, and now you really, this is like, I wish they taught this in acting school. Like, you can literally, what I'm giving you guys, just so you know, you can spend $250,000 for Yale School of Drama. They do not do it the way we do it here. But then again, I've been doing this for 18 years, and I've worked with some of the most amazing coaches and actors and producers. So I have a full 360-degree view of the world. And it's so important for that. Like when we do these trainings and these weekends and everything that we've created here, we've created people to make them the best version of themselves. That's why we hit on mindset. We hit on all these things. Like, I could just do a simple acting class with you guys, teach you some improv. You're not going to benefit from that. You're not going to become an actor from this. The stuff that I teach you is what's going to make you a great actor. The people that we work with, the coaches that we have in our programs, we literally get the best people in the world. So that's your homework. With that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen and Alicia. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I know it's a little bit overwhelming, but I want to bring you guys some value. So anyway, this is Discover the Secret Acting DNA, transform from actor to detective, seeking truths, hiding in plain sight. Okay. So, and I use the word detective, right? Because we talked about the Joker, right? And who's the detective? And the Joker's like Batman. So maybe will we get to see Batman in the next movie? I don't know. We'll find out. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. And I will talk to you guys in a little bit, because we got the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby calling in from a secret location. He's like literally on the ocean somewhere. So we're going to find out what's going on with Mr. Colby and why is he on the ocean and he's not in Hollywood. So what ocean is he on and why is he there? What is going on? All right. So, all right, guys, I'll talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Okay, first of all, that was awesome. That was amazing. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn? Like, let me know in the comments. Like, how much did you guys learn? I don't know about you, but every time I hear that presentation, it literally destroys the way that I watch TV. Because you know what? I used to watch as a consumer. I used to just watch and enjoy. But now, whenever we're watching a movie, and Michael quiz you too, just so you know, if you're watching this, if you sit down and watch a movie with him, he is going to quiz you. Is he not, Alicia? Yes, he's going to quiz you. So I'm looking at the Black Panther script. Okay, that's awesome. Don't look at scripts right now. Calm down. Come back to be fully in the present. Okay, let's be fully present right now. But this has been an amazing journey today. I mean, I love what we do here. But day one is always one of my favorites, just because the transformation that goes on. Like, tomorrow is transformation day. Today is the day where we lay the foundation. Are you starting to feel that firm foundation under yourself? 1 or 1 in the comments. 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah. Because, I mean, And I want you to understand, I know Alicia alluded to this a little while ago, but the reason that we have the boot camp set up the way that we do is we want to make sure that you have a foundation before we start bringing in you're about to hear from an amazing agent. I can't wait for him to share with you where he is. He's actually in one of my favorite places in the whole United States. Okay. But the reason that we set up the boot camp the way that we do is because, first of all, we want to see if we like to say only the strong survive. So only the strong survive. So first of all, this is kind of like a marathon. Okay. This is not a sprint. But you know what the thing is about the entertainment industry and a career in the entertainment industry? It's not a sprint. Every overnight success that you hear about, it all takes time. There is no such thing as an overnight success in the entertainment industry. There's no such thing as an overnight success in the world. Okay? No matter anything that you want to do is going to take time. I have to take a sip of water. Sorry, guys. So this is what I want to know. This morning we started talking about our goals and how we're going to achieve them by changing small habits. You still being here on this call, give yourselves a round of applause. You know why? That's a habit, because I bet you, and I've been watching in the comments, and this is why I hate even having chat open, but I've been watching, oh, I have to go. Oh, I have to do this. I have to do that. You know what? That's great. At the very beginning of the day, we asked you, please do us a favor. If your phone's dying, get a charger. If you need to do just go do it. We're not in second grade. We're adults. Okay. But if you're still here, you're a part of the strong. You're a part of that 5%. Okay. We talked about modeling. We talked about the people in your life that are right? But the biggest in your life is you. How many of you have maybe had thoughts, it's good for them, but could that be me? Why couldn't it be you? Why isn't it you? It should be you. That's why you're here today. We also talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. So pop quiz in the comments. What type of modeling do you qualify for? Type it in the comments right now. Commercial. Thank you, Daniel. Commercial. Good. You have it. Congratulations. That means you guys were listening. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. And I'm not doing this because I want you guys to start celebrating yourselves. We talk about celebrating other people. We talk about, okay, if you want to be successful, you have to put out there what you want, but you also have to celebrate yourself. And I want you to really realize that, because you know what? For some people, a small success is even being on here right now. For some people, a small success is taking notes. For some people, a small success is like quieting the voices in your head, saying, you know what? I'm here. I'm all in. Being fully present. All right. I love it because I did not know this until I joined VIP, right? Yeah, exactly. And this is something else I want to assert to you. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And when you know it, you can't unknow it. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And then once you do know it, you can't unknow it. So there are so many things that you're learning right now, whether this is the first time you've heard these presentations or you've heard them before, that they're just getting seared more and more in your head, right? They're getting seared more and more in your head. So now when you start to hear things, you're like, no, you know what? I heard something to the contrary, that what you're saying is not right. Because you know what? When I wasn't growing up, one of the first jobs that I had outside of high school, everybody knows I worked in a dental office. But one of the first jobs that I had outside of high school was I worked in a bank. Okay. And that was a great job for me. But I remember when I first started working in the bank, they had me counting money all the time. Count. I can still count money real cool. Like if you ever around me and you have a stack of, I can definitely, still count like I'm 21 again. But one of the first things we did was we counted money, and we counted hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, that might sound sexy to some of you, okay? But money is really gross. It's really dirty. But the thing is this, to this day, That was almost 30 years ago. Yes, I'm old. That was almost 30 years ago. But to this day, I can spot a fake bill across a room. Like if I like literally, I can literally spot it. I don't even have to touch it. I know. The reason that we're doing everything that we're doing today and introducing you to the people we are, like Haviland, the Ryan Colby who's coming up next. The reason that we're introducing you to them is we want you to be exposed to real people. We want you to be exposed to real information. So now if you have someone who's trying to teach you something and they're not breaking down a script, you could be like, well, is this really worth my time? Does that make sense to you guys? Does it make sense to you the reason that we set up boot camp the way that we do? Let's talk. Okay, so we know what type of modeling we qualify for. How many of you learned so much from Haviland's journey? How many of you learned a lot? If you did, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you did, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah, you learned a lot from her. And the reason we had Haviland here is we want you to learn and grow. How many of you would love to work with Haviland on a consistent basis? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We're going to go over that in a little while. Okay. How many of you would love the opportunity to have Mike be one of your mentors, to actually work with you and challenge you to grow? If that sounds like you, type 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you want Alicia in your corner, fighting for you, smacking you around a little bit when you need? How many of you need to get smacked around a little? How many of you need a personal trainer for the entertainment industry? How many of you want that person who's like, you're like, I can't do one more rep. She's like, do it now. I just did it. Oh, I didn't know my legs had it in me. That's Alicia for the entertainment industry. When you don't think you have another ounce of it left in you, she's gonna bring it out of you. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. And I want you to understand that you're blessed to be here, but you're not here by accident. Why are you here? We covered this at the beginning of the day. You're here because you were called to be here. You're not here because of me and my cool hat. You're not here because of Mike and his knowledge. You're not here because of Alicia and her connections. You're here because you were called to be here. Type that in the comments right now. I was called to be here. I was called to be here. And I want you to remember that. And I want you to remember that no matter what, you were called to be here. You were here for such a time as this. Every experience you've ever had in your whole entire life led you to this moment. The amazing things led you to this moment. The not so amazing things led you to this moment. And I want you to remember that. I want you to like really be fully present. We have so much more to go over. We're going to have Ryan Colby getting on in just a couple minutes. By the way, today is his birthday. For his birthday, we're not going to sing happy birthday to him. We've tried that on Zoom. It doesn't work really well, but what you're going to do is when he gets on, you're all going to wish him a happy birthday. Okay? But Ryan's going to talk to you about what does it take to be a model? What does it take? Can you be a model just by smiling, posing? There's a lot more to it. And as I learned, remember at the beginning of the day, I told you when I was told I was going to be interviewing models, like, oh, what are they going to, am I going to ask them how they walk? There's a lot to this. Okay. I want you to remember that. Ryan's going to choose a couple of you and he's going to evaluate you, tell you where you fit in the industry. How many of you want an agent who's been doing this for over 30 years to tell you where you fit in the industry? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. After that, we're going to talk about a step-by-step guide to navigating agents, casting directors, and managers. We want you to become, our goal is for you to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. One of the things you have to learn how to do is to navigate that. There are so many, how many of you have had someone reach out to you in your DMs, say, ooh, I want to work with you. Ooh, I want this. Ooh, I want that. You have to know what's right, who's right for you. Not every person that is reaching out to you, first of all, has your best interest at heart. But not every agent is meant for you. What's meant for you will be yours. What is not will not. I want you to remember that. Because so many times people are, oh my God, I got rejected again. You know what? I've been rejected a lot. I applied for a lot of jobs I didn't get. There are a lot of people I wanted to be with that I just didn't have the opportunity. Tom Brady, I'm still upset, but that's okay. Just kidding. But I want you guys to think about that. You have to trust the process. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. If you're in this for the short game, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Okay. If you're in this for the long haul, type I'm in it to win it in the comments. Yeah, rejection is a part of life. If you can't handle rejection, you might as well leave now, because let me tell you something. You're going to get no more no's than you are yeses. But let me tell you something. When you start getting those yeses, holy mackerel, they're awesome. All right. So, are you guys ready for our next speaker? Are you in it to win it? Yes? All right. So, hey, who said holy mackerel? I said that the other day. It was crazy. All right. So, let me add the pin. All right, guys. So, let me introduce our next speaker, the birthday boy to you. All right. And Ryan, Ryan, we're going to talk about the one time we spent your birthday together, which was awesome. All right. So our next guest is Ryan Colby. He has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. At the age of 15, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 13 years. Through good times and bad, he has never wavered. He had the record number of magazine covers for the agency in 1 year, totaling 72. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up and wish a very happy birthday to the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
Hi.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm in Maine. It's really cold here. But anyway,
Have you had
good.
lobster yet?
Actually, it's funny. Carter and Liv are making lobster soup for tomorrow. They said that it needs to sit for a day. We went out and got the lobster this morning at some mom and pop place.
Well,
and they did it right in front of us, poor little things. But so we got fresh lobster meat.
there is nothing better than lobster on the coast of Maine. And any of you can fight me on that, because I've had it, especially, and I know where you are, Ryan. Oh my gosh, you are
I'm
so
lucky.
lucky.
I'm on Bailey Island. Look how cute. Let me see if I can. I don't know how this works, but can I turn the video around?
You should be able to, but if you can't,
I don't know how to do that. Oh, yes, I can. Sorry.
He's so good at technology.
I know. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, Ryan.
We're like 20 feet high, 20 feet from the water. It's really gorge. Oh, Patrick Dempsey is staying in that house.
Hi, Patrick Dempsey.
From Grey's Anatomy. He's staying there. He's there right now, which is, I don't know who he's with, some girl. I don't think it's I think it's his girlfriend.
This
Like,
is like
I
a
don't know.
TMZ expose.
I don't know. But anyway, he's staying there. We saw him this morning. He was on the rocks there, and Ben was like, "There's people outside," and they were just like playing with the rocks. Something.
that was his marriage, I guess, at this point on the rocks, because he's married, happily married, right?
Okay, great. Then it's his wife. She just looked a little too giddy to be the wife. But anyway,
if you were married to him, you'd be giddy too. Just putting it out there.
Oh, he is gorgeous. He's gorgeous. Anyway, this
And
is
he
a
does
house.
all right financially. Yeah.
And so, yeah, tonight I'm making dinner. Hold on, let me put this phone back. I'm making just a pasta with fresh sauce and capers and onions and peppers. I'm doing that, and then tomorrow, Liv and Carter are doing some sort of lobster soup concoction.
That
And for
sounds-
those of you trying to get into modeling, write down that recipe because that's the recipe for success.
awesome.
Yeah, so we'll see if it's good. I don't love lobster like the entire world does, but I'll eat it if it's made for me. But I would never purchase it. So
But you are in Maine. Maine
yeah,
lobster is.
I'm
next
gonna eat it. I'm gonna love it. I saw the bag that they got. It was a huge bag. It could feed like 6 people, 10, 8 people. It's only the 5 of us. It's Liv and her son, Ben, me, and Carter.
Awesome. Okay. So funny story, and then I'm going to let you get to it. So
Mhm.
Ryan and Colby and I spent a birthday together once in Syracuse, New York.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Okay, imagine
like-
this. Imagine me judging a beauty contest. That memories came up. I was like, oh my gosh, I remember that. So Ryan and I had the opportunity to judge a beauty contest in Syracuse, New York. And let me tell you something. Ryan, I had to leave Ryan unattended because I have family in Syracuse. So I went out to dinner with my aunt. And Ryan got accosted by every woman in that hotel. And he was like, don't you dare ever leave me alone like that again. Oh my God. So
All the mothers of the contestants were trying to
The pageant mothers, the
Yeah.
the pageant
pageant.
mothers,
We're
the
trying
pageant
to
mothers
bribe him.
were trying to sway me with drinks when they found out it was my birthday. And the hotel was next to a dive bar that had like $2 well drinks, which is very dangerous. And they were actually good drinks, and they were $2 each. I bought 2 for myself, and then when they saw that I bought them, they're like, no, don't buy drinks, we'll buy you drinks. And then like
The rest
6
is
mothers
history.
surrounded me and gave me all the positive points of their daughters. And I'm like, I've already picked the winner, but I just didn't tell them that.
All right. So I just on
All
your
the vodka cranberry. Yeah.
on your birthday, I like to relive that memory because it cracks me up every time. All right, so I'm going to leave you to it now, Mr. Colby.
Okay, so am I looking at people? What am I doing?
Well, what I would like you to do is first of all start by telling them how to get what is the first 30 to 90 days like in the modeling industry. And then
Okay.
after that, yes, I would love for you to evaluate some of our amazing talent here. Do Model Garage.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so modeling, modeling is very subjective, and there are different ways you can start and how the first 30 to 60 days go. It depends upon the city you're in. It depends upon how old you are. It depends upon what you look like. All of these things are factors. I'll do 2 examples that will probably cover all of the people on the call. I'll do a high fashion example of what happens if you come into New York or LA for 30 days, 60 days, and I'll do a commercial print version, which covers the whole United States. So basically, when you're a high fashion model and an agency picks you up, you come to New York, you fly to New York, you stay in an Airbnb or a model apartment, and you start testing and you start going to see small clients, depending upon how strong you look naturally and how much the agency thinks you can accomplish by seeing clients first. Sometimes seeing clients, it can be to your detriment at first if you aren't verbally strong and don't have a strong presence when you walk in the room. That may take some time to build. So maybe they'll just have you test shoot only, and you won't see clients because they don't want to ruin those chances by sending you and not getting any gigs because you're too meek or shy or you just stand there. So it just depends, and they'll make that decision based upon looking at you, getting to know you, and they'll see what's the best course of action. I do both. I will send models to clients at first if I feel they can pull it off, or I won't, or I'll just have them shoot and shoot and shoot until I see that they can handle a client. Because sometimes clients are much harsher than photographers. Photographers are in general mostly nice to you because you're working together and they want a nice picture. You need a nice picture. So why would they ruin that by, insulting you or putting you in a bad mood. But clients don't care. They will say something harsh to you off the bat, and I won't send you there if I don't think you can handle it. So I usually will wait. But usually the first 30 days is you're testing a lot, regardless of your personality. You're still testing a lot. You need a ton of pictures, and testing is operative, meaning it is a test. You do 10 test shoots, only 7 or 8 work. 2 of them I've thrown in the electronic trash, where I won't use them because I just don't like them. It could be your fault. It could be the photographer's fault. I don't really blame anyone when test shoots don't work out because unless it's so blatantly, hideous, I may say something to the photographer, but usually if they don't work out, it's like, okay, well, you can't win them all. And I just move on. I never verbally chastise anyone about a shoot that goes awry or doesn't work. It just happens to the best of us. So I'd say about 8 out of 10 work. Some of them just don't work. But I organized a book online and I present you to people, and people will see you online. Once you get eyes on you from my site, people will just randomly ask for you. I won't even have to do much work. Luckily, my site is viewed a lot. So therefore, once I put you up, then people will be like, who's this? They weren't there last week or, last month. And I give them an answer whether, I feel that you're right for them. So basically the first 30 days with a high fashion model is shooting a lot, getting to know the city, getting to know the streets, getting to know other models, working out, viewing the clothes that people wear in the city to upgrade your wardrobe, getting a stronger backbone so you can withstand sticky situations, whether it be an annoying photographer or someone who isn't cooperating with you, a crowded subway, it's 104 degrees outside, then, now it's 18 degrees outside, it's raining, it's snowing. All of these are factors on whether a model can survive. And you wouldn't think it, but sometimes the weather or just the city itself can crack someone and you just got to go home. Because you're useless. If you can't handle certain situations, I don't want you here. So that's basically what happens for the first 30 days. Now, the shoots usually are very natural to begin with. Your jeans, t-shirts, simple skirts, simple dresses, simple pants for the guys, active wear, sportswear. It's nothing crazy. You're not doing anything outrageous. You're not doing crazy fashion. Even for the high fashion girls and boys, you're not doing that in the beginning. I'm not going to waste a juicy, gorgeous shoot on someone who's never seen a camera. So I usually wait until I get a few shoots back, and then I see, okay, they can start upgrading. I can start sending them to photographers that have interesting clothes, unwearable clothes, clothes that you see in the magazines that you're like, who's wearing these things? But that's high fashion. And I won't waste a shoot on someone until I see that that's possible and that it's believable and that it will work for their book. So once that happens, that ups the ante, because once you start shooting that way, then clients will believe that you can pull it off for them, magazine-wise, fashion show-wise, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how I develop someone who's more high fashion. As far as commercial print, it is similar. It's just less daunting, where the shoots aren't as fast as furious. They're a little more spread out. They're always lifestyle driven, which means you're always smiling, or you're wearing everyday clothing. You're wearing sweaters and dresses, and nothing is outrageous. Nothing you're looking at is like, I would never wear that. It's all believable, colloquial, commonplace commercial clothing, which is what commercial print and lifestyle is. Now, commercial print and lifestyle are pretty much the same time. The same thing, and people get it mixed up, and I like to clarify that, which it's just two different words for the same exact thing. Lifestyle and commercial print are the same thing. Lifestyle means lifestyle. You have a lifestyle. You drink water, you start your car, you take a shower, you sit on the couch, you go to a hotel, you go to a restaurant, you play with your kids, you play with your dog, you go to work. This is lifestyle. So whenever you see photos of people doing things like that, walking down the street with their kids, walking on the beach with your girlfriend, boyfriend, getting in a car and driving to dinner, talking on your cell phone, drinking that juice, eating yogurt, eating a steak, this is all lifestyle. And so when you see those people, those are commercial print lifestyle models. And their life is a little bit different than a high fashion model's life. But you still need photos. You still need to test shoot. Some of the test shoots may not work. Oh, Ben just walked in. Ben is here. The pictures may not work, but you still need to do test shoots. Ben, are you saying hi? What? The pictures may not work. You've got to shoot in different varieties, sometimes with lifestyle models. What are you doing? Sometimes with lifestyle models, you have to do different characters. You want to have to be a cop or a nurse or a teacher or, a doctor. You have to shoot that way. And it can be daunting and it can be stressful because it's kind of strange, but some agencies require that. Some of the big agencies, like if you were at Gersh or Funny Face or one of the big commercial agencies, they will want you to literally shoot like a cop or a detective or a nurse or a cheerleader or a jock, or, they will want you to literally look like that for a photo shoot and get one strong image like that, because they'll pair it next to something that's the opposite. They may have you do a jock shot and they may have you do a biker shot, especially if your face can play both. For females, they may have you do a secretary shot or some sort of like, cubicle employee shot / secretary, and then the next shot they may have you do a vamp shot where you look like you're going to steal someone's husband. So they may have you do both, and they'll put them next to it on the website or your portfolio to show clients that you have a range from sweet to salty. So they do that, and you have to do those shoots. It's definitely different than high fashion, but I've been looking at a lot of commercial print books lately, and it's still commonplace to play those characters and shoot that way, because then when you go see a client like, say, Bank of America, and they need a shot of 12 people online, standing online at the bank, and they need the mom, they need the dad, they need the business executive, they need the blue collar worker, they need the grandma. They need to see you looking like these things in order to book you. So that's how commercial print works. And you need to supply them with those photographs. They'll suggest photographers sometimes, and sometimes you have to come ready with it. And that's where, VIP comes in, is that we get you the photos to go into those agencies and be like, I already have some. It may not be everything that you need, and there's no way we can say, there's no way you can get every single image you need. And even if you get with a great agency in Chicago or Dallas or Seattle or, whatever city, they're going to want you to have more photos, but at least you've come ready with something. You have some knowledge of the industry. You have some knowledge of what you need, and then you can get it for them. And then they make you look more attractive to them in their eyes, because you're not someone that they have to build from scratch. You already got something going. You just need a little boost and assistance. And that's fair.
Know that you're working with the best. Brian, I mean, we deal with a lot of talent that go and get their own photos done. And, they go based on what they want to see.
That's why I said with VIP, at least we give you the cement, like, you have a nice plot of land and you need cement to build a house. If you hire some crappy guy that you got on Craigslist, your house is going to tilt or sink or fall apart. You hire the best, you're going to have a strong foundation to start putting up that drywall and the wood frame and the electricity and the plumbing, and your house is going to be, sturdy and cute. So that's what I'm saying, is that we're giving you some cement foundation. We're giving you that by our photo shoots. And when you do decide to go to an agency in Chicago and they take you, believe me, they're going to shoot you. They're not going to just willy-nilly be like, oh, these are great photos and here you go. Like, you're going to have to shoot with them, and that's fine. But at least you sparked their interest, you gave them an appetizer, you gave them something to work with, and now they can run with that. So that's how commercial print works, as well as high fashion in any city. It's definitely less Disney and G-rated than I explained verbally. If you really want the truth, we can do a nightcap.
The after hours show. We'll make you all sign NDAs. It's going to be great. Non-disclosure agreements. We'll get a cocktail.
We can do an 11:30 p.m. call.
But I think that's so important, right? Because even if you get signed to a top agency, they're not usually going to accept the photos that you have now. Even if you say, oh, well, they're professional because I spent money. I mean, a lot of times.
No, they're not. But
I can't use them. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. No, we are not doing it called 11:30.
At least when you shoot with VIP, that your chances are in the 90s as opposed in the 20s. You know what I mean? Like, if you go do it on your own, you're probably not 90, you're in the 10 percentile of no one's going to accept these images. It's just not going to work, and have a good day. But at least when you get them done right, you've upgraded into the 90 percentile, 100 percentile, where very few agencies would be like, oh, we don't like these.
And our agencies love them. Like, we work with Ford.
They're going to like them.
They all say we have the best photos because, we have Ryan, number one, former art director of Vogue, but you literally curate it. So you find the best celebrity photographers that book out 10, 20 grand a day, celebrity makeup artists, hairstylists, not to mention you're literally curating the look from top to bottom, even down to posing. I mean, it's so important. And I really want to stress this to you guys. Anytime I do interviews, and Ryan knows this, a lot of times people don't even know what they qualify for. And they're running out and getting photos that they want to see, or they're so wanting to impress their friends and family that they're now a model.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing it 100% incorrectly. And we see it over and over and over again. And then people get their feelings
really
hurt.
Common, and no one's doing it maliciously. People always have the best intentions, and they really think this is going to work. And unfortunately, there is a formula to this industry, and it's kind of like the Kentucky Fried Chicken formula. Like, unless you work there, you're not going to know the formula. So you can guess, and but it'll never be right.
You guys want the formula. If you want the formula of having, and think about it, if you want to get into this industry, having somebody like Ryan, who's been in this business for 40 years. I mean, he was one of the original.
It'll be 40 years next year.
Shut the front door.
It's
he was one of the original faces of Benetton. Do you guys remember?
It'll be 40 years next year. It'll be 40 years, which is bizarre.
You know what's funny, right? Tanya manages one of the stars on Stranger Things. So she was yelling at me, and you guys will meet Tanya tomorrow. She's a huge SAG-AFTRA licensed agent in Hollywood. I was like, I swear I'm going to watch this show. And I did. I binge watched it.
I've never seen one episode of Stranger Things.
And one of the main characters was wearing a Benetton shirt in one of the episodes. I was
because it's set in 82 or 83 or 84.
Yeah. Hi,
I've
Ben.
never seen it, which is funny because everyone thinks I should have seen it by now because it's set in the time that I
know the top shows trending on Netflix.
I know the shows. I don't need to watch the shows to know the shows, but people tell me I would like it because it's set in my blossoming time, 84 to 88, and that's when I shined.
Yeah. You were also a pro roller skater, which is a whole nother party.
I would like it, but I don't. I've never seen it, and
it's
so
good. Watch an episode and then let me know. It's good.
I've never seen it, but when I had a former VIP boy. I got him a casting for Stranger Things season 4, and I had never seen it. I kind of fibbed when I said I did because the casting director put me on the spot, and I just had to say something, and I didn't want to disappoint her, so I said, "Yeah, I saw it." I've never seen 1 second of the show, but I think I've seen
the character who they picked, and I can totally imagine James as that character now that I know it.
Well, it's funny, when I watched the show with James, he came to the house in LA briefly for one day, and he showed me the episode that he auditioned for, or the character, and they ended up booking a Samoan.
Yeah. If you guys have
Who's
ever seen Stranger Things, it's
not
the kid like with
white.
the pizza shop, the one that's always like,
I had a
dude,
boy that I got a
Yeah,
screen
he
test
had
with
it,
cancer. And
which James,
when I
he always
eventually watched the show, it
high,
was
so he was perfect for the role.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Argyle,
funny because
yeah.
TV shows
Dude.
do that. Here's an inside scoop. TV shows do that. Another VIP former alum, Tim Gaunt, auditioned twice for How to Get Away with Murder. And when he
Oh, yeah, that's right.
he was up for the lead role, and they called him in twice. The first time he went in by himself. The second time I went with him, physically went with him because he like couldn't keep his.
I think he was auditioning for Wes, like the main
Yes, for
role,
Wes.
right?
He was
Wes.
like near tears. He couldn't like even contain himself. So I'm like, fine, I'll just go with you. So I went with him to ABC, and he auditioned a second time, and they really liked him. And it was actually between him and a few other blonde hot guys that were sitting in the lobby. Some of them I recognize that are on TV. One of the guys was on a show called Sex Life, and he's like kind of popping right now. And anyway, so Tim didn't get it. Okay, fine. I moved on. But then 8 months later, when the show hits the air, and I'm like, I have the script for the first 3 episodes. Let me watch the show and see who they picked. And I'm looking for a hot white boy, and
Blonde hair, blue-eyed.
he doesn't appear because they changed the role at the last minute to a black guy. And I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. But Ryan, I know you too, because you work with people like Ryan Murphy, creator of American Horror Story.
Yeah.
And sometimes when they have a breakdown, you're like, listen, I don't have this, but I do have this, and I think he'd be perfect. And they'll actually see, even if they're looking for Latino, it doesn't matter. So sometimes you do go.
It depends. I mean, sometimes I can't get away with that because they're corporate casting directors who I've never met. They don't know who I am, kind of.
Yeah.
And I can't play games. If they say they want a 5'10" white boy, then that's it. That's what they want. And if they had a meeting and changed it, they didn't tell me. So when I saw the show and this skinny black guy is playing Wes, I'm like, that is not what I was told, so it's kind of funny.
Yeah. And guys, I'm going to say this again. You have the former, how many of you guys are looking for an agent? If you are, type agent. You have one of the top agents in the world on the Zoom right now. Please stop being like completely like it's so rude. Why are you typing that your phone is about to die? Nobody gives a shit. You have a huge agent. I don't want that filling up the chat here.
Oh my God.
They worry about the dumbest shit.
I don't really see the chats.
It's okay. I do. And I see it. And I'm embarrassed that I even allowed you to stay on the call. Just like
Ben is here. Maybe Ben can give a 90-second preview on how when he started shooting before he met me, and he was doing shoots that I did not like, and I had to revamp.
Can you tell us why you didn't like it, Rye? Why didn't you like it?
I just didn't like them. They were okay for like a local schmokel market. In Florida, they were okay.
So but they were like the impersonation shot, not the be all and all.
Yeah.
Hi, Ben.
This is Ben.
Hey, everyone.
Hello, Ben.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Ben was at our last South Beach event just literally a month ago. We escaped the hurricane. Okay. Hi, Ben. So you have a 90 second. You want me to set the timer?
Yeah, set that thing.
Go ahead, go.
I guess just on that piece, so I had done just like a handful of photo shoots before I met Ryan, and they were kind of like, B-level shoots. They were okay. I thought they were great, of course. And then I got with Ryan, and I actually ran into some issues where some photographers didn't like my look, and I didn't get to shoot with them until much later on, until I had Ryan got me like way, better photographs. And so I missed out on some opportunities early on just because the pictures that I gave them were not the best, and they really didn't present me in a great way. So it's important. It's important what you, the pictures that you take and what you put out to social media, especially.
Yeah.
Like don't
post sea level crap.
Yeah, because people look at that, and especially Instagram, really sometimes they don't go straight to the agent or the agency's website and look at your book. They'll just look at your Instagram. And if you're posting bad photos, it's really not a good look. So
Really
yeah,
quick, so
Ryan-
you're from Texas and you're a dad, and you've been to New York, you've been to Miami, you've been to LA. What does your family think about you pursuing this? Are they supportive? Did you have any doubters, any haters telling you not to pursue modeling or acting?
No, not so much. I've been pretty fortunate. I have a really good support group and everybody's been really cool about it.
But coming from Texas and then working with a top agent like Ryan, what do you wish somebody, and I know he's sitting right next to you, but what do you wish somebody told you about this business? Like, because these are aspiring models, some of which have been trying to do this on their own. What do you wish somebody told you? Or any tips you can give us, aha moments?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe just, two things come to mind. One is just be ready to hear no a lot. Like, I feel like that should be maybe common sense, but just be ready to hear no a lot. Especially if you're going to castings all the time, chances are you'll hear no way more than you hear yes. So just be ready for that and understand that's okay. And then as far as like taking pictures and taking your best pictures, you'll always take the best photos when you are carefree. Like if you're in front of the camera and you really don't care about looking silly or foolish and you can just perform freely and not worry about what, how the picture is going to come out, you will take the best pictures.
Yeah.
And can you talk a little bit about investing? Because you've invested in this. Because I think a lot of people are waiting, oh, I want to get signed. And then they think that an agent is going to pay for them to go to New York and pay for everything that they need. So how do you do it? Like, did you invest money in this?
My current income is goes towards this. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for sure, especially if you don't live in the area. If you don't live in New York or LA and you're shooting in these places, yeah, you have to be able to support yourself before, taking on a role like that. For sure. So it can be hard. I guess it really just depends on your job and, can you make it work on your own and be able to fly out enough to please your agent or, so you have to be able to financially support yourself to travel frequently if you're not in the area. So it's not exactly easy, but necessary, because otherwise you're just going to miss out on too many opportunities and people will just forget about you if you're not really shooting frequently.
Yeah, like Zoom is cute for something like this, but obviously like no agent is coming to in the middle of Texas to come sign you and bring you on a private jet to New York. Like you've got to be financially stable. And I want you guys to understand that as much as, oh, I want to book work, I want to be a star. Okay, can you cover basic expenses? Because you need real photos. You need to have resources to be able to get to New York because no one's going to pay for you to audition. Does that make sense for everybody? If that makes sense,
Yeah.
type makes sense.
Makes sense.
All right.
Okay. So do you want to do Model Garage or does anyone have questions for me about what I said about the 30 days?
What are some red flags for you when you go to sign new talent? Things that just like piss you off. Anything?
Not answering your
Deal
phone
breakers?
fast enough. The phone is crucial. Email is crucial. Answering it in a timely fashion. Doing exactly what's in the email or the phone call. If I ask you for selfies, there's an S on that. Not, it's not one picture. I mean selfies, meaning plural.
How do you do a proper selfie, Bri?
Just
Can you
asking.
show us?
No, a proper selfie is just flat light, like the light. I'm standing in front of these bay windows.
Okay.
So the light needs to be hitting your face. It can't be behind you. It can't be like, look at this perfect example. Like I'm standing up, like the light is nice. I could take selfies right now. But if I do go like this,
Then you
this
look
does
like you're
not
on
work.
Dateline. Yeah.
This does not work because the light is behind me. I mean,
Yeah.
I still look flawless, but the light is better this way.
Of course, you look flawless. Impeccable.
The light is better this way on everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. So,
What happened? Hold on.
I don't know. I did something. There was a gnat on my phone and I went to move it.
The joy of technology. All right, so proper selfies. And do you want
Anyway.
selfies like here up or waist up?
Oh no, selfies. I want selfies full body. I want profile. I want smiles. I want body. I want a myriad of things. So I
What
need
should
a
somebody
whole
be wearing? Makeup, no makeup, jewelry, jeans?
no
what-
makeup, no
Okay.
jewelry, no hair products, just t-shirt, gray, white, tan, jeans, or a skirt or leggings is fine. All of these things are fine. Everything you're wearing should fit you. There should be no floppiness anywhere as far as like fabric. There should be no baggy jeans. There should be no big t-shirts. There should be none of that. So everything needs to fit you properly. That's it. So, and it's not going to be amazing. Like they don't need to be like the cover of Vogue, but they need to be presentable to a client to see what exactly you look like. No overhead lighting, no weird LED lights, no retouching, no filters, none of that. So I just need to see what you look
Filters
like.
are a killer. No filters
Yeah, none
ever.
of that, and no old photographs, no pictures that you took 2 months ago, 6 months ago, or when you looked your best, you think, last summer. Like, I don't care. I want to see what you look like the day we've spoken. I need you taking photos after I hang up the phone,
Almost like you have that newspaper in your hand with like the date showing this is really me.
Pretty much. Yeah. I'm not a fan of, and I can always tell when a photo is old. You can lie and tell me that it was taken today. I do not believe you because I can tell. Like, I can tell. I'm very good at telling dates with photographs. I don't know where this gift comes from.
He's like a detective. He can solve anything. Just ask him.
I
told you I'm gonna get you a little trench
not,
coat and a magnifying glasses
yeah,
here for Christmas.
I can just tell that you did not take this today and stop it. So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's
it.
how
Yeah.
to start. And once I accept them and I'm like, okay, this is good. They're never going to be amazing. I very rarely get stellar selfies. Very rarely. I'm always expecting B or C level, but I already know that, so I'm good. If I do get A level selfies, I'm like extra thrilled, but I very rarely get them. It's always B and C level because nobody really knows how to take them. And I accept that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want a basic idea of what's going on,
Yeah. All right. So we've now come to the time. It's everybody's favorite time. Called Model Garage. And we kind of created this, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. And it's kind of like one of those shows that you've seen on like Lifetime or TLC, or, it's like one of those like home makeover things. Hey, I want to get into acting or modeling, but I don't even know where to start. So what we're going to do is don't raise your hand. I'm going to go through whoever has their camera on, call on somebody. I'm going to ask you to unmute when I ask you like to be on. Sorry, I'm having problems talking today. And then what we're going to do is you are going to then introduce yourself, where you're located and your age, just so we know what vicinity you are in the US. And then Ryan Colby is going to ask you some questions. We're also going to go over what market should you belong in? Are you West Coast? Are you East Coast? Or should you be in Atlanta? Ryan, again, is going to construct a perfect headshot for you, what you should be wearing, not wearing, and what types of roles you can play. If you're ready to play, type game on. Let's do it. Game on. It's always a fun game. Now, I do need to tell you to please have thick skin. Sometimes Ryan comes off super sweet. And other times, well, it's just Colby. You know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. So who are we going to call on first? Mendy Odom. She hates me. I love her. Okay. Unmute. Hi, Mendy. So you're going to hit unmute. There she is. Hi,
Hi, how are you?
good.
Hey,
so
how are
introduce
you?
yourself. Go ahead.
I'm Mindy Odom. I live in Mobile, Alabama. I'm 43 years old.
You're 43. How tall are
And
you?
I'm 5'6".
5'6". Okay, that's a good height. Okay, 5'6" is great height for commercial print. Anything between 5'4" and 5'8" is great for commercial print because they really don't like the ladies to be too tall because they usually will pair you with men or children or, just so they would prefer you to be 5'4" to 5'8". So that's a great height. You have a classic American white woman look, which is good.
Okay.
It's still viable. Granted, the diversity rage is still on and popping in commercial print, but there's always room for white women. So you'll be fine. You're not going anywhere.
I warned you guys. Go ahead. I like the way you said poppin', but keep going.
There's always room for
There's
white
always
men
room
and
for
white
white
women.
women. Okay. That will be the tagline. Go ahead.
So you have
I
a
never know what's going to
classic.
come out of his mouth. Go
You
ahead.
have a classic white woman look, which is great because it looks expensive. I could easily put you in Escada, Oscar de la Renta, Michael Kors, Ralph Lauren. I could easily put you in those things, and you'd look extremely believable. It would sell because when you're selling products like that, you need to look like you live that lifestyle for that 20 minutes you're wearing that garment.
Bri, have you ever told anybody that they look cheap?
Yes.
That she looks expensive?
Yeah, there are people that just cheap is not a good word. I usually use different words and I make it up as I'm going along. But
I'm just putting it out there.
I don't say cheap, but there are faces that unfortunately don't speak and scream money, or that you could, sell expensive garments or expensive products, whether it be a car, jewelry, Tiffany, it could be Tiffany jewelry, it could be, a Restoration Hardware ad. I booked Eric D'Agostino for Restoration Hardware, and that was a hard sell because he's very rugged looking. I had to shave him, he had to shave his face and look a little more expensive.
Yeah,
and
he
less
looks like he just ate like maple syrup and chopped down a tree. Like he looks like he wears plaid.
No, but he can do both. And he did a catalog for Restoration Hardware where he sat on couches and looked like he could afford the $6,500 couch. So
good to know. I hope you guys are learning from this. It is funny, yes, but
you have to look like you can afford the items, even if you have $10 in your bank account. Nobody cares. You need to look like you could do it. So that's basically what I'm saying.
The models also act, by the way. Okay.
So that's what I would promote you as an affluent, Southern white woman,
wife.
Or like a senator's wife or the senator, or, some sort of CEO situation, or some sort of wife situation from a rich family. I would go that route because that lends itself to your look.
And what would you dress her as? Because she is coming to one of our photo shoots. What would you dress her as? Like hair, makeup?
I would put her in a nice pantsuit. I would put her in a nice simple cocktail dress. I wouldn't go too crazy. Like I wouldn't go award dress because that's a little bit much. But I would go cocktail, black. I would do darker colors. You kind of look a little. What's the word? Vixenish. So I would definitely keep it in a darker family. Maroons, navies, blacks, grays. I wouldn't do anything too bright. So I would keep it in a darker family.
Pastels. So darker colors.
No.
Or like New Yorkish. So on a coast, would you say she's more New York or LA, Atlanta?
I would say New York. I would say New York. Yeah. I would start her in New York. She could probably do stuff in LA too, but I would start her in New York.
Okay. Was that helpful, Mindy?
Very.
Now
Very,
you can
very
tell your
much.
husband I have an expensive look and then. take him with
Yeah, we'll do that.
you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, that was fun. Yay. Okay. Bye, man. Okay, let's see. Who is going to be next? Donald Perry.
Well, I'm gonna be done in 20 minutes.
I know, I'll tell him myself.
Okay.
Donald Perry.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Good. You look like a U.S. Marine.
I'm on a
Right?
submarine.
No, not a submarine. You look like a Marine. You look like you've been in the police force, the Navy, very authoritative.
I actually am a Marine veteran.
No shit. Oh, sorry. That is so cool. Thank you for your service. I'm now doing psychic readings here at VIP Ignite, obviously. Okay, Ryan, go ahead. Donald, introduce yourself to Ryan.
Yes, my name is Donald Perry. I am currently in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm 5 feet 9 inches tall, and I'm 56 years old.
Okay. So and you're a former Marine, so you have training with guns and movement and battle and running and jumping and stuff like that. So I would definitely put you in an active position where I would present you as like a detective, a Marine, a cop, some sort of situation like that. Secret Service. Would do stuff like that. I would probably shave you to make you look a little younger.
Okay.
Shave your face to make you look a little younger and present you in those facets. Your shoulders look narrow, so you're probably fit. So I would definitely have you in some sort of active role. I would present you in that way. A little bit more in the cop detective Secret Service route, which is considered a blue collar situation. So I would definitely push that narrative.
What can you guys see Donald playing? Type it. What could you imagine? If you were a casting director, what would you, and I didn't get to do that with Mendy, but what would you cast him as? A cop? A warden? We're staying in the same
Warden,
sergeant?
yeah, that falls into the guise of what I said. Yeah, a warden.
Yeah, of course.
So
as far as photos, what would you dress him in?
I would dress him in, I would keep maybe some sort of leather bomber jacket. I would definitely make sure the t-shirts fit, jeans. I would definitely go the more relaxed work route, more blue collar. So I would definitely focus on that.
And again, don't be offended by these. Next door neighbor killer, hitman, killer.
Hitman is good. Hitman's great. I could see a hitman for sure.
Yep.
So I would do, a hitman is obviously different than a detective, but to be honest,
you could fight your own crime.
You could you could wear the same thing and get away with it. Detectives don't really wear uniforms. They wear kind of whatever, when they're going out to work. So if you wore a brown or black leather jacket with a t-shirt underneath and jeans, you could be a detective, but you could also be a hitman. So it doesn't matter,
I do have one question though. Would you suggest me getting contacts or staying with my glasses, or what would be your suggestion?
Yeah, I would definitely not use the glasses for shooting. If you can live your life with contacts, that's great. If you can live your life with contacts, that's great. But I would definitely not have you shoot with glasses. No.
That's fine. I would consider getting contacts at some point.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And as far as coast ride, New York, LA, Atlanta?
I would start with New York or Atlanta, and then I would start in New York. He's definitely more New York.
Okay.
Because of the grittiness of his look, it's just a little more New York.
Okay. Fighting crimes. Gotham City. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
All
All right. Let's see. Who am I gonna go with? Catherine Genty. Hi, Catherine. I feel like I just spoke to you. Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Catherine Genty. I'm originally from Long Island, New York. Recently lived there again a few years ago. Now I'm back in Florida. I'm always kind of back and forth. And what else does he need to know about me?
How tall are you?
How old and how tall?
I'm 5'8" and I'm 32.
32. Okay, 5'8". Okay, 5'8", 32. I would definitely. What size dress are you?
Usually between two and 4.
2 and 4. Okay. All right. So I would go more of a higher end commercial where you wouldn't be considered a fashion model, but you would be a higher end commercial model, meaning the higher end catalogs. So I would focus on that. If you're truly between a 2 and 4, that
Yeah.
would be a good start for you. My only thing I would start with is just working on the hair, making it a little more healthy looking. It looks a little like it needs a treatment, like some sort of
I'm actually going through stuff with my hair right now, so.
yeah, so you need a treatment of some sort to make it look a little bouncier, a little more lively.
Usually I'm
And
very
you'd be,
straight, so.
yeah, the straightness is incidental. It could be curly too. It just looks a little stringy on the ends,
Yeah,
and
I've
that
been
is hard.
here.
That's hard with higher end catalogs. They don't like that. So you'd have to fix that. But that's easy. That's easy to do. That's one visit to a salon. It's easy to do. But as far as your look, it's good for higher end catalog. Being 5'8" and a size 2 to 3 or 4 those are great sizes for higher end catalogs. They like that size. It's believable. It's not too skinny. So they like that. So I would focus on that. I would definitely do a lot of wrap dresses. I would do more color on you, more fun colors. I wouldn't go too crazy because then it looks too juvenile, but I would definitely do reds and pinks and yellows and greens and stuff like that. And I would keep it fun and lighter and less serious. So
Okay.
I would start that way.
And I'm going to ask everybody on here, casting directors, what would you cast her as? I would say like a bank teller, working in the White House.
I would say, an up and comer and entrepreneur, White House, an assistant to the CEO, like the right hand to, some sort of, like CEO or bigwig. Because of her age and look, it may not be believable to make her the bigwig. She's still got a good 5 years left for that, but I would start there. I would start with like a high-end executive position.
Wow. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very helpful. Thank
Mhm.
you. Okay. Sequoia Martin. You've got good bone structure. Hello.
Hi,
Hi. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Sequoia Martin. I'm from Utah and I'm 27 years old.
He's 27 from Utah.
Okay, 27 from Utah. Where are you from originally?
Utah,
Utah.
You're
Okay.
not from Utah. Where were you born?
oh, New Mexico.
New
Okay.
Mexico. Okay.
New Mexico. Okay,
You
so
speak Spanish.
So do you speak Spanish really nicely, fluently?
No,
Can you learn?
Okay.
Miami, no habla. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
how
confused.
tall are you?
Okay, I'm confused. Okay.
It's fine. Not everybody
from.
from New Mexico speaks Spanish, right?
I know, but
stay-
he has a heavy Spanish accent, so how did that happen? If you don't speak
I don't know.
Spanish?
Keep going, Sequoia. Keep going. Keep
I
going.
like to play karate and I work out.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I would start with you. I would definitely just keep you in colloquial clothing, jeans, t-shirts, sweaters. I would keep it very simple, very young, and very grad student, college student. I wouldn't go executive at all. It wouldn't be believable. So I would just keep you as a college grad student. Smiles, keep it simple, keep it young. And yeah, that's how I would start.
And New York or LA for him?
Based upon his look, New York.
New York. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you for, all right. Choking on sweet tea. Is it Sally? Did I say it right? Sally? Sally? That's a different way to spell it, but let's go with it.
Hi.
Hi. Go
My
ahead.
name-
I'm gonna put myself on mute so I can choke. If I die, just dial 911. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I am a 911 operator.
That's funny.
I really am. Sorry. Hi, my name's Sally. I'm 54 and I live in Florida and I've never had any experience.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I would definitely, I could see you as like the bubbly office assistant, the bubbly office friend, the bubbly friend. I could see you as the cool teacher, the cool mom, the cool girlfriend. So I would definitely focus on fun outfits for you, some print, light prints, nothing crazy. Some light prints, I would focus on that. You have a nice hair color. The ends look a little problematic, so you may need to freshen those up.
Yeah, I did do nails. I did my toenails, but not my nails.
No, the ends of your hair. Your hair. The ends of
So
your
maybe
hair.
get a trim or like a good keratin treatment.
I meant the ends of your hair. Need a little bit of work, but the color is good. So I would definitely just focus on that and make you into a fun business owner. Maybe you own a cake shop or a flower shop, or, I would definitely focus on that aspect of your personality and your look.
What do you guys, casting directors, what would you cast her as? I love this segment. What would you cast her as? I personally would put you in like a sweatsuit and then you're one of like the Mean Girls moms. Like, hey girls, try this. Do you guys see that? Like,
That would be believable.
I was
I swear I've done this before. Okay. The nanny. You look like you should be like one of the townspeople at Gilmore Girls, like pouring coffee. Like she has a very friendly face. Do you guys see this?
Yeah. So I would focus on that. The thing with casting, and especially commercial print modeling, is really what you walk in the door like. It's predominantly what you'll do. So if you have other facets to you, that's great, but you've got to show that to the agent or to the client over time, and show them that. But what you naturally walk in the door looking like is kind of what they'll start with. As they get to know you, they'll see other facets of you that they could commercialize and utilize, and that's great. But in the beginning, it's usually what you see is what you get, and that's how I start, and that's how all agents start. I'm not going to look at someone who looks friendly and sweet and try and turn them into the town vamp when you could probably do it, but you don't look like that, and I'd have to work at changing you, and I don't have time for that. So I would just start with what you look like, and then if you want to be the roles or do roles that are town vampy, then you've got to show me that you can pull it off believably, and then I would believe you.
Enough cosmopolitans and just come with us to New York. You'll be fine. Okay. So Ryan, what coast for her? New York, LA, Atlanta? And what would you dress her in as far as
someone
headshots?
like her, I would probably start maybe New York or LA, depending upon the season. I would dress her in, fun colors, nothing too bright, nothing too crazy, but definitely more of a color trip. Fitted but relaxed, nothing too tight. I would make it more believable and friendly to the average person, and less staunch and unrelatable. I would make it more relatable.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Hey, Ryan, I have a question for you. So when you're booking out New York Fashion Week or any of these like high fashion runway shows, would you prefer more commercial print? Which one pays more? Like a commercial print model, catalog? What pays more?
Oh, commercial print
models make even doing runway these days?
It depends. Some runway shows pay 1,000. Some runway shows pay nothing. You get clothes, you get, outfits, or you get nothing. You get nice press, you get recognition, you get people asking about you. And sometimes that's important too. Not everything is about money. Sometimes you have to do shoots or fashion shows or whatever because XYZ team is going to be there. People are going to be there that you need to meet. So sometimes that's the case, and I allow it if I believe it to be beneficial. So yeah, it just depends. Commercial print pays more. Obviously, there's advertising for hotels, cars, cell phones, and these things pay. It depends. 2,500 a day, 3,500 a day. They give usage. Like Sam is up for something that's paying 6,000 a day with usage for workout equipment. So it's a lifestyle job.
Wait, Sam from us, Sam Spade?
No.
Oh, a different Sam. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you guys understand whenever we talk to someone, oh, well, I'm not tall enough. Yeah, that's high fashion. High fashion doesn't pay that great unless you're a Gigi or a Bella Hadid, a Kaya Gerber or Naomi. You have to be that. It's based on genetics. It's 0.1. Okay. 0.1 is actual high fashion. Everybody on this call primarily qualifies for commercial print catalog. Is there more competition? Yeah, because more people look like you. But when you actually get earnings, I mean, Ryan, you booked jobs for Belks, for Kohl's, $6,500 a day. Is that pretty good money for anybody here? Let me know. Is that good money? Do you think that would help you, like, call out sick to work for the day? Your friends and family may not believe in you, $6,500, and maybe you do a great job and then they request you over and over and over again. Would that help a little bit or a lot? Would it help you a little bit or a lot? But right, if someone didn't have photos or if someone didn't have an agent, let's just say an agent, could anyone book these types of jobs on their own as a freelance?
No, Belks has never booked some random person from online in the history of the department store. Why would they start now? It doesn't
and not
happen.
just Belks, but any brand. Sephora,
Yeah,
Nike, Banana
JCPenney,
Republic.
Nike, they don't do that. Club Monaco, Zara, they don't do stuff like that. Everything is done through representation, and they have to keep a track. They have to be able to track what they've asked and what they've promised and what the agent promised, what they promised. You can't do that with a layperson who has never been on set. You can't just put an ad on Craigslist and expect the person to show up and look the way they look and be able to stay there for 12, 15 hours.
Or even to show up at all.
You can't expect them to believe that they're actually
family emergency, gotta leave early, gotta come in late. When you're signed to an agent, they scare the crap out of you that, like, you have to show up or else it's a breach of contract. You could get sued. Do you guys understand that? It's not just your reputation, but there's money at stake. If you got hired for a job with Kohl's, they have, a production team waiting for you. I mean, they're still getting compensated whether or not you flaked out. So the agent would then get some kind of invoice like, hey, your model didn't show up. Here's 20 grand that you owe, due now, or I'll see you in court. That's why, like, when we hear red flags, oh, my friends and family don't want me to do this. Are they going to hide your car keys? Like, why would we ever want to work with you? Or I don't have any money. Can you help me? I could, but I won't. I would never put the company at risk to help you. Because if anything, Ryan, what happens when a model doesn't show up for you?
A myriad of things. I mean, mostly I can talk my way out of it. I'm very good at that, but there are rare times where nothing I say works and I'm pretty much screwed.
Let's talk about the MAC Cosmetic job that we had like 10 years ago, where one of the models did not show up and the head of casting called from our honeymoon. So you want to talk about what happened from that, or we could talk about Gossip Girl?
I've never heard from her again. She blacklisted me. I'm persona non grata, and she's never used me again. And she has a very profitable, lucrative company called Flawless Casting, where she casts events countrywide in Vegas, New York, Miami, whatever. Anyway, she hasn't used me since because of that of that episode, and she was on her honeymoon in South Africa.
And it was a MAC campaign, y'all. I mean, like a MAC campaign. We all know MAC. Lady Gaga has worked with MAC. I mean, some of the biggest names have worked with MAC, but it's true. That's why they're never. So for those of you trying to get freelance modeling jobs, or you're trying to get your own photos done and get discovered, you can't book real work without an agent. The agent is the only one that's going to get these types of castings. They need to ensure that you're of sound mind. They need to ensure that you really look like the way you do. They need to ensure professionalism, reliability. I mean, a casting director would never risk their livelihood on someone without representation. Does that make sense for everybody? So even if you run out, and I always get this, oh, well, I don't want to spend money, to get into this industry. Well, you're going to need professional photos, and you're going to need an agent to represent you. And those are all things that you have to do. Yeah.
Sorry. There's like 2 flies in here, and they're harassing
I don't know
me.
what's going on.
Like, I want them to feel the wind, and then they leave. Sorry. Hello?
Interesting. Yeah.
They've
I
been
have a show
harassing
for
me
you to watch,
15 minutes.
right? Dracula on Netflix. Have you seen that?
What on
Okay,
Netflix?
Watch it. I'm telling you right now, I know you very well. It's a 3-parter, 2 hour. Anybody else see it? If you
What's
see
it
it,
called?
you'll know. It's so good.
What is it called?
Dracula.
Oh, Dracula on Netflix? Have
It's
you
not,
heard of it?
it's
Ben
just
says no.
watch it. Watch it. It's amazing. But the fly thing I had a flashback because I was watching it last night.
Ben says no. He said he's like, no, I don't like it.
It's highly acclaimed.
I'll look at the trailer. I've never heard of it. They didn't do much. They didn't do good PR. I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it. So
You should always know the top 10 movies on Netflix right now, right?
I haven't looked at
I
Netflix.
know,
in
I know.
days. I don't know what they're doing over there.
That's because it took you 7 days to get to where you are right now. It was quite the adventure.
I'm excited for you to take pictures and
I
post this
took a
lobster that you're eating
few. I
tomorrow.
mean,
Okay.
I
Ryan
took a
Colby,
few.
I know
What?
that I don't get to demand you around, but you are literally in my favorite region of the United States. So what you need to do is you need to WhatsApp video me so I can be there with you just for 2 minutes.
Okay.
That's all. I
It's
don't
very
ask
cute.
a lot.
It's very windy. Look how windy it is. Look at the
Okay,
wave.
We'll wait
hitting that
until it's less
rock.
windy.
Look, it's all windy and rainy.
It's gorgeous. Ryan is being a princess. It's very beautiful.
I've met him a couple times. He's very much a princess. I get it.
No,
But
but look at
it's
this. Wait,
Also
wait,
his birthday. Yeah.
It is.
wait. What am I doing? Why isn't this not working?
Do you remember
Okay,
that
look-
one time we took everybody off of mute and we tried to sing happy birthday?
Yeah, I
Look at
told
that-
I
look at
told
those
them all
waves.
that
Oh my gosh.
that is so
It's
gorgeous. I love the North
raining and
Atlantic.
windy, and we're like right by the water. But it's
Just
gonna
get
be
some
fine.
wine
Nothing's
and
gonna
just Netflix and chill. That's like the
Okay,
best
well,
night ever.
Exactly.
about-
That's what we're gonna do tonight.
Ryan, when it's sunny out, then you can WhatsApp video me.
Yeah, I think it'll be better tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. We'll do that.
I would like to do a
Oh,
photo
hosting
shoot
an
in that
event.
house. Whose house is it again, Ryan?
It's Carter Smith. We actually are shooting. Ben's gonna be shooting throughout the next couple days, like an hour here and an hour there.
Awesome.
So
I heard a rumor, Liv Tyler.
Yeah.
Steven Tyler's daughter, Liv.
yes, she's here.
Oh, look at that. Breaking news. Crazy.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, Ryan Colby,
So
happy
fun.
birthday. We managed to
Thank
stay on
you.
time just like you requested.
Thank you for gracing us with
Yeah,
your
yeah,
beautiful
true,
face
true.
and your luminous
It
skin.
True, we are on time. Very
That's
good.
your birthday present from us. We're on time.
Okay.
For
Awesome.
those of
Perfect.
you that, how many of you guys would love to have Ryan Colby art direct you on set? Literally putting you together from top to bottom, ensuring, nail on the head, that you're getting the precise photos based on what you qualify for, because it's all about money. You got to have the perfect photos to have the perfect career, or else you're not going to book crap. You know this. This is why you can't go and do this on your own. You need an expert. Former art director of Vogue magazine. Ryan, you've never looked more flawless. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Colby.
And good luck with the
Alright.
pasta sauce. Let us know how it
Awesome.
turns out.
Yeah, I'll take a video. It's gonna be
All
delicious.
right.
Okay.
No carb left behind. This is welcome. Models do eat. Okay.
Okay.
Have fun.
Okay, see you. Bye. Good luck, everyone. I'll see you at whatever shoot you sign up for.
Yeah.
You'll
Well,
see us
yeah.
Okay,
tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow as
A lot
well.
of cool stuff
So-
going on.
I'll see you tomorrow as well, but I'll see you in person at whatever.
We'll hear about the
shoot you
pasta.
sign up for.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Bye.
see you.
Brian.
Okay, bye. Bye.
That was so fun, Deneen.
Oh my gosh. Just thinking about where he is relaxes me. So right out of high school, I went to school at the University of Connecticut. So like whenever I think of New England, for me, like that's my freedom. Like that's like the first place I went where I was like an adult on my own. And there's this point when you're driving from New Jersey to Boston, because Boston's like my heart, but I love Maine as well, where when I visualize the sign, and sometimes even if I'm like freaking out, I visualize the sign, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I can breathe. And that's how I feel just seeing the beautiful North Atlantic right now.
I think we should do a photo shoot up there. That would be so fun. Who wants to come?
Hell yes. Sign me up. I'm a hell yes on that one. And I don't even swear.
I don't think I've ever been there before, but it would be real cute.
Oh my gosh.
Bring the baby, tie a little bib on, get him his first lobster. It's going to be great. He can eat shellfish now, right? He's 3. He's a big boy.
No, I wouldn't do that yet, but we'll talk about that later.
You can watch me eat it. Cool.
I'm going to share in the Facebook group. I'll share one of my favorite photos of me and my aunt eating lobster. We were a little bit north of Maine, but it's amazing. Okay. I have to like stop talking because I'm like drooling thinking about.
Well, I want to ask everybody really quick. Now, I know Ryan isn't on here. He's not on here, right? What could you guys, casting directors, what would you cast Ryan as? Go. What would you cast Ryan on? He's not on here. Shh, he doesn't know. He won't know. This isn't being, oh, it is recorded up, but it's fine. A cop.
He won't watch the recording.
A doctor, really, skincare, you know it, a model scout, and he
FBI.
did
A
voiceover
serial
work.
killer. Camille,
He would love that, Camille. He would be all about that. He
James
watches
Bond
crime
villain.
shows all day and all night.
A diva editor. Actually, in A Devil
Like
Wears
Humphrey Bogart.
Prada,
That's fun.
Stanley Tucci's character was based on Ryan Colby.
True. So for those of you guys that have ever seen Devil Wears Prada,
A mob boss.
amazing. He's also a celebrity stylist for Liam Neeson,
Yeah.
Ben Affleck, Ewan McGregor,
Yep.
Stanley Tucci, a bouncer. Yeah, right. Ryan would be too afraid to break a nail, please.
True.
A coach, maybe a model coach. He doesn't even know what a football looks like. Like he just likes to go to games to eat. Officer is a mayor. He would be fun as a mayor. A king. Yeah. A makeup artist. Fashion.
Gabriel,
model,
you're not
sure.
allowed near Ryan because you're gonna inflate his ego even more.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Sexy,
Sexy
lifeguard. Oh my
lifeguard.
God, he would love that.
Jalen, I think you don't have to brown nose. He's not here.
Yeah. An evil villain. That too. We should get
Awesome.
him one of those, you know, those bags that they have. It's like the black bag with the white letters and it says like fashion mogul, food at, you know what I mean? And get him a bag so he can carry it around and do like the top like 4 things that he is. That would
I
be
think that
so
we
fun.
should do
Yeah,
that.
he's definitely a chef, Christine, for sure.
Well,
And we actually do cook-offs when we travel. We do cook-offs with our inner circle. And he lost the last one and it was
no, he lost the last 2.
the
Keep
last
the record
2.
straight.
He gets real mad.
He lost to a cherry
Very
pie
competitive.
and a cheeseburger.
Yeah. He lost. He brought like a salad with cranberries and he thought that was going to beat out like homemade
brought-
cherry pie.
He
No,
brought a
no.
knife to a gunfight. It was terrible.
It was
All
a game
right.
show host, maybe.
All
Cool.
right. So guys, how much did you learn in the last segment with Ryan? Did you guys learn a lot? Did you learn about what it takes to get your start as a model? And also, as he was critiquing people, did you have any takeaways for yourself? Like whenever we're doing something like this, I want you guys to think about, okay, what can I take from this and apply to myself? All right.
You know, Janine, I want to add something really quickly. But there's so many people that get on these calls that think they can't ever book anything. But holy shit, you guys were just casting directors and you guys were booking the people that probably had friends and family tell them not to do this, that they would never qualify for anything. Do you guys see that? It's a little, right? If you love that type, I love it. Because that's the truth. As a casting director, you fit in somewhere. You do. Don't ever let your friends and family tell you can't do this. Yeah, maybe you're not Kendall Jenner, 5'11", size 0, but we all saw Mindy, Senator's wife. You look expensive. Thank God you're not cheap. You know, Donald Perry, cop, right? We saw this. Catherine Genty, you know, White House press secretary. I mean, we saw this. Sally, Mean Girls, you know, mom wearing the jumpsuit, like, hey girls, I made you a snack. Like, we know this now, right? We saw this. We all have talent. Yeah, you fit in somewhere, but if you don't try, you fit in nowhere. I'd rather be somewhere than nowhere. Welcome to VIP Ignite.
Well, that's a t-shirt. I'd rather be somewhere than nowhere.
That's true.
I love it. Awesome. All right, guys. So how amazing has today been so far? On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing has today been? Let me know in the comments. If I see anything less than a 10, I'm kicking you off the call, just for the record, by the way. Awesome. Guys, this has been amazing. This day has been amazing. We still have so much more to do. Okay. We still have one more presentation. Then we have some challenges. It wouldn't be me if I didn't give you a challenge. Are you guys up for a challenge today? Are you up for a challenge? Yes or yes in the comments. Type yes or yes in the comments.
Brandon, text me back. I texted you. Sorry, I get very excited when I see talent that I reach out to, but then they get on the Zoom. I'm watching you.
Awesome.
Okay.
I haven't had a nap yet. Okay, well, there's going to be no napping. I need you for like another 90 minutes. Then you can all pass out if you need to.
About napping. Okay, so some of our opportunities pay $6,500 a day. You can nap later when you're cashing that check.
Exactly.
Here.
All right.
Oh
so guys,
goodness.
we've had an amazing day. We've gone over so many amazing things. We still have so much more to do. Is it okay if we bring Mike back on? I just want to let you guys know he's going to be doing a little bit of a review. How many of you need a review of all the information that we've gone through today? Does anyone need a review, some kind of refresher? Yes, I know I do too. So he's going to review some of what we're doing. And then what he's going to do is he's going to go over some new things. How many of you would love the opportunity to do this in person? Type 1 or 1 in the comments. If you would like an opportunity to do this in person, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because you know what? Zoom is amazing, but face-to-face is even amazinger. That's not a word. I just made it up. You're welcome.
Amazinger?
It's amazinger.
I love that. It's the hat.
It's
amazinger. Everybody go with it. It's so fetch. Okay.
I have the hat on, so if I say it's a word, it's a word, okay?
It is. It is.
I'll get a t-shirt that says amazinger. I know that's not a word. For those of you judging me, I'm looking at you, Sequoia. You were like, no, Janine, that is not a word. How dare you do that? I started off the day by saying we're going to have fun. Let us have fun and be more amazinger. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring Mike back on. And he's gonna review some of what we've gone over today. And then he has some brand new stuff for you too. Grammar alert. Listen, I am the grammar Nazi, okay? I am the grammar Nazi. I'm just having fun. All right. Yeah, Haviland is not here. That is true. All right. So before I bring Mike on and I unmute him, I need y'all to do something for me. And okay, so you know what? Stand up. Everyone stand up. I hope you all have your pants on. I forgot to tell you to wear pants today. Everyone stand up. Just stretch out a little bit. Move around a little bit. Shake it out. Come on. You all have been sitting. I'm going to put that on a shirt. Oh, amazinger? I don't know what you're putting on a shirt. I'm scared actually right now, Gabriel.
I would wear it.
Okay. All right. Are you feel better? Do you feel a little refreshed? I know sometimes when I sit down, I can't feel my feet. I'm like, oh,
I see Chanel back there dancing. This is great.
Yeah, we're going to dance. Tomorrow we're going to do calisthenics. I'm not doing that to you guys today. All right. Everyone take a seat. If anyone has a liquid, preferably water, please take a big chug. I didn't go over why water is so important, but let me tell you, water is important because your body is made mostly of water. So when you get tired, drink some water. Fun facts with Janine White. All right, now that we've moved, now that we're hydrated, this is what I need you guys to do. I need you to show me how excited you are to hear from the one, the only, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Michael Falcon. Sorry, Mike.
It's okay. That was funny. I'm gonna share that story with Ryan later.
Please don't. I don't need his ego to get any bigger.
All right, guys. All right, it's a really good day. Tomorrow's going to be even more exciting, like Denise stated earlier. Today's about foundation. Tomorrow's about transformation. We have some really special speakers on tomorrow, some brand new speakers that you guys haven't heard from. And one of them is really going to be absolutely amazing. And the title of our presentation is going to be The Magic of Casting, where endless potential meets the screen. So make sure you guys are here tomorrow all day. Because there's really going to be some really incredible content tomorrow that'll really help kind of push your career. And like, you know, today's really about the basics and so forth. And then tomorrow's really about kind of accelerating your career. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to go do a review of the day a little bit just to kind of really have it sink in, right? Because I know there's a lot of content. So I'm going to go through that. I'm going to go through some of the new things. We're going to drop some gifts and some prizes and fun stuff. And then from there, you guys will have the opportunity to, Denise's going to go over a special challenge with you and kind of go through a little bit of the format for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do something a little special. So if you guys want to get a little dressed up, Denise's going to be in full makeup tomorrow. So if you guys want to have a little Halloween party, we can definitely do that. Maybe we'll make a little competition out of it. So, but in the meantime, let us get started. And then we'll review everything also. So let me pull up my screen here. Oh, hold on. I got so many windows open. All right, this big. All right, so this is the State of the Union. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the new stuff. Obviously, some of the new stuff that I talked about last time was now actually live. So that's kind of cool. And then I'm also going to do a review of the day. So that way, for those of you who might have missed some of this or just, you know I like always reviewing my notes at the end of the day. You know, best tip I can give you guys is make sure you take a lot of notes. It's really important because it helps you remember and retain information. You'll have an 80% better chance of retaining information when you write it down, even if you never go back and read the notes. If you really want to increase that, not only write your notes down, but then later that evening or within a few days, type them up. And as you're typing them up and you're reviewing them, you'll remember this stuff forever. So super trick that I learned several years ago, and I use it all the time. And it definitely 100% works. So this is the State of the Union. So we're going to go over the exact framework, the new framework that you need to be a successful model or actor in today's market. So obviously, as we talked about earlier, we know the world has changed, right? New ideas, right? Having a new mindset. So the information I'm going to go over today is for aspiring models and actors, whether you're just starting out, and for individuals with decades of experience in front of the camera or on set. So we went over earlier about some of our success stories. So I'll just kind of go through those pretty quickly. You know, obviously Brandon's actually in New York working. He wanted to actually come to Maine, but he was already booked. So he was a little bit upset that he wasn't in Maine, but that's just a part of it, right? You know, obviously Ryan, you see the celebrities he's hanging out with, the people that he's out there celebrating his birthday and so forth. They're actually doing some shoots, but unfortunately, it's like, when you're in this business, you have to make a commitment, you know, and it's like one of the things I like to speak about sometimes is, imagine you made a commitment for a small modeling job, right? Pays $1,000 for the day. But literally you were sitting at home, you're excited, the job's next week, and you're listening to your favorite radio station and they're giving away 2 tickets to a concert, right? Taylor Swift concert, your favorite band, whatever it may be. You wind up just calling in, right? Just joking around, and you wind up winning the tickets, right? But the tickets are on the same day that you were booked for that job, right? If you're going to be in this business as a professional, your first thought is like, who could I give these tickets away to, right? It's not that you would say, well, oh, let me call the agent and say I can't make it and lie or make something up and so forth. So you have to be committed. So even somebody like Brandon, the reason why you see his success is he's committed to this, right? That even though there was this opportunity to go to Maine, yes, was he a little bit upset? Was he a little bit disappointed? Yeah, but at the same time, he knew that his commitment was already booked. So I want you guys to understand that, it doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, but commitment does, right? You have to be a person of your word. If you say you're going to be somewhere, you have to be there, because in this industry, reputation is very important, right? Even somebody like Masharad, started off at one of our events. He was very quiet, super nice guy. I love working with Masharad. He's, one of our production assistants. He'll be in New York and so forth with us.
He's really great and he works really hard. Like he spent some time in New York. He got to do work at Fashion Week, but then now he's back home, right? So now he's doing a little bit of a reset. From there, eventually he's going to be working in Hollywood. He's definitely going to get signed by one of our agents out in Hollywood. He'll be doing TV and film. So, but this is somebody, he spent a year doing this, right? Like he not only did he have to overcome the challenges of the modeling industry, but he overcame a lot of mindset stuff. He was very shy. He was very introverted, sweetest, nicest guy in the world. But I'll be honest with you, he speaks from stage now. Like Masha Rad's like an extreme success story, not just about modeling and acting, but just becoming like being the person he was meant to be from the very start. And it's like when you surround yourself with the right people, you surround yourself with people that are doing things at a high level, you learn from them. And I'm going to tell you a little secret about people who work at the highest level. They surround themselves with people at a higher level than themselves. So the great thing is like when you're connected to that, it's like you get this burst of energy, not only from them, but from all the people that they're learning from. That's the real secret to networking. The real secret to networking, it's not just the person you're speaking with and building a relationship, but it's also the people that they're connected to, and then the people that they're connected to, right? Water flows upwards in networking, right? Water always will find the least path of resistance, but in networking, water flows upward because you're pushing the water up. Right. So somebody like Masha Rad, his life's changed in so many different ways, not just as far as a career, but in a total becoming what he was meant to be. You know, obviously, these guys get to work at New York Fashion Week. You see some of the talent are out in Maine right now, hanging out. Right. Natasha, she's another great example. She's young. She's 14 years old, but she's got a great personality. She takes direction well, and her career is going to do very well. In January, there's going to be a big announcement about her. Okay, I can't reveal it right now today, but there's going to be a huge announcement regarding Natasha. So, you know, these people are putting the time, they're putting the energy. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. It's about surrounding yourself with that energy, surrounding yourself with that network that's connected to other people that help accelerate your career, right? Because that's what this is all about. It's about accelerating your career. You know, I had a really great conversation with somebody the other day, one of the consultants we're working with, he's done like $30 million. And he said, yeah, at the end of the day, you guys accelerate people's career. And that's like phenomenal. That's so hard to do. Like whether you're an entrepreneur, a model, an actor, the hardest thing in life is to get into the right rooms, to get with the right people. That is the hardest thing. Once you can do that, everything else is easy. Learning monologues, learning techniques, performing on set. Those are like tactics. You can learn those things. That's what we do. We show you those things. But getting into the rooms, right? You could be the best model in the world. You could be the most gorgeous girl in the world, most hottest guy in the world. You could be the greatest actor. You could just, you know, speak like Shakespeare. But if you're not in the right rooms, it doesn't matter, right? If you don't connect it to the right people, it doesn't matter. Nobody sees you. Nobody hears you. That's what this industry is about. It's about being seen, about being heard, right? Giving everyone an opportunity to, you know, accelerate their careers. Somebody like Adi, she's just starting out. But again, she's going to make waves. You know, she works multiple jobs. Like she works multiple jobs to help her mom be able to build her career. She doesn't sit back. She's traveled around the world. She lived in India for over 10 years, right? She's very well spoken, but she's always pushing herself forward. She's like a great example. This is somebody like that. These are going to become the people that become a part of your community. Like these are the people that you want to surround yourself with. And I spoke about this earlier. There's different levels, right? But even somebody like Adi, you can learn from her. Right? Even though she's not on the covers of magazines yet, right? She's just technically just starting out, but you can learn from her. You can learn from her experiences. You can see the dedication, the passion that she has. You know, when you're sitting down and talking with her, right? She makes very interesting conversation. So, you know, I want you guys to understand, like, being in a community, being in a family is important. That's the reason why we do these events over 2 days. We're looking for very specific people we want to be able to work with. We want to continue our success. We want to grow our company. We want to work with the right people. Somebody like Maria, obviously, she's a great example of that. You know, when she first started out, you know, Deneen kind of hinted at it. She kind of, you know, she was a little bit wishy-washy, right? Well, I just want to give it a try. I want to put my toes in the water. Deneen worked with her. Like, she just didn't become an overnight success story. Like, there was a lot of work in making her become the person she was. But once everything fell into place, it became so easy for her. Now she's able to be on set. Now her career will keep growing, right? Even her husband now is involved in the industry. But at the very beginning, she was probably like the same thing, went through a lot of the same questions, same concerns that everybody on this call has. And it's part of that is just not just, like I said, learning the tactics and the strategies, but really having that right mindset, right? Being able to push yourself forward, consistency, right? I always recommend great books to read. One of the greatest books, one of my business partners, Greg Reed, right? He's a part of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So, everyone says this and it's so true. I heard this for like half my life, and it took half my other life to finally pick this book up and read it. But it's such a great book to read, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, right? Achievers visualize success over and over until it becomes not just a possibility, but an ingrained reality. You have to visualize your success, guys. You have to see yourself there. You have to consistently move forward because it will become a reality, right? The moment you start falling backwards, the moment you start having doubts, that's when you stop moving forward, right? And again, it's like the example Alicia always speaks about, right? 20 years ago, I came to New York City with dreams of fame, but at 40, I'm still here pouring drinks. My dreams shattered like glass, and all that remains is the echo of what could have been. And that is the common story you hear in this industry, right? Everyone hears the success stories, and then on the opposite side of it, they hear the people who fail, right? And it's having that rich mindset, that poor mindset, asking yourself those better questions. How do I not become that person? What did they do, right? And so many times I've seen so many brilliant actors, they come to New York with that dream, and they just fail at it, and they wind up surrounding themselves with other people who are failing. And in that, they find comfort. They find, well, he's not doing well. I told, it's just hard, right? Business is hard. This business is right. And they live off of each other. Negativity loves company. You got to keep yourself out of that. You have to be the one who rises to the top. You have to become that leader. And the only way to do that is surrounding yourself again by the right people, right? It's all about having a new mindset will give you new results. Right? In today's world, we talked about this. To review it, it's about diversity, right? It's all about different shapes, different sizes, different looks. It's all about what makes you unique, right? The acting and modeling industry is about diversity, right? Age, location, experience doesn't matter. Everyone has to start someplace. Everyone has to be given a chance. Every model you've ever seen, every model that you've seen successful, every actor, every musician, they were given a shot. They weren't born that way. They weren't born with those, they may have those gifts, but they had to develop them, right? They had to go out, they had to get the coaching, the training, they had to put the time, the effort into it. It's like anything else that you want to be successful at, you have to be able to put the time and effort into it. And you have to figure it out. You make it happen, right? You keep moving forward, right? So 3 major items you need to know, okay? First of all, what do you qualify for, right? We spoke about this. What do you qualify for? What part of the industry do you fit in? You saw Ryan kind of going through Model Garage. Maybe he didn't pick you, and that's okay. What did you learn from the examples of the people that he was going for, right? Did you celebrate those people? Were you like, okay, this is a learning experience for me? Or did you sit there and go, how come Ryan didn't pick on me, right? Again, what type of mindset do you have? And it's easy to fall back into that. Trust me. I know how easy it is, right? You need to learn also how to elevate your current success to have even more success, right? Don't say I'm brand new. Say I'm just starting out. I'm aspiring, right? That's success. As an aspiring actor, or aspiring model, you're doing more than the people who just said I had a dream. Well, like one day I'd like to do this. One day it's a dream. You're here. You're making it happen. You've already put it into action just by being here, right? The person you were this morning is completely different now than the person you are today. Even if this is your 200th time on these calls, you're still learning, right? You're always growing, okay? Really important. The person that learned about this a year ago is a completely different person that's learning it today, right? You're seeing it from a different angle. You have a different understanding. Like for the people when they come to our events and they're on set and they're working with Ryan, the people who are in our coaching program. Ryan just started coaching our talent. He's doing a whole 12-week program. Haviland, she's working with all of our talent, right? These are people who are making this happen every day. And each time they learn, they become more and more. Right? And eventually you reach a level of success where you are working full-time. You're doing this as your career. You're completely submerged in the industry, but you're still going to keep learning. You're going to keep learning and elevating. So you always have to remember how to elevate your current success to have even more success, no matter where you are. Don't compare yourself to somebody who's been doing this for 10 years. Right? Look to them as an inspiration where they were in year 1. What did they do to get started? Right? And at the end, you need to become the person an agency wants to sign, right? You need to have that magnetic personality, right? So we're going to talk about that today. So would you like to know why we are qualified to talk about this, right? Guys, we've been learning a little bit about the company. Let me talk to you a little bit more about how we started this, right? So we've been doing this since 2006. So for almost 2 decades, we've been working in the industry, myself and Alicia. Right. And I just want you to kind of think about where the world was when we started. Right. It's always nice to kind of go back and say, hey, what was the world like? Because everything changes so fast. Like AI is going to change the world so much quicker. Things are going to be accelerated at an incredible rate. Right. But think about this. Back in 2006, YouTube was founded in 2006. Okay. The first video was uploaded that year, April 23rd. Right. So 18 years ago, YouTube, it was the first video ever, right? But now it's just a kind of part of our life, part of our day. Twitter was also created in 2006, but it didn't even see widespread adoption for a couple more years. Obviously, now it's owned by Elon Musk and it's called X, right? The average cost of a movie ticket in 2006 was $6.55, right? Compared to today, it's over $15. Okay, the Nokia 1100 was the world's most popular and best-selling mobile phone in 2006. Some of you guys like Nokia, what is that, right? That was the most popular phone back then. The PlayStation 3 and Nintendo Wii gaming consoles both launched in 2006. High School Musical premiered on the Disney Channel in 2006, launching Zac Efron's career, okay? The 1 billionth song was purchased on Apple's iTunes Music Store in 2006. Digital music purchases became mainstream, okay? So it wasn't that long ago. Right. So again, time is your most valuable asset. You see, just since we started, look at how far the world's come. Look at how much it's changed. Okay. So it's important for you to always be aware of where trends are heading. Right. You know, one of the main reasons I go to masterminds and I invest so much in surrounding myself with the right people, not only it benefits the company, but I want to be aware of where the world's headed. I want to be information and knowledge is a powerful thing to have. Right? The way the world used to exist, it's not about labor today. It's about information. It's about knowledge. It's being at the forefront. And as things, this competition, right? So you have to be aware. That's why we always make sure we leverage ourselves to the highest possible degree. Okay. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades, right? We have Finding Fame. All of you guys should have a copy of that. If you don't, I will have if one of my team members could drop a link to Finding Fame so everybody has a copy of it. We work with talent at all different levels of success. Right? We work with talent who are aspiring. We work with talent who are brand new. We work with talent who are, at the highest level, like people in our inner circle, people who've been doing this. We represent people in SAG and AFTRA in the unions. And we host events, right? That's what we're known for. We host the most incredible events where we hand select some of the top talent in the entire world. We give them the opportunity to sit down with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People can snap their fingers and change their life forever. And we've been featured on Forbes and CBS Radio and Entrepreneur, the Washington Post, and Fortune. And those are all great, right? We're partners now. Kevin Harrington, we have a big announcement that'll be coming out in December about that. Alicia is actually going to be working with him in November in just a few weeks. Okay. But we work at that, right? We build that brand. It's not just handed to us. We have to make the calls. We have to make the connections. We have to keep investing, right? Even though we may seem like we reached a level of success, it's nothing compared to the things that we're going to be working on, because you have to keep moving forward. The moment you stop, right? If you're not growing, you're dying. It literally is, right? The person who just gives up, they're dying. They may not die tomorrow, but they've given up. You can never fall into that trap, right? Never fall into that. Always keep pushing forward, always keep growing, always keep learning, right? And I've been friends now with Alicia for over 20 years, okay? She's a firecracker, right? You guys see that. You guys who know Alicia know that. But let me tell you something. Does she have haters? Absolutely she does. And she's proud of that, because she wants to believe in the people who want to aspire to do more. The people who don't, you see, right? During the week, you tell people leave. You don't have to stay on the call. No one's going to even notice you're gone. Right? Because we want people who want to do something great. Life is too short, right? Like even for the inner circle, I love our inner circle because I want to have somebody that I can conversate with. I want to keep learning. I want to keep surrounding myself with great people. I want to see people successful, right? So having people like Alicia and Deneen and Ryan and all the incredible speakers you're going to meet over the weekend and Haviland and so forth, you notice there's a pattern there, right? Start noticing these patterns, right? You'll notice that they're very similar, right? Like attracts like. If you're consistently negative and everything's going wrong in your life, that's because that's your personality attracting that. When you start changing your circle and you start changing your attitude, all of a sudden you'll start attracting the right people. When we first started this company 20 years ago, we didn't have any connections. We had to build this up by scratch, and we consistently do that. You saw I was just in New York City the other day, right? Bringing value to somebody who's super incredible. You know, our talent in New York, they're going to be meeting with them. They're going to have a private lunch with them. They're going to be sitting down with them. There's some incredible things that are going to be opening up just off of that one relationship because of the connections that he has. Okay. So again, we've been doing this, right? You guys, if one of my assistants could actually drop the link to the Trello board in case those of you missed it earlier, right? We track our success stories. We have over 10,000. We just started doing this. Like if you saw my Google Drive literally it goes on forever. So we just started organizing them in a Trello board. And you notice every time I'll continue to drop that Trello board because I want you guys to see we keep adding and adding and adding people to it, right? I want you guys to see we work with all kinds of people, right? I don't want you to ever have doubt. We're all about results. We're all about showing people we will make you successful, but you have to be willing to believe in yourself. I can't believe in you. I can motivate you, right? I can get you guys all so excited. Oh my God, da, 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 da. But at the end of the day, who motivates the motivator? What happens when I'm not there that day? What happens when you're in the set? You have to learn how to motivate yourself. You have to learn how to become extraordinary, okay? We partner with some of the smartest, most powerful people on the planet. I learned a long time ago. I made so many mistakes. Honestly, hundreds of thousands of dollars lost, gone forever, okay? Because we invested in the wrong people. We believed in the wrong projects. Now we surround ourselves with people with proven results. People like Les Brown, whose message has been seen by over 1 billion people worldwide. One of the greatest, most loving, kindest people you will ever meet. Mark Victor Hansen, who's not only our publisher, our partner, but also my friend. When I had fallen ill a few months ago, he was the first person to call to check on me every day. He wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. I have a conversation with him at least once a week. And he's consistently busy traveling around the world. He's considered like the #1 author in the planet. His book has sold over 500 million copies. Kevin Harrington, one of the original Shark Tanks. And myself partnering with Alicia, okay? I put her on here because she is at that level, right? She is one of the most successful people, one of the most smartest, powerful people on the planet when it comes to TV, media, and entertainment and connecting people with the right people. Kevin Harrington, one of the smartest business people, right? Created the infomercial, a billionaire, owns dozens of companies. Mark Victor Hansen, incredible author, top #1 author in the world. Les Brown, #1 motivational speaker. You starting to recognize the pattern? Do you see the team that I'm creating? Right? Here's the great thing. My team is your team. My team, the things we're creating is your team when you're a part of our community and part of our company, right? Here's some quotes, from some of the speakers, right? With over a decade of experience guiding aspiring talent to success, Alicia Kabak has an unparalleled track record of transforming lives through reputable coaching, exclusive industry access, and a fiercely caring mentorship. And that comes from Les Brown himself, right? And I highlighted that word fiercely because she will fight for you, okay? If she believes in you and you believe in yourself. But if you don't believe in yourself, her time is too valuable, right? And as she becomes more successful, as the company grows, the access that you have to Alicia or myself will become limited. I'm not going to lie to you. So take advantage of those situations because as we grow this company, right, things will change. But they're going to be people who rise to the top, the people who say yes, the people who move forward will always have access to us, right? Backed by a network of respected industry veterans and a steadfast commitment to ethics, Alicia Kabak has guided thousands to success through her signature framework focused on strategic acceleration while protecting artist well-being. Mark Victor Hansen, okay? Beautiful, beautiful soul. For those of you who are going to be coming out to Phoenix, we're going to have some surprises. But imagine spending time with somebody like that. Right? Whether you're a model, an actor, musician, but just from a human standpoint, to be able to learn from somebody like that, right? And he's in his 70s. Mark's not going to be with us forever. So to have a chance to be with somebody who's considered one of the greats, you know how many people wish they can have? People spend tens of thousands of dollars to hear him speak, to sit in the audience, not get a photo with him, not to get to sit down with him, but in a private setting, being able to spend time with him one-on-one, to be able to develop that relationship where he has your cell phone number, he's calling you. This is what we bring to our talent. The talent that work with our coaches, they know them by name. You saw Haviland, right? Saying, hey, I'm so glad to see some of the people I'm working with, right? It's so important. This is what people who are not successful, this is what they're lacking. It's so easy, right? but it's just getting into the rooms is the hard part, right? Launching originally from a small office, right? When we first started, we had nothing but a vision, okay? But our goal was to uplift talent, right? And now we stand as the premier launch pad for driven artists and entrepreneurs, right? Which we're always expanding who we help and work with. I consistently get asked to speak on stage. I was just on Voice of America yesterday, over 1 million listeners yesterday. I did a podcast episode and was streaming live. You guys will have access to that, okay? But people always reach out to us, right? So we always help where we can, but we have to choose the time, right? It always comes down to time, right? Being able to help the right people. We're limited with time, even this weekend, even this presentation. I can do a 10-hour presentation, but it's time, right? But our whole goal is to be able to ignite people's careers, to help people through us and through themselves answer questions to change the world, to make the world a better place, right? You know, like, again, we've been doing this for almost 2 decades. There's a reason why we get to open the stock exchange, to work with celebrities. You see, Ryan's with one of my most favorite actresses in the world. I like ready to get up on a plane, right? From Lord of the Rings, right? Aerosmith's daughter. How cool is that, right? And it's not luck. We just do something else differently. And we show you guys how to do it the same way, how to follow the framework, how to follow the operations manual, right? The secret book, okay? You know, in this industry, there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor or model, right? Talent only gets you in the door. Right? I talk all the time about creating an apple pie, right? You need the ingredients, right? What are the ingredients of making an apple pie? Okay, it's the same thing. It's like, what are the ingredients in creating an actor, a model, a film, right? Well, how do you write a storyboard? How do you become a great writer, right? As a filmmaker, you guys should understand all this. You know, so many times I used to do interviews a lot. I used to work with a lot of record labels. Obviously, you know, I'm really good friends with a lot of major producers and so forth. And so many times I'd be on panels with them, and there'd be aspiring people to be musicians. They travel from all around the world to be in these rooms. And the first thing, you know, they would ask them, do you write your own music? And they'd be like, well, no, you know, I do everything online. And like, you just would see the twinkle go out of the record producer's like eyes. Doesn't matter that there's easier ways to do it. You still need to know the foundations. Great musicians can write music. They play instruments. You know, somebody like a Lady Gaga, she plays multiple instruments. She writes music. She's been doing this since she played piano at the age of 3. That's why she's Lady Gaga. Now, it doesn't mean like, oh my God, Mike, but I'm, you know, 41 years old. I didn't start. No, it doesn't matter. You start now. You know when the best time to plant a tree was? 20 years ago. Do you know when the best time to plant a tree is? Today, right? You start with where you have. You work with the resources that you have, right? Right? Life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you, right? You guys are all here for a reason. Right? This whole weekend, we go through the ingredients, right? You should be taking notes, right? Learning. We're giving you the foundational tools, right? There's a process for everything, just like a recipe, right? So many times people think that their agent's the one getting them their job. That's not how it works, right? There's a client that's involved, right? Client, Coca-Cola wants to come up with a new soft drink, right? Steakhouse wants to come up with a Burger King wants to come up with a new item for their menu. They're in the food business. They're in the soda business, right? So they have to create an ad. So a client will go to an ad agency. That's their lane. And they'll come up with a commercial, an idea. The ad agency then goes to a production company. That's their lane. They're the ones with the cameras and the equipment. The production company, they say, okay, great. The ad agency said, this is what we want the ad to look like. There's going to be sunshine and flowers, and you know, somebody's going to parachute from a plane. Somebody's going to jump over that with a motorcycle. This is what Coca-Cola wants. And production company saying, okay, great, we'll make it happen. And then they go to a casting agency who then says, okay, this is what we need. We need somebody who could ride a motorcycle. We need somebody who could jump out of a plane. And we need a whole bunch of people. We need different ethnicities, different ages to be in this ad. And the casting company goes, great. Let me reach out to the agencies I work with. And they reach out to the agencies. They send the character briefs. Right. So somebody like Ryan in the morning, he gets his character briefs, and then he goes to his database and he says, hey, these are the people that I have that are able to do this. These are the people that qualify for this. And then it goes back uphill, right? Then it goes back. Ryan submits out the people. He sends them to the casting agency. Casting agency sends them to the production company. Production company sends it to the ad agency. Ad agency sends it to the client. Client says, great, let's hire them. Let's get the job started. So again, you need to understand the business. So many times people don't understand that. First thing they're just yelling about, I need an agent, I need an agent. How do you become a person agency wants to work with? You have to understand the industry, right? I could snap my fingers right now and put you guys on a phone call with the vice president of Warner Brothers Casting of all of North America. But do you have headshots? Do you have training? Have you done anything? Are you in the union yet? Do you know how the union works? Right? SAG-AFTRA. You need to know all these things. This is a model. Have you ever posed? Do you understand triangles? You know what triangles is in modeling, right? These are all things you need to learn. That's why we have like production certification programs and training, and we accelerate people's careers, right? We do things that the average person would take 5 years, we do in 90 days, but it's a process. So I want you guys to understand everything in life is a process, whether you're cooking an apple pie, you're driving a car, right? You know, opening your door, how do you open your door, right? You got to take your key out. You got to know which key it is. You got to be able to put it in the lock. You got to put it in the lock the right way. Do you turn it to the left or turn it to the right? Right? Everything is a process. Riding a bike is a process. So acting and modeling is a process. Being in this industry is a process. So all I can stress to you guys is learn the process, learn it the right way from the right people. And you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct. Everything can be learned when you understand that you break things down into smaller components, right? And for so many people, when they first start in this industry, they're excited, right? Guys, you know, this morning, everybody was excited, everybody's cheering, right? And you might have been brand new. Maybe this is the first time you've ever been on a call. So you kind of got on, maybe you're a little bit like, oh, what am I going to learn anything? How's this going to work? But then you started learning, right? Now you got really excited. But then as you start learning throughout the day, you're like, oh my God, this is like a lot of work. And maybe you start questioning yourself. And normally this is where people quit, right? When they start questioning themselves, they start leaning into fear. They start leaning into uncertainty. But sometimes you just have to push through. So yes, maybe you'll make a mistake. Maybe you're going to hit an obstacle. Maybe you're going to get rejected. Absolutely. You're going to feel like you crashed and you burned. But you learn from that, right? I've told you guys, I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in bad investments, right? We've made millions in smart investments, right? We made better decisions and worse decisions, but doesn't mean we weren't rejected, turned down. Everyone is. But you learn from that experience, and then you become excited again. You become optimistic, and that's when you reach achievement. For most people in life, they will never make it past number 3. And then guess what they do? They repeat the cycle over and over again. And we talked about that, the definition of insanity, doing something over and over again, expecting a different result instead of asking better questions, instead of allowing yourself sometimes to fail, to make a mistake. But you learn from that, right? Just like a child learning to walk, they're going to fall down, right? Then they guess what does a child do? They get back up again. Has there anybody ever been in the entire world who's ever worked with a little child learning to walk, and when the child fell, you said, no, don't get back up, you're going to get hurt? No, right? Nobody would say that, right? But yet people grow up and they do that to themselves. They become their own crab in their own story, pulling themselves back. Okay. I want you to understand this is how the human mind works. Like, I'm not just teaching about modeling and acting. I'm teaching you about life. I'm teaching you about the things that I've learned through my life, through people who've learned this through their life. I'm giving you guys decades of knowledge here. Okay. Talent, training, persistence, guidance, patience. When cooked right, is going to give you success, right? Acting success tastes so sweet once you make it there. Once you get into the union's how you do speaking roles. We'll talk about that in a moment, right? But that's what the ingredients are. It's the same thing. It's a simple guide to success, right? Want to know Al Pacino's recipe, right? Tell you Al Pacino's recipe, really simple. Read and study, right? Familiarize yourself with the industry, right? Learn about the industry, understand it. Don't move right away. There's no, I need to move to New York or LA. No, you audition, you train locally or online. Work on special skills, right? Can you ride a bike? Can you shoot a basketball? Can you juggle a poker chip, right? What are your special skills, right? Can you shoot a bow and arrow? Can you ride a horse, right? Start working on your marketing, right? You know, we do a whole training on social media domination, right? We give our talent special skills. We do certifications in firearms, certifications in stunt work, production assistant certifications. We do all kinds of voiceover training, right? We do all these things to build people's skills, right? Because now you never know. Well, I need somebody who could do a voice of the Barbie character, but I need somebody who could do it live action, who's able to shoot a bow and arrow. Great, I got that person. If I was to go online and look at your Instagram, what would I see? Would I see pictures of your puppy? Or would I see shots today? If you go on my Instagram, all throughout the day, I was putting up posts about our different speakers and so forth, taking some different shots. People, when they go on my Instagram, they know, they say, oh, wow, Mike must be in the industry, right? I didn't even put it up on the business accounts. I was just putting it up on my own account, right? I was proud. I was celebrating everyone's success. I was celebrating the people that were here, okay? On your Instagram, did you do that, right? We gave you guys a link to the newsletter. Did you share that, right? Here's a way to, and for those of you who got their first copy, how the first edition, how incredible was that? It wasn't just about modeling and acting, but you guys got some really great access to content that most people would never know about. We're giving you access to the content to help you. There's content in that newsletter that shows you how to create content online, how to understand how the internet works, how to build your social media brand, how to build your voice, how to become that person. And we gave it to you guys for free, right? Get used to rejection, right? Be patient, be consistent, become the person an agent wants to sign. And for acting, you need to do background work, right? You think of Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd, everybody's running and screaming, you're the one running and screaming, right? But that's where you start. You don't start doing speaking roles, right? For those of you who are going online and looking for speaking roles, I want to be in the next Marvel movie, I can tell you 100% those are scams. I'll give you a simple technique. If it's not from the SAG-AFTRA, if it's not through an agent has access to what's called breakdowns. Breakdowns are only given to agencies. They're not put online. So if you're seeing a casting for something that's a union job, then you know it's fake because they couldn't advertise it online. Sign up for IMDb, Internet Movie Database. You can literally, it's owned by Amazon, literally has every movie ever made, the casting director, the producers, the directors, the actors, and it has every movie coming out in the next 2 years. You literally can get access to every movie, every TV show, knowing who the producer is, who the casting director is, everything there is to know about movies that aren't even released yet, okay? It's owned by Amazon, it's IMDb, I belong to it, right? Doesn't mean you're gonna get roles in those movies, but now you know exactly who's in charge of it. Agents use that. Oh, wow, I see the Fantastic Four just started casting. Great. Let me see who the casting director is. Let me reach out. Hey, could you send me some of the sides for some of the characters you're going to be casting in Fantastic Four? Great. Let me see what I have in my database. That's what on top of their A-game agents do. They don't wait for the content to come to them. They go out and they search for the content. They know how to do it, right? So background work gives you the opportunity to learn how to be in the union. Once you get what's called waivers, you'll get to do speaking roles. You have to go through the process. You have to join the union, right? Then from there, you get speaking roles. You're going to start with commercials, just like when you see Medea making $100,000 a day. You didn't see us telling you she was like the star of a new HBO series. No, she was in a Super Bowl ad. She was in a Starbucks commercial, right? She did her first speaking role in a commercial, right? That was a 6-figure one, okay? But she's still booking even without speaking. Just for print ads, she's booking out $30,000 a day. Right? We have talent that makes $6,500 an episode that book 10 episodes. I mean, $65,000. They're making almost $750,000. Okay, doing small speaking parts. From there, you land a pilot. Pilot is like a new show. They're testing it out. It's like the first episode, right? You see every season or now every quarter. There's pilots come out all throughout the year. Right? You see like Power had these spin-off shows. First episode's called the pilot. So you'll land the pilot, then eventually you'll be in a major role, and then you rinse and repeat. And think about Al Pacino, right? What do you think he's doing consistently? He's reading and studying the industry. He's familiarizing himself with the industry. AI is changing things. You don't think he's not familiar with what's going on with the strike? He's not, oh, I don't need to care about the strike. I'm Al Pacino. No, right? He knows he can work anywhere in the world, right? He lives in LA, also goes by coastal, right? He's still training. He still has coaches. I know his coaches. I know the people that he works with. One of his coaches is one of my best friends in the world. He's always learning and working on special skills, right? He has a team working on his marketing, and he still gets rejected. And he's still patient. And he's consistent, right? Now he doesn't have to do background work, right? He's in the union. He was actually the president of SAG-AFTRA for a little while. Right? But he still has to audition. Roles come to him now, of course. He can be more selective, But I want you to see that even somebody at his level, somebody that you guys admire to be, right? People talked about early this morning when we first started, I want to make millions. I want to win an Oscar. I want to win an Emmy, right? Here's the formula, right here. I'm giving you the formula that somebody who's successful follows, okay? So let's play a little game. Al Pacino is closely associated with what type of acting in film? So what type of actor is he? Is he classical, modern, the Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics acting technique? Do you know? Does anybody know? Do you want to take a guess? Some of you guys will know the answer, but some of you guys are like, well, which one is it? Right? Well, gotcha. Don't worry, because I was just being tricky with those answers. It was none of them. Al Pacino is most known for practicing method acting. Okay? You should understand this. If you want to win an Oscar, you want to win an Emmy, you want to be a star, do you even know the basics, right? Method acting is when you go into character. You become that character fully. So if you're working with him on set for, The Godfather, he doesn't leave character. He's having lunch, he stays in character. He's learning every nuance of how they would hold their hands. He becomes that person physically and mentally, right? It's a very strong technique, very powerful, right? There were some of the former actors who Heath Ledger had a lot of mental issues with playing the role of the Joker because he's a method actor, right? He started really going into that state of madness, right? These are all things you need. The industry is exciting, right? There's so much to learn, right? You can spend your whole life learning this, right? And method acting is an immersive technique where actors draw on their own real emotions and experiences to identify with a character and portray them in a realistic, authentic way. Okay. Pacino's immersive approach even impacts his vocal delivery and physicality. Every aspect is informed by understanding the psychology of his characters. That is method acting. Okay, some key points about Al Pacino and method acting. He studied method acting extensively under acting coach Lee Strasberg at the Actors Studio in the late 1960s. Method acting focuses on groundbreaking performances and motivation and emotional connection. Pacino builds an in-depth backstory for each character. Oh, did we learn a little bit about that today? Right? He is known for his intense commitment, inhabiting roles fully. For example, he immersed himself in the real New York underworld for several months before playing Michael in The Godfather. Okay? That's why he's Al Pacino. That's why he wins Academy Awards, right? Spending months rehearsing, becoming this person he's going to portray. He's going to give that groundbreaking performance. He's going to do this over and over again. He's always going to study. He's always going to learn. He's always going to keep elevating, becoming more successful. Okay. Mastering the craft of acting to reach the creative heights of an Al Pacino requires rigorous training to expand skills, immersive technique to unlock depth, and relentless dedication to hone your instrument continuously over a lifetime. Okay. What do you qualify for? Right? Guys, we talked about that earlier, right? What type of model can you play? What type of actor can you play, right? Where do you fit into the industry? Do you have the right marketing tools? Do you have the right headshots? People go out all the time. They spend money on headshots. You saw Ryan, and they waste their money. Okay? And it's okay, right? Sometimes you just don't know what you don't know. Getting the right headshots is about showing versatility. It's about drawing people to your eyes, drawing people to that. These are great examples. Right? You see the characters, you can imagine, right? Remember, photos and portfolios are not designed for you. And when I'm doing this, I obviously work in casting, and I've worked with some of the best casting directors on the planet. So I see things a little bit differently, but you have to start learning how to do this. You can't make it about yourself. You have to make it about, how do I get the shots that a casting director will be able to submit? How do I get the shots that will appeal to a client, right? Being able to know the roles you can play, right? And being able to capture that, having these iconic photos, being able to create a story with your photos. Your very first photo in a book is the most important photo. Does anybody know what the job is? So when you have a portfolio book, the very first photo only has one job in this world. You know what that job is? To get the casting director to open the book. That's all it is, just to get them to check. Otherwise, the wrong shots there, they hand it back. No, not interested. Right? Submitting out digitally, not interested. That first photo needs to get the person to look at the next photo. And guess what the second photo's job is? To get them to look at the third. Because when they look at the third, then their mind starts going, okay, I see this person. I think there's the right, because think about this. Their job is to find the right people. These people, they're independent contractors. Like their job is their next job in life, their career is based upon finding the right people, right? So you have to help them do their job, right? Talked about this earlier, right? Most people, when asked to describe the average model, will answer with the wrong question, right? How would you describe the average model? You guys that have been here all day know the answers to this. This morning, had I asked this question, a lot of you guys would have gotten the answer wrong. And I was very specific. I said, if you work outside the industry, you're probably going to get this wrong. But people who work within the industry will get this answer right. Well, wow, guess what? Congratulations. You're now working within the industry because now you understand, right? If I had to describe the average model, you know what I would say? It depends upon the client, right? Is it something for commercial? What's the commercial? What's the brand? What type of ethnicity they need? What are they looking for? What's the age range they want, right? I'm going to ask the questions to get the right person to the job, okay? Most people think it's high fashion, right? That's what they think. The average person doesn't know what the average model looks like. They're going to say, oh, high fashion, right? They always say female, tall, thin, right? We went over, right? Here again, the stats for high fashion. Again, here are the stats for male models, right? Very specific stats, right? We also learned that it's only 10% of the industry. Even though people think this is the average part of the industry, the whole industry, it's not. It's the smallest segment. With rigid height, size, and age requirements limiting the pool, high fashion models suitable for runways and editorial work comprise just 10% of the overall modeling industry. Right? Designers create original designs. Why is it this way? It's because in order for a designer to create clothing for shows, they're going to create original clothing, right? Which is labor intensive. It's time consuming. It's expensive to produce. Having a set standard, designers know the clothing will fit the models. Less than 2% of the world's population will qualify for high fashion. Okay, 80% of the industry, right? Commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs, television shows, trade shows, right? There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile, right? In today's world, it's all about what makes you unique. Different family units, different backgrounds, different ages. Children will always fall into the qualifications of commercial print, but it goes down to their parents, right? Can their parents be on set with them? Do they have working papers? Do they have a trust fund set up, right? Your child lands 10 episodes on Stranger Things. Those kids make $350,000 an episode. One season, 10 episodes is $3.5 million. You're not writing a check out to a 12-year-old for $3.5 million, but nor does the money go to dad or mom. Right, dad can, oh, we got $3.5 million. Dad's getting himself some solid gold golf clubs. No, that money goes into a trust fund for when the child turns 18. Right, you have to understand all of this. Contract negotiation. You know, part of the training we do, one of the very first things we do during our 21-day challenge is we show people actually how to understand contracts, understand rights of usage, understand like how does artificial intelligence work now. We're doing a whole training on that. Right, how do you protect your image? If you're signing off with a photographer now, and you didn't sign, this was one of the big things with the strike. Technology, when they signed these contracts for TV and film, artificial intelligence didn't exist. So what does it take now to be, and there are movies now where you can literally type in prompts and create a movie. There's going to be a time within the next 5 years where you could literally say, you know what, my most favorite movie in the world is Top Gun. And you can tell the computer, I want to watch Top Gun, but I want to be Tom Cruise in it. And literally you will watch the movie and you will be Tom Cruise playing in that movie. That's how strong artificial intelligence will be. So now contracts, everything has to be renegotiated to protect the rights of people. Because if not, then you could have signed off your rights. So, and this starts today, right? So for those of you who are trying to do this on your own, if they don't have a clause in their contract dealing with artificial intelligence, do not sign that. Do not sign that. We'll have on tomorrow Tanya Kleckner. Maybe Ali will get her to talk about that because she's at the forefront of that, right? So if you don't want to hear it from me, you can hear it from somebody who's one of the biggest casting directors in the world, SAG-AFTRA franchised, right? Again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter, right? It's knowing what you qualify for, knowing what type of ads you can do, having the right agent, right? Even having the right agent. Maybe Ryan's the right agency for you. Maybe Truth Management. Maybe Tanya is. Maybe some of the other people you're going to meet tomorrow. Maybe for some of you coming to New York or Hollywood, the agencies will introduce you there too, right? It's knowing the right agency knowing what you qualify for, having the right marketing materials, the right training. When you combine all of that, that's when your life changes, right? Because now you're a professional, right? So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards. I want you guys to start paying attention to the ads you see. Start paying attention to the commercials you see. When you're watching movies, use that script analysis that we went over today. Start listening to how the movies are played out. For those of you that have the opportunity to work with us, I'll teach you this in depth. I'll teach you the hero's journey. I'll teach you the storylines, the arcs of stories, how shows are written. You start the show at the beginning. Does the writer know the ending of the show? Okay. We have some incredible writers that are coming on board. We're going to be doing some new trainings on the whole art of writing in Hollywood. I'm always excited for everything we do, but this one here, I'm so excited about. I'm really super excited about that. Especially we have some announcements coming out, some movies and projects we're working on. Okay. But learning the art of writing from like one of the greatest Hollywood writers ever. We've had people who've won Academy Awards for movies, for writing movies and screenplays. Okay. Fitness modeling, right? We talked about that. Huge industry, one of the biggest industries in the world, one of the main 3 categories of the industry. Right? So there's so many aspects. This industry can go so deep. Curve and plus size modeling, right? So we talked about this. What type of modeling or acting do you qualify for? Right? Are you high fashion, runway, fitness, plus curve, teen, child, commercial print, right? Hint, everyone qualifies for commercial print, TV and film acting. Guess what? Everyone qualifies, right? You have the right headshots though, right? You qualify. Qualifying is different, right, than actually being able to book the job. Now you have to become bookable, right? It's like the difference between, Tony Robbins one time told me, he says, you know what? There's a difference between people I like and people I respect. And I can like somebody, but doesn't mean I respect them. And he said, Mike, I respect you. So I want you guys to realize that, like, qualifying doesn't mean booking. Booking means now you have to have everything else in place. So the good news, though, is you made it through that first process. You qualified. Right? So you guys learning a lot so far? You're learning a lot so far, type of 101 in the comments. So how to elevate your current success to have even more success, right? We talked about this, right? Who's holding you back in life, right? Is there a bucket of crabs holding you back, right? Are you your own crab, right? Are you your own crab, always putting yourself down? Be careful of the language you use, right? I'm a loser. I can't do this. Be careful of that. Your mind is so powerful. Let me tell you something, guys. Your subconscious, whatever you tell your subconscious to do, it does it, right? While you're sleeping and dreaming, it's consistently working, okay? So if you're always leaning into negativity, that's why your life is where it's at, because it's kind of like, like that manifesto, like pulling stuff to you. The truth is it's you create that, right? By you being positive, by you looking for better answers, going out there and making things happen. People who become successful, it's because they go out and they make it happen, right? They go out and they actually do it. They push forward, right? Pick your people wisely, right? Crabs pull each other down. There'll be days that are hard to overcome. That's a part of life, right? Every day, expect 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones. That way, when the problem comes knocking on your door, you go, there you go, you son of a gun. I've been expecting you. I'm ready for the challenge. I'm ready for the adventure. Let's do this. Okay. People will always look for an excuse. You can't surround yourself with those people. You have to make a decision to say, you know what? Listen, my family, my mom had 7 brothers and sisters. They grew up in very poor, very, very poor. When I was a kid, I didn't even realize, the games my mom would play with leftovers and when food would run out and stretching things out. I didn't realize that. But a lot of my people, my family members, I grew up in a tough neighborhood. They always made excuses. Everyone had excuses, right? On everything. It was always somebody else's fault. Okay, you can't live your life like that. You have to always look for a reason why it will. Look for a reason why this can work. How do I make this happen? How do I do both? The moment you start saying, I can't afford things, I don't have the money, you've already failed. You didn't even try. You gave up. I watched a really interesting video the other day, and super influencer online, and he took a trip to Europe. And he said, he started off with like $10. And he said, I'm going to travel through Europe with $10. I said, okay, let me see how this guy's going to do this. And he literally went out and he bought himself a bucket and a bottle of Windex. And he started like Windexing. He went up and down Paris, going from store to store, saying, hey, I will Windex your windows. I'm going to clean them so well. And it's like $5 or something like that. And of course, people said yes. And he did that all day. And by the end of the day, he raised enough money to like stay at a hostel. But then he got more creative. He started charging a little bit more, and he got some clients. And then next thing you know, he was able to book himself a flight to the next city. And he did that. It's a really creative video. Maybe I'll drop it for you guys later. But it was just, the point is there was no stopping him. Like he literally is great friends with Mr. Beast. I think he's like number 2, so you guys can look him up. He's like number 2 influencer on YouTube with the most downloads, hundreds of millions of downloads, super successful, young guy, married. But I was like, when I watched it, I was like, wow. I was like, there was no excuse. He made this happen, and it's, again, he found the reason why, right? And they wind up raising money. The reason he did this, it wasn't just so much for sport, but he raised almost a $500,000 for a charity. And then at the end, Mr. Beast actually threw in another 100,000. Like, imagine being able to live your life like that, like having influence, right? Like you need a why, right? And people all the time say, well, my kids are my why. And that's a great why, but you need a bigger why, right? Being able to change the world, to be an influence, to be somebody people admire. Not somebody who's just trending for the moment, but somebody people really can look up to, right? To rise above that. You can't take shortcuts to get there, guys. You have to put in the sweat equity, okay? You always got to focus on moving forward, right? The one thing I can tell you guys today, the one thing as I'm reviewing the day today, keep moving forward. Focus on always moving forward. Don't stop ever. Time is your most precious gift, right? There's only one way. You just keep moving forward. Again, a new mindset, you're going to get new results. Shift your mindset. Be positive, right? We talked about this earlier. What kind of mindset do you have? Do you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset, right? We went over before with the rich mindset. Let me go over the poor mindset, right? Poor people believe life happens to me. That's not true. Life happens for you. Every obstacle, every challenge you've ever had, you could have had, the people have had the hardest lives of man. I met people that went through things I would not wish upon my worst enemy. But they leverage that to become the person that they are. Be grateful for everything you have, and those are your resources to build the next life, to build the life of your dreams, the life that you want, okay? Again, to give you an example, he started with a bucket and then some Windex, right? But yet he traveled through Europe, right? He made life happen, right? And you see that over and over again with successful people. Read books, study the great people. You'll see their life was not easy. But that's what made them great. So you celebrate that. I celebrate obstacles because that's what's going to make life great, right? Poor people play the money game not to lose. They always live in fear. Oh man, I'm going to lose my money, right? No, play the money game to win, right? Ask better questions. Poor people just want to be rich, right? Rich people are committed to being rich. Poor people think small. Rich people think big. Poor people focus on obstacles. Rich people focus on opportunities. I like to take it a step further. I say obstacles are challenges. I face those challenges. When I overcome them, I become better, right? Never resent people that are successful. We learned this. Celebrate them. Don't surround yourself with people who are negative or unsuccessful, right? Celebrate people. Don't think negatively about selling and promotion. Celebrate. But you're in the advertising industry. There's nothing wrong. So, let me tell you something. Selling, when you're selling a product, you have to believe in your product, first of all, right? If you're going to promote a product, right? If you don't believe in fur, shouldn't do an ad for a fur company. You just say no. You don't drink, you don't do an ad for an alcohol company. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that you be negative about it. Let me tell you something. Selling something is your moral obligation to help them. I want you to think about that for a moment. It's your moral obligation. If you believe in your product, you believe in what you do, it's your moral obligation to help that person achieve their goals also, right? If you're not selling, you're selling yourself. You're selling when you're going on castings or auditions, right? Be bigger than your problems. Be great receivers, right? We talked about this earlier. When people pay you a compliment, say thank you. People give you a gift, say, oh my goodness, thank you so much. I love this. You give them the grace, gratitude, and blessing that you're enjoying their kindness. Don't be the person, no, you didn't have to, right? Get paid on results, okay? The model and actor, of course, there's contracts and negotiations, so you're always going to do your best job to make the film successful, right? You want the film to be profitable, right? But a lot of times there are actors, and I'll tell you how it works. Somebody like Keanu Reeves, Mel Gibson, another great example. Keanu Reeves became a billionaire because during the Matrix filming, he took points. He said, I'm going to take I believe in this project so much, I'm going to take a reduced salary. I'm going to take the SAG-AFTRA minimum, but I want to get points. I want to be an investor in the film. So when the movie does well, I'll get paid even more. Literally, when the filming was done for Matrix, he literally tipped his assistant just as a thank you gift. Shouldn't say the word tip. As a thank you gift, he gave his assistant $1 million check. That's how well he did, because he believed in himself and he got paid on results. Mel Gibson has done the same thing with many movies. A lot of people that reach a success. And it's not at the beginning, I get it. At the beginning, you're getting paid, XYZ. You may not be able to do that, but I want you to be able to have the mindset to know that's where you want to head, right? Always figure out, how can you do both? Don't ever let it be that either or. How can you do both? Focus on your net worth, building your net worth, your value. You just became more valuable just listening to this presentation. Your net worth has increased, right? But yet we're not paying you to be here. You're not paying us to be here, but your net worth increased. You're now more valuable because of the education and knowledge that you have. Manage your money well, right? If you're not an expert with it, if you always seem to be broke, trust me, take 10% out of your check every week, put it on the side. Figure out a way to reduce your expenses, right? Cancel all your cable. Cancel all your subscriptions. Go on your phone, see what you're paying for. If you got an iPhone, great. Go out and get a Cricket, $25 a month. Like, there's a way to do it. Turn down the air in your house, right? Whatever it is, if you're in that situation, you do whatever you take to manage your money. But trust me, find a financial advisor. You want to start making millions of dollars, you better understand financial advisors. You better know what a fiduciary is, right? Somebody who's working for you. Don't just walk into someplace, hey, I just got a check for $1 million. Where should I invest it? Right? That's not managing your money well, right? Surround yourself with people who can manage your money, good teams, right? Have your money work for you. Be ready to invest in yourself. The best investment you'll ever make is in yourself, right? And you act in spite of fear, right? And don't think that you know it all. You don't. I certainly don't. Tony Robbins doesn't. Mark Victor Hansen doesn't. Les Brown, they will all tell you they're always learning. Be vivacious. We're learning, increasing yourself. One of the projects we're working on with Les is a Broadway show. He came to us because he said, I don't know how to do a show, but I want one. But you guys certainly do know how to do it, right? People come to us all the time because of the expertise we have. And we spent a portion of our lives learning how to become these experts. And the difference between the rich and the poor. Rich mindset speaks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the efforts have been invested. A rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. A poor mindset is all about short-term returns, hours for dollars. Okay? Don't entertain yourself. Educate yourself, right? Invest in seminars, invest in learning, invest in books, invest in getting the right people in your life. Don't just sit back and spend so much on games and DVDs and things that won't matter. Yes, they give you a quick enjoyment, but you know what else gives you a quick enjoyment? Being with Ryan Colby, looking at that ocean, right? How exciting is it to be able to live that life? Wouldn't you be willing to make a sacrifice today to be able to have that kind of life for the rest of your life instead of just throwing money away needlessly for just a quick moment of happiness, right? Gratitude. Have gratitude for everything. Be thankful for what you have. Gratitude fuels growth. Building up from today's triumph will only take you higher. Right? So I know I'm giving you guys a lot of information. Anybody feel like this right now? Or feel like this for the entire day? All right. Well, if you do, that's good. It means you're learning. It means you're improving. So I still have one more secret to share. How to become the person an agency wants to sign. The magnetic persona formula. Okay. Who wants to know what's happening at VIP Ignite? Let's talk about that before I finalize this and turn this back over to our lovely hosts. All right, so I'm going to go over some of the things that we're currently working on. I know I've shared this. Some things have already come to fruition. Some things may be new for some of the people here. This is their first time, right? So we have over 38 awards since 2006. We've been busy, right? But the future is even better, right? We're always looking forward. We're always moving forward, right? So one of the first items of business that we have is we have our book launch, okay? So for those of you who don't have a copy of our book, we just redid our book. It's actually coming out in November. We're going to be doing a special secret book launch in New York City, Times Square. So if one of my team members could drop the link to Finding Fame for those of you who don't have it yet. The this is really cool. This is going to be something super exciting. This will be available at Barnes and Nobles. It'll be online, Amazon, so forth. But this is really going to open up a lot of different connections, a lot of different experiences to get us on different platforms. Writing a book is one of the greatest things you can ever do. It's a lot of work. Obviously, you can see that a quote from Mark Victor Hansen, our partner and also publisher of the book. But this is great. And what's great is for those of you who have the copy, we just dropped the link for you, one of our team members. But at the same time, this is like the updated version. So it's like the 2023 version. What's amazing is having the copy that you guys have as the original copy. What's going to be amazing for those of you when this launches to get the new copy, you'll see some of the growth in the talent. You'll see some of the growth in the success stories. You know, there's interviews there with Bobby earlier in his career and Haviland earlier in her career. So you'll see the transformation of where they were from the first book to the new book. And everything's been updated. So you can now see where their journey progressed. So it's taking the content and then now adding to their story, kind of like, where are they now? And it drops a ton of advice, a ton of tips, highly recommend it. There'll be special parties and special cool things and speakers and so forth. So those of you that are part of our company, you'll get to be a part of all this magic that we'll be launching all throughout 2024. So again, Times Square is going to be the big launch. So we are super excited about that. And, you know, as we get a little bit closer to our event in December, you guys will get to learn more about that. We're doing a lot of these power lunches, which is really cool. We have one set for New York City. There's literally no tickets for that. So anybody who wants to go, you kind of missed the boat on that one. But I just want to talk about it anyway, even though this is not available any longer. But we're doing these really cool power lunches. We're doing them in New York, Hollywood. We just did one in Beverly Hills. We're going to be doing one in Phoenix. In 2024, we're going to be launching these to select cities nationwide. What's really cool about this is, you know, for 18 years, we've been doing events. We've been doing events where people have the opportunity to come down and sit down with some of the most amazing people. People can snap their fingers, change their life in 30 seconds or less. But what I found was most of my best relationships were over food, like sitting down at a table. Like, there's a different experience when you're at an environment where there's this pressure, right? Like you're like kind of auditioning, you're being looked at and seen. The casting director too is like, you know, they're looking at you. Are they the right person? Do I want to work with that person, right? Do they have the right training, the right marketing? They're looking at your headshots. Like, you're being judged consistently. When you're sitting down at a table, having dinner, having lunch, the whole perspective changes. And it's something, Alicia, actually, we tested out in Beverly Hills and it was such a success. So this is actually something we're going to be launching nationwide. Where we're bringing Hollywood to people, like just being able to sit down and build a relationship, make a connection. So I'm really excited about this. There's going to be a lot of opportunities tied in with this. We're launching something called the $1 Million Key Program. We're actually training people how to work behind the scenes at a high level, actually managing and developing talent, something that's going to be used. I'll go over that in a moment, but this is going to tie in with that, having these power lunches where aspiring people can actually come down and sit down and meet with people, you know, 5-star restaurant, private room, right? Getting to know the person while having breaking bread. So something really cool. We have our New York event, which is now closed out officially. This is going to be in December. So I'm just going to go over this with you guys so you can kind of see, like, a lot of people, you know, when we talk about events, they just, oh, I want to come to an event, right? Everyone is excited, but there's a lot that goes on to these events. I just want you to realize, like, I just want to give a shout out to our team and to everybody who's a part of the company, because there's a lot of work in these events. It's not just for our talent, they get to show up and their lives are changed. But, you know, our production assistants, there's hours and hours and weeks and months that plan these events, putting together celebrity photo shoots, right? You know, working with somebody like Ryan, you know, he's pulling together some of the top photographers in the industry. And again, it comes down to having that proximity, having that being able to work with the best in the industry, right? Because not only do you get the best photos, but now you're getting access to that person's social media, to their clients. You're getting to work with somebody one-on-one, right? We have to set up private industry dinners, right? Meeting with clients, right? Having our inner circle coming out to these dinners, right? We do these special master classes, right? So we take these live trainings we do online like 2, 3, 4 times a week now, but now being able to come to like New York City and sitting down like a Bobby Fernaro, right? He's actually going to be doing a master class in New York City for our talent. Our talent are working with him. He's training them. He's one of the stars of The Sopranos. He's worked with Martin Scorsese, Denzel Washington. He was an American Gangster, dozens of shows and some of the biggest movies ever, Spike Lee films and so forth. He's actually going to be on the call tomorrow. He's actually going to be on the call tomorrow in the afternoon. So for those of you who are brand new, we'll get to hear from him. But he's amazing. I've known him for 20 years. So what's great now is somebody like him coming in and doing a live training with our talent, like getting decades of knowledge in a day, taking everything they've learned online and now accelerating that in person. Right? Not only will our talent have the opportunity to get to work with somebody like Bobby, but we also have another person who's the head of Stella Adler, Patrick Quigliano. He's the coach of the stars. He's coached people like Meryl Streep, Al Pacino, some of the Chris Pine, like just amazing actor and actress after another. He's the on-set acting coach for J.J. Abrams and Ron Howard. Ron Howard, who's done the movie Cocoon, major movies.
Who's Paul Walker's acting coach, Mike?
Paul Walker's acting coach, yes. So
Yeah.
like our talent are getting to spend the entire day with him, training with him. Just to let you know, like to go to Stella Adler, it's $60,000 a year, which means a 4-year degree at Stella Adler is $250,000. Okay. So imagine being able to spend a day with somebody like that. And the greatest thing about that is he actually gives out scholarships to our talents consistently. So imagine sitting down with somebody like a Bobby or sitting down with a Patrick Quigliano, and they're like, Mike, you know what? That one person, they were amazing, right? Sequoia, there was something about him. Do you think he would come to New York and have a scholarship? Yeah, love that. Right. So that's the kind of people we bring. Like, think about the time that goes into putting these things together. Right. Then we have special dinners for our production team. We're taking them to this coolest little underground bar. Unless you were in New York City, they make the best wings in the world. It's just so cool. Right. So not only are we having these celebrity dinners, these private industry dinners that our talent are taking part in, we have production meetings, production dinners. We're doing a special power dinner with our inner circle. We rented out, we have a private space at one of the top Italian restaurants right in the heart of Times Square. They're going to be sitting down with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, people who represent the biggest A-list actors in the world. And they're sitting down having dinner with them. Now, our inner circle, that's something special. That's for our highest level of talent. We're going to have VIP parties, right? We're going to celebrate. Right, we got live music and private catering. We have one of the founding members of Public Enemy is actually going to be DJing the party. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's in the African American Hall of Fame. Like, just think about like what this means for your social media, right? What is not only the learning, the experience, but all the people these people are connected to, right? We have our new Broadway production we're working on. So we'll be doing some of that in the city. We'll be shooting ads and commercials and so forth. Our talent, not only they come for the learning experience, but we have our big agency meet and greet where they're sitting down with some of the most powerful people, some of the top agents. There's going to be live auditions going on. There's going to be a private fashion show we're doing, right? And even if you don't qualify for fine fashion, how cool is it just to check it off, right? To say I did it, right? Our talent went through a whole 12-week training. They spent the whole weekend with some of the top trainers in improv and comedy. One of the agents and managers who represent some of the biggest comedians in the world, people like Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock and Eddie Murphy. They're actually going to be performing live on stage in front of a panel of experts, right? Somebody who's closely with Howard Stern. They have their own show. They travel around the world. They open for Artie Lang. Incredible people. Okay. That's just a part of the weekend. And of course, we have agency updates and surprise announcements. So I guys want you to see like our events, there's so many moving components, but each one of them is designed for one thing and one thing only, to help accelerate and elevate our talent success. Okay. So who'd like to get daily castings, modeling, acting advice, right? We just launched our newsletter, right? It comes out every week. This is actually going to be coming out daily, right? So everybody who's on here, we'll drop the link. I know Deneen dropped it earlier. Okay, this is live right now. You can click on the link, subscribe, right? We're going to eventually be offering this to the public. It's $497 for the year. Everybody who's on this call, you got this free for life. Okay, you got this, my gift for you being here. Right? I told you guys I was going to over-deliver. I was going to give prizes and gifts. Right? So this is really great because this has some powerful content into this. So if you haven't subscribed to this, it's free. You have nothing to lose. And trust me, the content is amazing. What's really cool is we're partners with Tony Robbins and Peter Diamandis on this, and my good friend Joe. Joe just exited out of one of his companies for $65 million. He's 30 years old. Okay. These are the people we surround ourselves with. And the technology is run by artificial intelligence. So as you go through the newsletter will learn who you are. It will send you the exact content that you need, whether it's on mindset, whether it's on health, fashion advice, casting, success stories, right? So you're always on the pulse of what's going on in the industry. While everybody else is wondering what's next, you're already aware of it. Again, having access to knowledge is powerful. So that's my gift for everybody here. I know last time I spoke about this was in development, but it's live now. So make sure you subscribe, right? And also something else we discovered, something interesting, and I know I spoke about this before, but for those of you that are new, we just did the math recently for all our live events. This is like our live events that we do. And we realized we needed to celebrate because in Hollywood, we're doing a big event in 2024, May, and it's actually going to be our 200th live event. Okay. So talk about, if you would ask me on event number 1, what a 200 event would look like, I would have had no idea. Okay. I was literally up until 4 a.m. our very first event. We're actually doing a special, me and Alicia, Danine's going to be hosting it. We actually rented out a huge studio in Tampa, and it's going to be private, invitation only for our inner circle and some select talent. We're actually going to be doing a talk back and filming the entire history of the company. So we're going to be talking about things that aren't even in the book. We're going to be bringing special guests in and celebrities. We rented out this huge studio. It's actually one of only 4 studios in the world where they shoot The Mandalorian. So it's actually this like $20 million screen. It's the coolest thing ever. Like, I can't even describe it to you guys. Some of our talent, some of our higher level talent got to actually see some of the video footage. And all I can tell you, they were blown away. So we're going to be doing something special, but our big event is going to be our 200th live event. And that's going to be Hollywood 2024. This will be the largest event we've ever done, obviously in cooperation with Truth Management and Colby Management. But this event's going to be about exclusive global exposure and guaranteed access. This will be in spring of 2024. So this is our next big event that's available for people that are brand new to go through the process. So super exciting. You know, we got some great things going on. We're doing some events in Phoenix that we have coming up for our inner circle. We're being some incredible events in LA. So there's some really cool things. But on top of that, there's even more. Okay. So what if there was a way to book more talent and help more people in the industry, right? These are the questions we always ask ourselves. How can we book more talent? How can we help more people? How can we expand ourselves and grow, right? But how can we do something like that all at once? So these are some future projects we have coming on. We have a lot of things we're working on, but these are some of the things I'm revealing. Like obviously for the newsletter, we revealed that a few weeks ago, but now that's live. So I kind of like building the anticipation as we're working on things. So one of the new things we're currently working on is we're going to be actually creating our own streaming channel and streaming network. So we're actually going to be able to have content that'll be streaming online. So you'll be able to download this Xbox, PlayStation, you know, anywhere you can download apps, and it'll be a streaming network geared around the entertainment industry, also mindset, success, clues, and so forth. So we're really excited about this. What's really cool about this, when we first came up with this idea, people were like, well, how are you going to compete against other streaming networks? Well, you want to know how we're starting with 83,510 pieces of content on launch? Well, I'll show you, right? Again, an obstacle, right? Became a challenge, became an adventure. So as we were building this out, surrounding ourselves with some of the smartest people on the planet, masterminding, coming with ideas, right? Investing in new technology, investing in new ideas, not only to help the company grow, but to help the talent reach more levels of success. So one of the partners that we're working with is Kickstarter. So if you actually go on Kickstarter, you'll see there's like over 83,000 projects currently, and Kickstarter helps smaller developers raise money for filming. But what's really cool about this, I just shared with you guys about IMDb, right? Where you can learn about all these movies and casting directors and producers in real time, knowing the future, right? Instead of sitting around like all these other people online, not knowing what they're doing, falling for scams, falling for hustles, I'm teaching you guys how to really be successful in this industry. So what the great thing about Kickstarter is these are some amazing projects. And what's great is they raise money, right? So they don't have a big distribution network yet. They're not backed by a major studio. But what's amazing is they use the public to raise money for funding. But the hardest thing for raising funding is not having distribution. Netflix isn't interested. Amazon Prime's not. Like when I went through, our movie Target, boy, that was hard like to get Netflix to take an interest. And I know one of the producers at Netflix. He's one of our speakers, right? And it's just, there's so much content out there competing for space. But here's the great thing about Kickstarter. We started reaching out to directors and producers and saying, hey, what if we offered you guaranteed distribution? They were like, oh my God, that'd be great. That'll make such a huge difference. So we literally have an unlimited resource now for getting new content. And what's great is a lot of this content, and from, again, history repeats itself. I recognize patterns. A lot of these movies that were funded on Kickstarter went on to win Academy Awards. They went on to win film festivals. They went on to become amazing movies. They went on to win Emmys and Grammys for soundtracks. So what's really cool about this is now this creates an unlimited source for us to have streaming content, but even something even better. Now, because these producers, right, are working with us, right? A lot of the films, they already will cast the major roles, but a lot of the casting hasn't been done. So guess what I said to them? I said, hey, I'd love to give you guaranteed access distribution for our new network. I'd only ask for one thing. And they were like, sure, anything. I said, would you consider hiring our talent for your movies? They're like, what do you mean? Like, you have talent? Like, yeah. So, and I can make the process so easy for you because we represent and work with talent all over the country. Not only that, we work with some of the biggest companies. We can get you not only distribution, but marketing. We can get you access to launches and so forth. So this is something that's really cool, in process, super exciting. But again, lots of moving parts. So I want you guys to see that I break things down in smaller parts. So I want you to see how we work as a company. Right? Something I'm revealing to you that's in process. Because I want you to see, like, so many people have told Mike, you can't do this. Why not? I'll find a way. I want you to see that everything we do, I want you to listen to how Denise describes things, Alicia describes things, right? They're always moving forward. They're always in asking better questions, right? You see our talent. Tomorrow, you guys will get to hear from some of our talent. A lot of our talent aren't here today. We might not have the time to do that today. Maybe we might be able to squeeze a few people in. But I want you to listen to the language they use, right? Because this is part of being successful. This is part of becoming the person an agency wants to represent. And something like Kickstarter, they've been around since 2009, right? Over 22 million people have backed projects. They've raised over, almost $8 billion that have been funded. So this is such a great way for us to explore. And it's giving opportunity to people that are producing content, creators, right? In this entertainment industry, what is it about? We spoke about this. It's about elevating and celebrating other success. And as a digital network, we'll be placing talent in these productions. We'll be launching a staffing company around our production assistant certification program. So not only can we give these people, these directors and producers, access to distribution, but we can give them production assistants. We can give them talent, right? We can help them with the launches. So this is something super exciting, big project, but we can do it, right? That's what's great. 2024 and beyond, the year of the VIP Production Assistant Certification Program. Something I'm not going to go into detail about that. Something that's very limited to the talent we work with, but it's actually training people how to work behind the scenes, understanding, setting up a photo shoot, setting up a film, right? There's so much cool stuff in production. And all our talent gets certified, they get letters of recommendation. You have to be a part of the company to be a part of this, okay? But what's cool is we also have an affiliate program, right? We're going to be launching this early next year, but we're going to actually be training people how to run their own agencies, how to mentor and develop talent, right? Because as a company, we have a small team, right? We have an international team, but we have a very small team. How do we start training people to do what we do, right? To be able to help others. How do we create that ripple effect? And that's going to be a part of $1 million key training. Again, that's something that's only available for talent that we work with, right? Truth management, we're always growing it, right? We're always expanding it, right? Moving into new areas, helping more talent, getting more talent placed. We have thousands, tens of thousands of success stories, okay? So thousands of success stories since 2006 and 2024 and beyond. We want to 100x that. We want to bring more success to our talent, right? We want to build collaborations. Right? We've been building collaborations for almost 2 decades. We work with some of the biggest networks. We work with some of the biggest magazines. We're only expanding that because we're working now where we're working in that top 1%. And that top 1% is connected to the world, right? Rising Star Academy, right? A lot of you guys are interested in learning about our training and working with our talent. That's what we call our Rising Star Academy, right? The first step in that is what we call our 21-day challenge, right? That's the first step in the road to success. And what we did is we created over 600 hours of content. So we have our live trainings going on with Haviland. Ryan Colby just started a 12-week training with our talent. Like, there's no agency in the world that does this, guys. Like, there's nobody. Like, we are the best at what we do. But what's great is when we bring somebody on board and somebody's new, we put them through this 21-day challenge where they have the opportunity to create their vision board, understand contract negotiation, posing, writing their own monologues. Like, it's a proven process to literally take talent to the next step, which is 30 and 30. And this is showing talent how to create their Dream 100, how to start booking 30 jobs in 30 days. Like, we literally this is something we just launched this. A lot of our talent just started going through this. Incredible results, okay? And then from here, there's even more that's going to be coming, right? We're going to be doing international branding, product placement, right? We're going to be expanding. We're going to be launching our own cosmetic line, perfume line, Truth for Women, Colby for Men. But here's the cool thing. People are like, well, Mike, that's pretty cool. Why would you do that? Because what it does is it gets us connected with some of the biggest magazines in the world, right? Having product placement in magazines and television shows, right? So again, it's being able to launch it. I learned this from Kevin Harrington, actually. He said product placement is the fastest accelerator to getting yourself into the major media. So what's cool about this is, guess what we leverage for the products? Our talent, putting them in the ads, right? So now all of a sudden we have unlimited access to GQ and Vogue and so forth. Ryan has a tremendous amount of pull, right? But he can't just snap his fingers and tell Vogue what to do. But when you come at them with product, and Ryan is the recommendation, that opens up even more powerful doors, okay? Let me talk a little bit about Leonardo da Vinci for you guys for a moment. You guys might be wondering, why am I talking about Leonardo da Vinci? Mike, I'm really excited. How do we get into art? Well, you know what, guys? Guess what? You're in the entertainment industry. You're in the arts and entertainment industry, right? An apprentice artist becomes a master. Everyone has to start someplace. Right, so even though Leonardo da Vinci created the Sistine Chapel, painted the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo, he still was an apprentice, right? He was an apprentice under Donatello. I'm not going to go through a whole history class here with you guys, but I just want you to realize that the art of training and working with others isn't something we created. This is just a part of what makes us human, right? And we're going to be doing some really cool stuff. Another great thing that we're doing that we're working on is, and one of my favorite cameras in the world is Leica cameras. We're actually, and this is not so much for you guys, but I just want you to be aware, give you full transparency of what we're working on behind the scenes. But we're going to be doing an actual photography workshop for photographers. So we're actually going to be training photographers with master photographers, right? So photographers will actually be able to show up for different programs and learn how to become great photographers. How this benefits you as talent. And photography workshops are expensive. People spend like $7,000, $4,000, $10,000. You know, even the New York Film Academy offers like training in photography. But what's great about this is we're going to work with, we have access to some of the greatest photographers in the world that shoot and work with our talent, but a lot of them love training. So we're going to be actually but they're not good at business. They're not good at like getting people to sign up for their classes and so forth. They don't have time for that. Right? Where I'm an expert in that. I'm an expert in putting together websites, putting together courses and so forth. So we're going to help them build their brand by offering these really exclusive workshops. How it helps the talent is now the talent get to be able to be the models, right? They get to be on this, right? So we handle everything for the photographers, you know, the insurance, the booking. We create systems for them. The talent, the photographers that want to learn from these guys, they just show up, shoot, and learn. And let me tell you something, if you never had an interest in photography, boy, oh boy, like when you get to work, like especially, you know, as our production assistants, when you get to work with a photographer, learning the camera equipment, like lenses can cost $10,000, $100,000. Like photographers invest a lot of money in their equipment. So I want you guys to understand, like those of you running around trying to get free photos from your buddy, like they invest money, the lighting, the studio rental, that's all an expense. It's not right for you to do that, right? You should be willing to invest in time, right? If your friend owns a restaurant, you should, or they can offer a free meal, but you say, no, let me pay for it, right? I'm here as your friend. Your friends should be the ones that are investing and believing in you, not looking for free tickets. Let me tell you something, when you become successful, the people who didn't believe in you will be the first one looking for something from you. They'll be like, oh my God, I heard you're performing in concert. Can you get me some tickets? I've always believed in you. Be like, what? You didn't believe in me. You told me not to do this. You were a crab trying to hold me back, right? So lots of cool things, obviously our production assistants will be able to have access now, being able to work worldwide. And what's great about our models, they can get paid up to $1,000 a day and get to travel around the world. So I'm really excited about this. I think this is really cool. I think this would make a great show, a reality show for our streaming network. So again, showing you like how we connect things, the agency, the representation, the Broadway shows, we create this ecosystem in this world, and like everyone helps each other, right? It's such a beautiful thing to be able to do these kind of things, right? So quick question, does anybody here not know who Spider-Man is before I go to my next part? Does everybody here know? Everybody should know who Spider-Man is. Okay, good. Pam knows who Spider-Man is. Awesome. All right, so one of the people that we got to work with earlier on our career was a gentleman by the name of Stan Lee. You can see a photo there with Alicia. He's since passed away, but he was great. He was a great mentor, such amazing advice, such an inspiration, just a ball of energy. And if you're not familiar with him, he helped co-create, characters, Spider-Man, the Hulk, Doctor Strange, the Fantastic Four, Iron Man, X-Men. One of my good friends, Tom DeSantos, and Alicia and myself, whenever we're in LA, we always make sure to have dinner with him. We're always talking with him. He was the one who helped produce the X-Men movies. He was the writer for the X-Men movies, for the Transformer movies. So there's so much interconnection in the industry. When you reach a certain level of success, remember I told you guys, it's not just about knowing that person, but being able to be introduced to the people they know with. Because as you move up into success, that's how you reach the highest level. But I want you guys, a lot of people know Stan Lee for the characters he created, but do you really know who he was, right? And I just want to kind of just stress this to you guys, right? He grew up in a poor household during the Great Depression, right? He took jobs writing obituaries and press releases to help feed his family, right? Early in his career, he endured multiple rejections from publishers. His work was criticized in the 1950s for being too simplistic and geared towards young readers, right? It was called kid stuff. Marvel Comics was on the verge of collapse in the 1960s before Lee co-created characters like the Fantastic Four, which is actually now going into casting. So how cool is that? And that actually was considered what saved the company. Stan was embarrassed to tell his parents he wrote comics for a living. They had wanted him to write the Great American Novel, right? His later attempts at new superhero properties like the New Universe were commercial failures. So he's still like, I want you guys to see this, like people, Elon Musk and great people, like they fail, but they learn, they overcome. We talked about this, remember, right? Going through and pushing forward and learning, becoming now educated and optimistic because you ask better questions. And Lee, honestly, he faced resistance from Hollywood for many years before Marvel characters were adopted into successful films. And the reality of that, the true story behind that, is because of Tom DeSantos. It was because of him writing the X-Men movies, through those connections where the hero movies you see of today, right? And eventually Marvel, of course, will be bought by Disney for $4 billion. But I want you to see that even something like that, you guys all know the success stories, but how many of you think about the stories they went through to get there, the obstacles they overcame, okay? Stan Lee's signature catchphrase was Excelsior, meaning ever upward, right? We learned another one this morning, right? Carpe diem, seize the day, ever upward, move forward. You guys noticing a pattern here in success, right? This is not my pattern. This is a pattern I adapt to because I follow other people's success, right? Visions are seeded by ideas, watered by dreams, nourished with persistence, and harvested only when determination turns possibility into reality, okay? To become the person an agency wants to sign, right? The magnetic persona formula. If you're interested in learning this, type of one-on-one in the comments. I know you guys have given you a lot of information here, but I want you guys to leave today knowing that day one, I gave you everything I got, and tomorrow I'm going to take it to a whole nother level, right? How do you become memorable, right? You can dress up like a clown, right? That'll make you memorable, but will that make people respect you? Will that make people want to work with you, right? You can be silly and do things that are embarrassing, right? You see people all the time on TikTok, right? They're memorable, but does that mean people want to work with them? Maybe they're getting views, maybe they're getting likes, right? I see people going into supermarkets, knocking things over, causing a kind of ruckus. right? Kind of what trends now, but that's not going to create a career, right? I want you guys to be higher than that, more elevated than that, right? How you hold yourself, right? Right? Introduce yourself to others, no matter where you are. Like you act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Make an extra effort to remember people's names. The sweetest sound to a person is their name, right? Body language says so much, right? If you sit there with your arms crossed, you've been on camera all day. I know it's hard, right? It's a long day. You know, some of you guys haven't even turned your cameras on yet. No one got a chance to even see you. And I'm glad you're still here and I'm glad you're learning. And I understand some people at work and I appreciate that, right? We're understanding of that. But when you're on camera, when you're in a room, when you're going to come to an event, you're going to meet with people, right? Know their names, say people's names out loud. People love that, right? Don't let the years define you. You define yourself. Again, we've went over this very heavily. Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Everyone has to be given a chance to be successful. Never be that person saying, I'm too old. You're never too old to do anything, to live your dreams. You're only given one life. Every moment that you have is a part of that life. Utilize every single moment to the best of your ability. You have a community that supports and believes you, right? You want to become memorable. You want to become a magnetic personality. Have a community that supports and believes you. You know, here's a behind the scenes shot from one of our photo shoots we just recently did, our production assistant certification program in Miami. Those two gentlemen in the center, right? One of them on the left with the striped shirt, he's one of the most powerful producers for fashion in the world. He's handled over 40 shows, some of the biggest designers from Versace to Gucci, right? Every name brand you can ever possibly imagine. A lot of the talent that he met in Miami would go on to walk in his shows in New York. The person on the right, he's one of the biggest casting directors in reality TV. He actually created the show Real Housewives of Miami. Okay. So like, you just never know who's in the room next to you, but you have to be in the right rooms, right? You got to have a community that believes in you, that supports you, right? That's how you become magnetic. People want to work with positive people. They want to work with people who are doing things. You want to become a leader, right? You want to be that person of influence, not an influencer, but a person of influence, right? You need to have the right photos, right? Whether you are interested in acting, or modeling, production assistant, a speaker, a writer, an author, having the right images, getting them done the right way, okay? Having the images that show personality, that show versatility, right? That's what casting directors, they're going to be drawn to. The very first thing most casting directors will ever see are your images, right? Having them done the right way by a professional, right? Having the right lighting, working with the right stylist, working with people like Ryan Colby, working with some of the best people in the industry, right? Because these are the images that will lead you to become the star you were destined to be, right? You can see here, we spoke about this gentleman early, Masharat, right? A year and a half ago, he wasn't doing this. He wasn't at this level. He barely could come on camera, but look at him now. He's going to Paris next year. He's going to be walking Paris Fashion Week. He's going to be signed to one of the biggest agencies in Hollywood. He's going to be starring in TV films and shows and so forth, okay? But it all starts with, how do you become that personality? What are the tools you need? The right images, right? Becoming memorable, becoming the person an agency wants to sign, right? Craft a magnetic personal brand by leveraging social media. Social media allows models and actors to control their image, expand their visibility, engage fans, create opportunities, right? You know, there's a great service called LinkedIn, right? It's free. You can set it up. There's a link. It'll send it, like for all our talent, they actually have a link that goes to our website, to their portfolio online, to their videos, to their reels, right? You know, to their LinkedIn account, right? How could somebody just reach out to you? Slide into your DMs, goes into your stream. That's not what a professional does. That's like somebody's trying to hook up with somebody. That there's a reason why you're only getting crap in your DMs. You're getting all these fake requests because that's the personality you're putting out there, right? Our talent they put out. If you want to work with me, you reach out to my agent. Trust me, our talent, the 1% of the people who reach out to them are not real. And the only ones that reach out to them is because they're just those people that are reaching out to you, just so you guys know, they're getting paid like less than 5 cents like per post. They're like in India and Pakistan. They're like in China. There are buildings with like thousands of workers that their one job is just to cut and paste, cut and paste, cut and paste. Okay, that's your job. You're thinking, oh my God, Versace's reaching out to me. They're going to pay me $5,000. They're going to send me a check. I'm going to pay everybody, and then I get to keep like 2,000 out of it. But just to show that I'm good for it, I got to wire them like 500. People fall for that stuff every day because they're appealing to your significance. Because you didn't know, right? Ignorance is an easy person to be tricked. You want to be a magnetic personality, you put on that you have representation. Trust me on that. Now real people will start coming to you, right? You have to have a professional image. What are the photos you're using? Who's your agent? Who's your manager? What is your training? Are you in the union yet? Are you aspiring? Have you done any work? What films have you been in? Right? Create a magnetic persona with ongoing training. Gives you the skills, the technique, the confidence needed to deliver competitive performances that meet the highest professional demands. That's actually Phil Sullivan. I spoke about him earlier. That was him on set at one of our shoots, going through working with some of our talent, right? This is who you want to surround yourself with. This is who you want to learn from, right? Become magnetic by building strong relationships through networking, representation. Referrals creates the visibility needed for aspiring models and actors to book jobs in competitive industries. Right? At the end of the day, your job is to grab the casting director's attention. Okay. Trying to launch a modeling or acting career without any connections or experience is an uphill battle destined for disappointment. The entertainment industry is based on reputation and relationships. If you don't have industry insiders guiding and vouching for you, you don't stand a chance. Right? I'm going to be totally transparent and honest with you. Right? Be enthusiastic about things in life to others. People will gravitate towards those that are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under-promise and over-deliver, right? Above and beyond, right? So with that thought in mind, do I have your permission? I want to do something special. Normally, we talk about like what opportunities we have coming up for talent to attend our events. And I usually always do this on Sunday. I decided this weekend, I was actually, one of the people I was working with, he had said to me, he's like, you know, Mike, you always talk about accelerating people's careers. And I've been to a few of your events. And I love the fact that you offer people an opportunity to come to your events on Sunday. He said, why don't you offer it to them on Saturday? And I said, well, what do you mean? He says, well, the people that are there on Saturday, they're there for 2 days. Shouldn't they be given the first chance to be seen? Versus somebody, if you do it on Sunday, they didn't show up on Saturday, you're giving them the chance and they didn't deserve it the same way people that were there for 2 days. And I said, you know what? I was like, wow, you're right. I'm like, I'm like, oh my God. I was like living in a poor mindset. I was like, oh, I wanted to talk for 2 days. I was like, I made it about myself and I didn't make it about the talent. So if I have your permission, guys, I will go through this again tomorrow, but it is something you have to schedule for. It's an opportunity for you guys to be able to work with us, come to our event and so forth. But I'm going to give you guys, since you're here today, I'm going to give you the chance to schedule today because this is extremely limited. And I want to make sure that you guys have the first shot at this versus being able to people who weren't here today and show up tomorrow. So now they'll get pushed out and maybe that opportunity won't be available for them. So with your permission, I'm just going to go through that really quick. And then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Deneen and to Alicia. We'll take Q&A on this tomorrow. You guys that are interested, we'll do Q&A on this tomorrow because I know Deneen has a big challenge. So she has some stuff to go through with you guys. So I will just switch screens so I can show you guys this. All right. So let me just pull this up. All right. Here we go. All right. So I know a lot of you guys are coming to Hollywood. So for those who are coming to Hollywood, get to learn about this. But this is something, New York is closed out. So for those of you interested in New York, I do apologize. That is New York done. Next event, Hollywood. We're on the road to Hollywood. All right. So let me just make this big. Hold on. All right. So I'm going to give you everything that this is. So obviously, you know, you guys are all familiar with our coaching. You're familiar with our events. Some of you may be brand new, but if you've been here all day, I know this is something everyone's interested in. Just to be upfront and clear with this, you do have to go through an interview process. We just want to make sure that you are capable of doing this. There is, of course, a financial investment. I never want finances to hold anyone back, but at the same time, I want you to be resourceful, right? If somebody gave somebody for free, there's just no value in it. There really isn't. When people pay attention. You know, for those of you know, the other day, I spoke about investing a lot of money in a book. That book's going to make a huge difference, like especially working in screenwriting and so forth. You know, the masterminds, the people I've surrounded myself with, I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, in December, I have this opportunity to go out to Hawaii. I'm going to be in a room, some really successful people. I'll tell you guys a little bit more about that when we get closer to that. But I want you to understand, like, I never will do anything. I will never ask anybody else to do something I'm not willing to do. And people who want to be at the highest level, we put together programs that can help accelerate that, right? We stand by our success story. We know our talent by our first name basis. So with your permission, I put something together because obviously we're limited by the 2 days. So I just put this together for those of you who want to take it to another level. You can schedule for this. Like I said, you do have to go through an interview process, but we put together everything you need to be successful. And this is going to be a part of the largest event we've ever done in Hollywood, May of 2024. Okay. So with that thought in mind, this is called, the first thing is you're going to have the Hollywood Connection. So you'll have the opportunity to be a part of our 3-day live event. So you guys saw how I talked a little bit about New York, all the different components, right? All the different exciting things we're doing. Well, guess what? In Hollywood, we're taking that to a whole nother level. Okay. We're going to do your photos while you're out there. So, for everyone who needs professional photos, we're going to do a 4-look photo shoot. If you need headshots, we'll talk about headshots. But we're going to do the photos that you need to have done properly, right? You're going to get to work with Ryan Colby. You're going to work with celebrity photographers, right? We rent out $1 million studios. We get the best of the best of the best. There's a process to this. So it's not like you just do your photos, you show up. You're going to go through a process with Ryan. He's going to help with your styling. He's going to help picking out your clothes. He's going to help with posing. Like, we do everything on Zoom. But we've been doing it for 18 years. We've been doing it on Zoom now for several, and it works very well, right? So everything, I don't want you ever to think like, oh my God, how do I get ready for this? No, we handle everything. I'm giving you the overview for this just so you understand. So now you're going to have the opportunity to come to this 3-day live event where you're going to meet some of the biggest producers, some of the biggest agents. You're going to be able to get to sit down with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. We're going to make sure you get the right photos done. We're going to have Ryan work with you. You're going to get the right styling, right? Everything that you need to do to be successful. And then, of course, we give bonuses, right? We're going to make sure that you have access to our online courses, right? So the first thing is we have a process, a framework. So the first thing is understanding the business side of modeling in the TV and film industry. So you'll actually get to, and it's an online course, you have lifetime access to this, right? Special course we put together. We'll actually get to learn from one of the biggest casting directors. He's worked with L'Oreal, Redken, something we recorded, but it's one of my favorite courses. You'll really get a great understanding of how the industry works. Then in addition to that, you're also going to understand how the acting industry works. So you'll get access to Robert Galinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach. He's a Broadway producer, a writer, a director. You're going to learn everything there is to know about acting. You're going to get all the foundations, right? So it's a process that you follow, like an onboarding, an indoctrination. We will work with you live, right? We're going to hold you accountable. We're going to show you how to do things. But I just want to kind of give you the bigger picture of not only being able to understand the modeling industry from some of the best people in the world, but understanding acting, writing monologues, understanding being a playwright, being able to take understanding script analysis, how TV and film shows are produced, and so forth. And then, of course, really taking a deep dive with learning about the modeling industry from Phil Sullivan. Okay, Phil Sullivan owns an amazing foundation for helping people who are homeless. And the reason he created this foundation is because when he started his career, he was homeless. There was a point in his life where he was homeless. Of course, he would go on and star in America's Next Top Model. But that's not America's Next Top Model, even though I talk about it, or at least talks about it, that doesn't define who he is. He's worked with some of the biggest brands in the world, signed by Ford Models. He's a photographer. He does interior design. He travels around the world. He's the most amazing person you could ever meet, a heart of gold. We're actually doing an amazing project with him, a celebration for our talent next year, where they're actually going to be coming to Cancun, Mexico. Imagine spending a week in Cancun, Mexico with the community here. Right? With Alicia, myself, Deneen, Phil Sullivan. We're actually going to be building a school out there for kids. We're building like an arts and entertainment center for children, right? So I want you guys to understand something. Like when we work with people, not only our talent, but our speakers, we want people who give back. We want people who lead from the heart, that understand what it takes to be successful. It wasn't handed to them. So somebody like Phil, he's so amazing. He did this really amazing online trainings. We condensed them down, and we're giving everyone access to that to kind of help accelerate and to get you indoctrinated into understanding the industry at a very high level. And then, of course, our 21-day challenge, right, which is now also our 30 and 30. You'll have access to both of these. So this is where everybody begins, right? It's completely immersive online training, right? Get you prepared for the live coaching, for the training, for everything else that we have available for you, okay? So day by day, you'll learn this, right? And some people complete this in 21 days. Some people take a little bit longer, and that's okay, right? You do it at your own speed, okay? You do this at your own speed, right? So people who are a part of our live coaching, they're doing both, right? Because every week we have live coaching. So I want you guys to understand this. These are all just frameworks that I put together for you. It's like a book. I'm giving you the chapters. I'm telling you what chapter to read. I'm highlighting the notes and I'm saying, this is what I need. And each one of these, they're called a challenge because there's like a little homework that you do, right? First step we do is creating a vision board. We're taking what we did this morning and actually putting that on paper and hanging it on your wall. And some of you might say, well, that's silly, right? Well, again, why not try? Why are you looking for reasons already not to do it? Look for reasons to do it. I do a vision board every time. I renew my vision board every 6 months. Okay. When I started doing vision boards, my whole life changed. But so not only are you going to learn about the modeling industry, the acting industry, we want to make it fun. We want to make it exciting. We want you to be able to, we're doing cruises to the Bahamas and Cancun and all these, and Hollywood and New York. I want you guys to be a part of all of that. I want you to learn from the best people. This is how we create success stories. There's no other company out there that does what we do at the level that we do it. Right? And of course, you'll be a member of our private Facebook group. You'll start building your friendships, your community. Our talent, they share Airbnbs. Our talent, you will make friends in our community that will become not only your mentors and guides, but your friends for decades to come. Our talent that we've worked with 10, 15, 18 years later, their circle is still the people they met at that first event. Okay. You'll become a part of our community. It's a private Facebook group. We're actually working on a new technology and a new software where we won't be on Facebook any longer. We're gonna have our own private community off of Facebook. Really amazing software. Once we move, everyone will be included, of course. We're not gonna leave you behind on Facebook. And I'll just tell you the reason why. Facebook's great when you're in a private community. It works really well. I'm just not a fan of the notifications. Like even for here, like you guys got a text message, you got, an email. You have to kind of be reminded. We have a better way to do that so people never miss anything, because I want everyone to be able to be on the live trainings, on all the calls and so forth, be able to always get the message. Facebook, sometimes the algorithm doesn't show you what you need to see. So in the private Facebook group, as long as you check it, you'll always be alert and updated. Obviously, these online friendships become real world friendships, right? So I just want you guys to realize that, but you'll be a part of the Facebook group. And then, of course, it's just not about connecting individuals, right? You can get advice, ask questions, and so forth. We're always streaming. We're always doing something cool. Even this event's being streamed into our private Facebook groups and so forth. Our live masterminds get streamed into the private Facebook groups and so forth. So it's a crucial asset, right? You'll be able to make friends there. You'll be well informed on what's going on and understand the industry. So just to give you a quick breakdown, for cost and investment. And these are real world values. I'm going to do something special for you guys, especially you've been here all day with me. But the 3-day live event, normal retail value is $3,997. And I don't want you to worry about the prices. I want you to worry about what will this do for my life, right? How can I leverage these connections, the people I'm going to meet to change my life, right? The community, right? The access to the information, the access to the training. I want you to realize that, imagine if this didn't exist, how would you do this on your own? How would you access Phil Sullivan, Ryan Colby, some of the greatest casting directors, producers, content, right? How would you do this? Would you have to spend decades, right? We spent 18 years building this information, building this infrastructure, right? You say, well, Mike, I'll spend the next 18 years figuring it out on my own. Well, great. In 18 years, I'm going to be 18 years ahead of you. Right. So when you're a part of this, you're always right there. Right. Never going to catch up. It's like me trying to catch up to Tony Robbins. Ain't no catching up to Tony Robbins. Right. But I learned from him. Right. We introduce you to people at this level consistently. So not only are you going to get the 3-day live event, you're going to get the 4-look professional photo shoot. Right. $24.97 value. You're going to work with celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup art, the best people in the industry. You're going to get the photos that will change your life. Ryan Colby will be doing your styling. Right? You're going to get access to all the bonuses I talked about. This is real world value. This is money I invested to get the technology to pay for these people's time, right? To get access to some of the people that we work with. There are people we work with that charge $100,000 a day to work with them. And I'm handing this over to you, right? So when you look at all of these things that you're getting, even the 21-day challenge, it unlocks what's called the vault. You get over 600 hours of content. Every one of those pieces of content costs anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 for us to produce and to get put together. And we're giving you that content. So imagine taking all of that, coming to the event, working with Ryan, working with all these amazing people, having the opportunity, if you choose, to have access to the live coaching, to show up for those, right? To be a part of having Deneen, making sure she's holding you accountable. We show you how to implement this. We do all kinds of surprise events and private things that you never see advertised online. That's just for our community. How do you find that? By being inside of the Facebook group. So if you actually were to take this all up, and it's a real world value, I can show you the checks that I wrote out. You're looking at over $58,979 in real world value. And that's not what I'm asking people to invest in this. No, of course not, right? I put together something special. But before I show you guys that, I just want you to understand something. See Medellin. See James Johnson, right? He's living in Hollywood, came to New York, met Phil Sullivan. Think about Ben today in Maine, or Masharad, right? He's home right now, getting ready to go to Paris. He'll be in LA. Think about all these success stories, right? Think about as you go through that Trello board. If you were to ask any of those people, if they could go back, right, in time, and they could say to themselves, was this worth the investment, right? What would their answer be, right? Medellin makes $100,000 a day. On average, she books out at $30,000 a day, right? And I want you to ask yourself, like, can this be me? But I want you to say to yourself, this will be me. Because when I'm in the right room with the right talent, the right people, the right connections, anything is possible, right? I want you to have that mindset to push yourself forward. So I want you guys to realize not only are you getting the opportunity to come to the 3-day live event, professional photo shoots, styling, having access to all our training courses, our entire database, being a part of our Facebook community, not $58,979, of course, right? It's $29.97, right? Anyone could afford that. We work with people, right? I understand some people, times are tough, but I want you to understand, you know, for a fast action taker to be able to have this, to have all and start immediately, right? For us to start working with you immediately, okay? So there is a special link. So I just want to go through this with you. You do have to schedule. There is no credit card. You can't put a credit card in. You can't pay for this. You do have to speak with us to make sure this is going to be the right decision, that we want to work with you. I know Allie, there were a few people throughout the day. She kicked off the call, right? They're not even here for this. And people complain about, she kicked me off the call. I can guarantee I go check my email. Allie kicked me off the call, right? I'm like, I'll write a nice letter. I actually have ChatGPT write me a nice letter. I say, hey, I do apologize, right? She's a firestorm. But you do have to schedule. So my assistant is going to drop the link in there. So for those of you that are interested, schedule now. This is extremely limited. Our inner circle, our talent are already scheduled for this. So there's very few spots for this. This is not something I'm going to be offering, you know, over and over again, right? We're keeping it. This is our largest event that we've ever done. Okay. And those of you looking at the $1 million guarantee, wondering about that, I'll explain that to you really quick. It's called a no risk. I saw this a long time ago, and you know, I invested so much money in so many things. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, we've made millions making the right decision, right? Just like our talent, but I've lost hundreds of thousands making the wrong decision. And people always, you know, I said, well, man, if there was only a way to get my money back, right? But there's no guarantees in life. I said, well, you know what? I'm going to do a guarantee. And people told me I was crazy for doing this, like literally. People told me I was nuts, but I don't care, right? Because I believe in what I do. So the $1 million guarantee is really simple. Go through all the training, come to the live event, come out to the networking event, and by lunchtime of the third day, so come out 2.5 out of the 3 days, 2.5 out of the 3 days, get your photos done, get access to the training, do everything. Come on the live calls. And by the third day, lunchtime of the third day, okay, you say, Mike, I didn't get $1 million worth of value. We give you a full refund. We put it in writing, right? The $29.97 doesn't mean anything to me. I've reached this point in life where I'm successful. If I wanted to retire tomorrow, I could, to be honest with you. I do this because I love doing this. I love helping people. I want to do this. You know, I want to build that school. My mom passed away last year, and it was the hardest day of my life. I'm not going to go through that, But one of the things was my mom was an artist. She worked for Columbia University. She overcame many obstacles in her life. She didn't graduate school until later in life. She had to take care of her family. But the one thing the one consistency in her whole life was she was an artist. She loved to paint. She loved to draw. And I always used to tell her, like, we got to get you to become an artist. She'd be like, no, right? And after she passed, I found all her paintings and all her drawings. And one of the things I'm going to do is we're going to build these schools throughout the world. And every one of those schools, we're going to dedicate it to her, and we're going to hang one of her paintings there. So for the woman who couldn't have her paintings hung while she was alive, she's going to inspire children all around the world. So when people ask me what my whys are, I have a lot of whys. I have a lot of reasons to do the things that I'm doing. So when I say $1 million guarantee, I don't want anyone to not do this because they think there's a risk. Because if you're not going to believe in yourself, then I'll believe in you so much, I'm willing to do it. And the reason why people say I'm crazy to do it is, well, what did they say to me? What did somebody just take advantage of you? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? So what? Who cares? Like, honestly, who cares? You know what? If somebody came and took advantage of me, great. I don't want them. I don't need a crab holding me back. If somebody was that petty, that's awesome. I want the people who will stick with us, because the moment they have a refund, then they're not with me anymore. Right? I can cut them off on Facebook. I don't have to talk to them. Right? I want to talk to the people who believe in us, but I don't want anyone to ever do this and have doubt. I don't want your friends to not believe in you. I want you to say 100% you could do this. So that's where that idea comes from. I want you guys just to understand that, right? So at the end of the day, living your dream begins the moment you realize your passion and discover just how far your talent can take you. And if you don't have a why, great, share my why. Come help build us at school. Come to Cancun. Come on the cruise. Come to Hollywood, right? Because I guarantee you, when you surround yourself with the right people, right? Where you began this morning, I guarantee you're a completely different person than you are where you started, and I guarantee you're going to be a completely different person tomorrow. So with that thought in mind, guys, I just wanted to do this, like I said, a little bit different, but I wanted to give everyone here my promise is to help accelerate people. That's why I'm doing it on Saturday, because like I said, my buddy made me realize, well, hold on, that's just not fair. So I want to be fair to you guys. So you guys will have a chance. I'll go over this again tomorrow. We'll do Q&A on it tomorrow, but you guys can all confirm for Monday. So if for some reason this gets closed out and there are no more spots available, I won't be going over this tomorrow, just so you guys are aware. So for those of you that are here today, I won't review this tomorrow. I may go over just our coaching or something with the people that are on the call, because it's simpler. But for the event to come to Hollywood, you won't see this. If there are a few spots, I may go over it. But just so you're aware, since I've never done it this way before, if for some reason the spots close up, then I won't. I want to be fully honest, because I did say I would go over it, but I just realized now that there's a chance that once the spots are closed, I won't be able to. So just to be fair with everybody here, if you don't see it tomorrow, you'll know automatically the reason why. I won't bring it up with the people that are on tomorrow that weren't here today, because they won't even realize this existed. So it's just like they'll be oblivious to this. Everyone's going to be celebrating, I'm going to Hollywood. And then the people tomorrow are like, what do you mean? How do I go to Hollywood? It's kind of like New York now. For those of you coming to New York, everyone's going to drive me crazy because New York's not available any longer. So, but anyway, I'm just laughing at myself because I've been doing this for so long. So I'm talking about stuff you guys don't get, like the emails that I receive. How do I get a ticket to New York? I'm like, dude, New York's been closed out for like 8 weeks now. Like, that train is gone and so forth. It's just funny that people will reach out like last minute for these things. And, we can't, there's too many moving parts to plan out, like the catering, making sure who's where and so forth. So Hollywood's going to be great. For those of you who come to Hollywood and go through the whole program, I know there's a lot of people on here that'll be there. You guys are going to have a really great time. So anyway, I'm done. I've talked a lot. I'm going to go get myself some hot tea. I will be back tomorrow. In the meantime, thank you guys so much. I'll turn this back over to Miss Alicia and Miss Deneen. And they'll keep dropping the links just so you guys, some of you guys might be on a phone having trouble accessing it. Best thing is just open up a window, save it, so you can access and fill out the form right afterwards. Oh, sorry, there's a secret word. I just realized that.
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. So the secret word is Beetlejuice. So there is a secret word. You do need to know the secret word. The secret word is Beetlejuice. All right. So that is a secret word. So for all of you guys that are here, the secret word. I feel bad if somebody jumped off the pole and they were like, what's the secret word? They missed it. So anyway, so the secret word is Beetlejuice. Other than that, guys, I'll talk to everybody tomorrow. So have a great night, guys. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's going to be a super lineup. And like I said, there's going to be a huge announcement tomorrow about our coaching program. Somebody we're bringing on board that like literally I will be on every call. So make sure you're here for that because you'll get to meet the person tomorrow live. So make sure you're here for that. Make sure whatever you do, figure it out. Trust me on this. Don't wake up on Monday and being the person like, oh my God, I missed out. Be here for that because it's going to be a huge announcement for that tomorrow. All right, guys, this is Mike checking out from the bottom of my heart.
Hold on,
Thank you for
Mike. Somebody
listening.
wants to say hi. Say hi, Mom.
Oh, who's that? Oh, hey, what's going on,
Got it written
buddy?
down. See right there. This is my
Hi,
mom.
Sandy.
Oh, hey,
Hi,
Mom. How are you?
She was really good friends with Mike's mom.
Yes. All right,
20
guys.
years together. This is what happens when you run a
Got
business.
a party going on. All right.
Yeah,
I'll see you
always a
guys
party at my
tomorrow.
house.
Oh, and Danilo got a challenge for you guys too. Really cool challenge for
Yep.
tonight. All right.
All right. Okay, so just so you guys know, we're not really. Hi, Christian. How are you? Oh my gosh.
My nephew's here. The baby's sleeping. Shh. Oh, he's up.
Okay,
Go.
I
run.
won't shout. All right, so we're gonna do a Q&A for this tomorrow. So if you guys have scheduled, that's awesome. Let me go over the challenge. Is that cool? Are you guys up for a challenge? You're like, we've been
I
here
see
since.
this love behind me.
Oh shoot, he really was sleeping. Kaden, wake
He's
up.
like, Mom, Antonine, everybody. That's
Hold
Kaden.
on.
You'll see him tomorrow.
Mommy's
He'll-
gonna be up until 2 a.m. All right, so let me give you guys the challenge, okay? So how many of you had a life-changing event today? And this is just day one. We haven't even gotten to transformation day. This is the foundation. All right, so this is your challenge. Oh, Kaden, I want to sleep too. All right, so this is your challenge. If you had an amazing day or better words, because I know that you had an amazing day, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go into the Facebook group and I want you to do a video about what was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest aha moment? Okay. But I'm going to stretch you a little further outside of your comfort zone today. How many of you are really excited about the newsletter that we just launched? Having the opportunity to be in the know every day with what is going on, all things VIP Ignite. This is what your challenge is. Okay, so first, you go into the group and do your video. But then what I want you to do is I want you to go out into the wild. What does that mean? Not the VIP comfort zone, but onto your own social media. And I want you to share your experience today. And then what I want you to do, thank you, Evan. Then what I want you to do, Evan's like a mind reader. Then what I want you to do is I want you to share below in the comments. Okay, so what you're going to do is in the comments, you're going to share your video. And then you're going to say, hey, if you guys want to know more, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter so you can find out what's going on in my life. And then you're going to share the link to the newsletter in the comments. Everyone type in the comments. In the comments. This is a hack. Whenever you're sharing on social media, if you share the link in the actual post, they're not going to show it to too many people. Do you want to know why? Because then you're taking people away from their website. But if you share it in the comments, they're like, cool, we don't really care about that. I don't like what we're just going with it. That's the way it works. Okay. So Jemima, can you please share the link to the newsletter again? And if you're writing it down, it's news.viptalentconnect.com, but we just shared it. All right. So go into the wild, share your experience today, and then have people subscribe to the newsletter. All right. Does anyone have any questions? Roxanne, I swear, as God is my witness, you really need to be like your own meme, your own emoji, because like your smile, bright and like I love you guys. I am pooped. But when I see your smile, it's like a cup of coffee. Thank you. Thank you for that energy. It's so awesome. All right. So we're gonna start. Why are you laughing? Because
That's totally
She's
true.
like, I'm so tired. I can't even talk right now.
I'm so excited to see what you're gonna wear tomorrow.
Oh, I am too.
Again,
If you want to see, you have to be here.
I'm
And I think I'm
excited.
gonna rock the hat. Do you guys think I should rock hats more often? Do you think I'm a hat person? If you think I'm a hat person, say hat in the comments. Because I don't know, something happened this morning. I was all in my feelings before I got into this call. I put this hat on. All of a sudden, I'm like, "Hey guys, how are you?" And I'm like, "What happened?" I don't know what happened. So I think wasn't there a movie where there was a hat? Oh, Frosty the Snowman, the hat made of. Apparently, hats make me a person. It's been a long day, y'all. This has been amazing. Well, oh yes, and tomorrow, wear your Halloween costumes. All right, so we're doing a Halloween party tomorrow. So now I really do have to figure out what the heck I'm wearing. I know, my hat really is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. When we picked it out, I was like, I don't know. And even this morning, I was like, Mike, do you really want me to wear the hat? He was like, yeah, wear the hat. I'm like,
Hey,
are you sure?
I'll give everybody a cool reason to come to the Halloween party tomorrow. Everybody who comes in costume tomorrow, I'll set up a private Zoom call just for the people who wore a costume with Ryan Colby. How's that?
Holy macaroni.
That's a gift
That'd
that
be
keeps
cool.
on giving, Nikki. That's
Yeah.
great.
I love that.
The gift that keeps on giving. All right, so now we're gonna have to track that. I guess we'll figure that out. All right, guys. Alicia, do you have anything to add? Or are you good?
No, I'm good. The baby
Okay.
just woke up. I gotta feed him now. But it's been fun.
All right, guys.
Always fun to see you guys. We call this the unglamorous life. At the end of the day, we're working moms just like you. We have families just like you. We want to help you. But I'm excited for tomorrow. How many of you guys are gonna be here tomorrow? If you are, type count me in.
I guess I'll be
Count
here.
me in.
I don't know.
So exciting.
All right, guys.
And it's the same link as today, guys. Same link as today.
We start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we have, okay, hold on. Let me give you guys a sneak preview of tomorrow. Is that okay, real quick? Just, I mean, in case you needed some enticement to be here. Tomorrow, we are going to have one of my very good friends who is going to be here. She works in the real estate space. You might be thinking, why would you want a real estate person on here? She does this event with Mindset, and she went over her talk with me. It's going to be amazing. So we're going to start with some mindset. Mike's going to go over everything that's going on here at VIP Ignite. We're going to have one of the cast members of The Sopranos, who is a good friend of James Gandolfini, here tomorrow, showing you the art of acting. And let me give you a hint. It's all about the heart. Okay. After that, we're going to have a SAG franchised agent who represents people on Wednesday, on All American, on Stranger Things, just to name a few. She's going to be here. And guess what? She's looking for new talent. Okay. After that, we're going to have Mike. He's going to come on and he's going to drop some more golden nuggets on you. Then we are going to have one of the biggest casting directors in the United States here on this call. And if you don't know anything about the casting process, she's always looking for people to cast in projects. How many of you are here because you want to start booking more work? Type more work in the comments. Type more work in the comments. All right. And then, we're going to have this guy. We just celebrated his birthday, Ryan Colby, I think his name is. He's coming back too to cap off the day. So whether you scheduled a time to talk to us this week or not, sure your butts are here, because you know what? Tomorrow is going to be transformation day. Today we set the foundation. Tomorrow we transform. But without further ado, I think that's everything I got. Break my social media.
We figure how Ryan's pasta came out. So you'll have to stay tuned for tomorrow. Capers,
breaking
no
news,
capers.
hold on.
We'll never know. We'll find out. I don't know.
Breaking news. Last I heard, he had no power. I said, I hope you have firewood. And can you imagine Ryan Colby building a fire?
I just shared pictures on my Instagram of the one time Ryan and I got asked to go to Walmart and both of us were completely clueless. We were overwhelmed and you could see Ryan Colby at Walmart and he's critiquing the person behind the cash register. I swear she has PTSD from meeting Colby. He had never been to a Walmart before. It was great. A lot of fun.
All right.
Okay.
Well, for those stories and more, make sure you tune in tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be here. God only knows what kind of costume I'm going to have, but I guess I need to figure it out. So tomorrow we're having a costume party. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye,
Here.
everyone. I'll miss
Bye.
you. I'll see you in the morning.
Bye. Have a great night, guys. Bye, Christian. He's so cute.
Aiden, you want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. You want to say hi to Anthony?
Kaden.
Say hi.
Hey, buddy.
Aww.
Look, I don't look as scary as I did last Halloween.
Oh my God. So my kid, literally Antonine had like blood dripping down her face. What were you, a zombie? What were you?
I had skin off my face, blood. I was torn up. It was,
And it didn't even face his
disgusting.
kid. He still held her hand and gave her kisses. And she was like, just not good.
yeah.
He loves Antonine and Uncle Mike.
I'll share a picture in the Facebook group, okay, so you guys can see. It was bananas.
We
All right.
have a lot of fun stories, right? All right. Say good night, everybody.
All
Say
right,
bye
guys.
bye.
See you tomorrow.
Say
10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye. Peace.
Peace. We're out of here. Yes, peace. You
All right,
did it.
guys. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone. Good
Shut this
night.
down. Bye.
All right, Christian. Bye, Yas. Bye, Heather. Hi, Kim. Bye, everybody. Bye,
Bye,
Larry in the
guys.
window.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
You hang up. No,
I'm
you
hanging
hang
up now.
Bye, mommy.
Hasta mañana.